III,
Fucking
king of the ancient state of Macedon, aka Macedonia, often heralded as one of history's greatest military commanders. But he wasn't only that, he was also a scholar, a lover of literature and the arts, a deeply religious man, and someone who had thousands and thousands of people killed. Undefeated in battle, he unleashed his army on countries great and small to forge an empire that stretched over 3 continents, from Greece to India, as far south as Egypt. He did all this in little more than a decade after taking power at the age of 20 until his untimely death at the age of just 32. Alexander the Great was so great at destroying his opponents, his military tactics and strategies are still being studied in military academies today. But his conquests aren't all that make Alexander a fascinating person. His parents, Philip and Olympias, had their own fascinating lives. Alexander's close friends from childhood, including his best friend, Hephaestion, would become Alexander's generals and trusted advisors. And together they would battle a variety of formidable and fascinating opponents on battlefields and exotic lands they'd only heard whispers about before actually seeing them for themselves. In a culture that valued war over all else, Alexander prevailed by being the best at conquering. He did whatever was necessary to win, and sometimes did things that maybe weren't so necessary. Cities were sometimes completely destroyed, priceless artifacts obliterated, all according to Alexander's sometimes mercurial will. So, what made Alexander so great? What were Alexander's early influences? The people who formed him into the fearless leader he would become? How did Alexander and his father turn Macedonia from a tiny tribal kingdom into the world's most powerful empire? All this and more in today's ancient, bloody, this actually isn't Sparta, it's Macedonia, but it makes me think of Hollywood's Sparta edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Let's do this. Let's move it down.
Happy Monday and hail Nimrod, Meatzacks. Welcome to the Cult of the Curious. Big show for you today. I'm Dan Cummins, professional boxer, Meatsack Ryler, Nimrod's caddy, Lucifina's full-body masseuse, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, don't leave Lucifina, good boy Bojangles, and where have you been, Triple M? Big Time Sucker updates, addressing a variety of opinions regarding last week's Riot Suck. Skip it if you're done with that discussion. Don't miss it if you want to hear so many different, interesting perspectives on a complex issue that will continue to be talked about in society for a very long time. Excited to get to that. Next week, the updates will return to their normal balance of messages ranging from extra info, things I missed, things I messed up, to Cummins Law victims. Time Sucks a 4-year anniversary tee in the store today at badmagicmerch.com, commemorating the strange 2020 Summer of the Stash.
I should make some designs. I should work on that Deathclaw mommy.
Out my new shows, Is We Done?
Oh,
and
right.
Also
I also got to work on
Beats.
Kaz's thing.
Little quick hits of
Working on
interesting
Kaz's
inspirational
thing
topics,
tonight.
Monday through Friday.
That's right.
That's it. Quick announcement.
That's right.
Let's get into some
Kaz's
very
thing. Don't
exciting,
put that near that
chapter of
rabbit
history
because he's a nibbler.
right now.
I know him. He is a nibbler, and he knows he's a nibbler. He's a fucking nibbler.
Fiction in a story like that of Alexander the Great's not easy. In some instances, not even possible.
He is a nibbler.
How do we tell the history of Alexander's life, pulling apart the myths and legends and reconstructing an accurate narrative? Well, we don't. Thanks for listening, everybody.
I know people will probably be in everybody else's stream and stuff like that. I don't care.
Come on, JK.
That is not
we do our best.
the reason why I do this.
Accurate sources known to exist.
No.
The bulk of the
Oh,
ancient
wait,
narratives
Airbrush.
about
I don't
Alexander's
want
life
you.
were written between 30 BCE
I will never
and the
want
3rd
you.
century CE, hundreds of years after his death in 323 BCE. Long time for the telephone game to be played. Long time for the proverbial fishing tail to go from catching like a 8-inch, 2-pound rainbow trout to hooking a trout that didn't hop into the net. It stood up, walked out of the fucking lake, spit the hook in your face, slapped you off the dock before throwing a 6-foot, 250-pound fish frame back into the water.
Let's
the earliest
turn
known
that
proper
down to
biographical account
right
of Alexander's life
down.
was written by the Greek historian Diodorus, died in 30 BCE. In his account, like a lot of accounts, I mean, there's probably a decent amount of exaggeration. They wanted to make him look even greater than he was. We also have histories written by other historians,
I gotta make sure
Roman
that
historians who did this
real estate.
It is. How do I sound, General? I need to make sure that my sound is okay and that you can hear the radio while also hearing me. Hope you're doing well, General. Happy New
Also, these
Year.
narratives were mingled with the propaganda of various Greek and Roman states ruled by emperors that would use Alexander's image to cement their own power. So they would be particularly biased. The authors had an obvious agenda to make Alexander's exploits, bigger and better. Their empire's
How are
rulers
you,
wanted to hitch their
General?
wagon
Hope
to the
you
brightest
have a
star in
wonderful
history.
one. Hope
They
you've
wanted
been
to
doing
please their
good.
rulers to increase the odds that their heads remained on their necks. The better Alexander
If
looked,
you're like, I will play the sound and then head on out. I totally understand too.
3 Greek historians, Arian, Plutarch,
It's all
Diodorus,
good.
and 2 Roman historians, Quintus, Curtius Rufus, and Justin. And these men didn't just write about a man; they wrote about a god. Alexander is remembered as a man whose shit literally didn't stink by Plutarch, who reported that a most agreeable odor exuded from Alexander's skin, and that his breath and body all over was so fragrant as to perfume the clothes which he wore. Oh boy. Maybe he didn't say his literal shit didn't stink, but he might as well have. In addition to these 5 main sources, there is the Met's Epitome, a late Latin work with an anonymous author that narrates Alexander's campaigns from Hyrcania, India. No one knows exactly when it was written. I mean, I know for sure it wasn't written in 1989. I do know that. I know it was not written in like May of 2003, but I don't know exactly when. We know it was written a long time ago. It's not exactly. In order to get a more accurate picture of Alexander, later historians began to interpret sources not just for his successors and fans, but also from the lands of the people he conquered. These accounts help provide a bit of balance to Alexander's exploits. Still, most of the info we'll be sharing does come from the pro-Alexander crowd. So working with that knowledge, let's do our best to get to know Alexander. Just who was this godlike meat sack? Plutarch, who we'll hear a lot from in this episode, the Greek historian who died in 119 CE, describes Alexander's appearance as the outward appearance of Alexander is best represented by these statues of him, which Lysippos made, and it was by this artist alone that Alexander himself thought it fit that he should be modeled.
Right.
For those peculiarities which many of his successors and friends afterwards tried to imitate, namely the poise of the neck, which was bent slightly to the left, and the melting glance of his eyes, this artist accurately observed. Apelles, however, in painting him as a wielder of the thunderbolt, did not reproduce his complexion, but made it too dark and swarthy. Whereas he was of a fair color, as they say, and his fairness passed into ruddiness on his breast particularly, and in his face. Ancient authors recorded that Alexander was so pleased with portraits of himself created by Lysippos that he forbade any other sculptors from crafting his image. I get it. Makes sense, you know? One sculptor was creating statues of me that were all tall and regal with like washboard abs and broad shoulders and a chiseled jaw and a full head of hair, a thick-ass stash or a beard, depending on the time of year. Big old granite dip pointing towards the heavens.
Hope you're doing well.
While some other fucker
Hope you're doing
was painting me all
okay.
slouched over with a receding hairline, a little baby chin, with a fat shame gut, and little chicken legs topped off by a little sad boy micro-peen-ween, drooping down towards the dirt. I'm going to hire old chisel jaw Rockhawk all day long. That other dude can go work on getting gravel ready to pour atop the road I've just traveled upon to return home victorious, fresh from another conquest. Spartans, prepare for glory.
Hope
Alexander
you're doing good.
I know that. I just can't get quotes from Zack Snyder's 2006 movie 300 out of my head this week. Kept thinking about working on the research. Great movie, by the way, if you like a stylized period piece action flick. Lindsay loved all the muscled, six-pack dudes swinging their swords around. She would throw in a Hail Lucifina if she were here. Another description reported that Alexander exhibited heterochromia, a condition in which your eyes are each a different color.
Okay.
One of his eyes was
Give
dark,
you a sec.
the other was light.
Totally understand.
British historian Peter Green provides a less than glowing description of Alexander's appearance. Based on a thorough review of statues, coins, and descriptions from some ancient documents, he wrote, physically, Alexander was not prepossessing. Even by Macedonian standards, he was very short, though stocky and tough. His beard was scanty, and he stood out against his hirsute Macedonian barons by going clean-shaven. His neck was in some way twisted, so that he appeared to be gazing upward at an angle. His eyes, one blue, one brown, revealed a dewy feminine quality. He had a high complexion and a harsh voice. Okay, not the most flattering description. Used a lot of big academic terms. I had to look up a few to get a handle on what he was saying, to acknowledge that while the dude had some muscles, he was basically a short, pink-faced, effeminate-looking fellow with a wispy beard if he tried to grow one, and an annoying voice. Overall, the Macedonians were a big people, thanks largely to their land's plentiful meat and grain. The men were tall, robust, and dark-skinned. They had thick, cropped hair and wore beards. Most of the men looked like that, not Alexander. He was at best average height, perhaps only 5'2", His hair was blonde and tousled. It was said that he wore it long to resemble a lion's mane. To go back to Alexander biographer Peter Green again, apparently Alex's teeth were sharply pointed, quote, like pegs. And his voice, in addition to being harsh, was high-pitched. And he was, quote, given to scurrying about in a fast and nervous manner. What the shit? Alexander would for sure have Peter Green killed if he could. Good God, this guy's not painting a picture of a badass warrior king. Apparently, Alexander was a short, pink-faced, effeminate-looking, wispy-bearded dude with an annoying, high-pitched voice, with sharp little peg fangs, who was fond of scurrying. Sounds like more like some kind of gremlin than a conqueror. It is I, Alexander! Bow before me! Bow lower! Servant! Bring me an apple box to stand on so I can tower above my kneeling conquered subjects! No wonder Alex became such a great conqueror. Probably had a huge chip on his shoulder. Bit of a Napoleon complex. What kind of person was Alexander? Like many, if not most of us, if not really all of us, almost all of us, he was complicated. Some of his strongest personality traits mirrored those of his parents. His mother, as you'll soon learn, was incredibly ambitious. She instilled a sense in Alexander of being destined for greatness. She got that tiny peg-fanged helium-voiced gremlin of hers to believe in himself. Probably not an easy task. Plutarch wrote how Alexander's ambition kept his spirit serious and lofty in advance of his years. Alexander also watched his father, a king who was a giant badass in his own right, lead successful military campaigns year after year. This was highly influential in his development. He watched his dad win over and over again and basically ignore serious battle wounds. His dad was ambitious, successful, tough as shit. Alexander had his work cut out for him if he wanted to one-up his dad, which he did since he was super competitive. Alex and his dad came from a long line of rulers, the Argead dynasty, the bloodline that went back half a millennium to the initial founding of the Greek state of Macedonia in roughly 800 BCE. Alexander's lineage reminds me of the ancestry of one of the other great conquerors we've covered, perhaps the greatest, Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan also born to a ruler who was the son of another ruler, noted rulers. Not born to a lineage as long and as accomplished as Alexander's, but Genghis's father and grandfather were respected and powerful chiefs. I don't know what the percentage is of how many really successful people were raised by other successful people in the same line of work, but it feels like it's got to be pretty high, which would make sense. Now, I would think it would be a little easier for you to figure out how to become a successful conqueror and leader if your dad was already a successful conqueror and leader. Just like it would be a little easier to become successful in real estate or construction or in running a restaurant if you were raised by someone who not only also did those things, but did them very, very well. You're essentially born into an apprenticeship that begins at birth. If you're interested in jumping into the family business, you get to learn by watching as soon as your brain is able to absorb that type of knowledge. Alexander's father helped immensely in regards to pushing Alexander to becoming the greatest conqueror the world has ever seen. As I said, Alex wanted to outdo his father, and his dad was a living legend. His dad was the most ambitious and powerful and successful conquering king Macedonia had ever seen prior to his son. Alexander's relationship with his dad was complex. At times, he openly worried that his successful father would leave him no great or brilliant achievement to be displayed to the world, while at other times he downplayed his father's successes to his buddies and often acted like essentially that his dad was overrated. According to Plutarch, some of Alexander's other traits were a violent temper and a rash, impulsive nature. Also, during the last few years of Alexander's life, he began to exhibit signs of megalomania and paranoia. Not surprised. I don't think a calm, stable person full of a lot of inner peace and a sunny disposition sets out to bring the world to its fucking knees, to bend nations to their will. Right? I'd be shocked to hear him described as being a super laid-back dude who just hoped he'd be an okay king, make people happy. Alexander was also stubborn, didn't respond well to orders from anyone, including his father, the king. But complicated and mercurial as he was, he also could be open to reasoned debate, a calmer side, a side that was perceptive, logical, and calculating. He was very intelligent, very well educated. He was also, and I think this may have been the trait that allowed him to be successful in battle more than any other single trait, intensely curious about the world. Hail Nimrod. He had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. He especially loved philosophy, was an avid reader. And this curiosity combined with a solid natural intellect, it gave him the ability to outsmart his opponents, to understand warfare in an intellectual way. Not all of his opponents were able to grasp. His knowledge of philosophy allowed him to understand his troops and get them to fight harder for him than they might for a lesser leader. He understood human nature and knew how to manipulate it. He also, according to some historians, apparently showed great self-restraint when it came to pleasures of the body, although he may have had some issues with alcohol from time to time. I read this as He didn't spend all his time chasing his dick, which aided him in a quest for greatness. And this also must have went a long ways in helping him to achieve greatness. I can't tell you how many other comics I've worked with over the years who complain all the time about their career not being where they want it to be, and then they just try and get laid all the time instead of actually working on their craft. Like not chasing your dick all the time and actually be really good for your ambitious pursuits. Now let's see what kind of world Alexander would operate in. I shouldn't be unfair to the ladies there. Not chasing your push all the time. Also another way to, focus on your ambitions. Unsurprisingly, why don't people say that more? Oh, look at her just chasing her puss around. We got to get that term out there, that little phrase out there. Well, if you stop chasing your puss around, Becky, maybe you'd fucking get that raise you wanted. Unsurprisingly, the world looked very different in Alexander's time than it does now. For starters, there weren't nearly as many Starbucks. It was impossible to find a good taco truck or pick up strong Wi-Fi signal so you could stream some sweet shows. On 356 BCE, when Alexander was born, Greece was not a unified nation, but rather a loose collection of kingdoms and city-states, each of which had their own patron deity, social structure, currency, and government. Macedonia was a kingdom on the northern edge of this collection. The Macedonians spoke Greek, but I don't want to say barely, but they spoke like a hillbilly dialect. They spoke a regional dialect that would have taken a second from someone from like Athens or Sparta to understand them. I think about it like technically I speak the same language as someone down in Louisiana who has a thick Cajun accent. But it takes me a bit to figure out what the fuck they're talking about. And I know most people down there on the bayou, not Cajun, by the way. And some people who are Cajun don't have that thick, but you know what I'm talking about. If you're from there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You run into that real thick Cajun, like, wait, what? Are you sure that's English? And the Macedonians, they were
I'm
considered
100% sure a lot of Cajun is not English.
Like Athens and Thebes.
A lot of times it's just BS being spat at your face.
People on the edge of being barbarians. But
you know what?
They were still considered Greek, bonded by
I know
common
people
tongue,
in Alabama.
gods,
there are
crazy
some
gods.
people in
Check out
Alabama.
stuff,
I'd be like,
to learn more about Greece's crazy gods.
Maybe you need to go back to English class.
By the time
I don't think that was English
because his dad had kicked the shit out of a lot of the other Greek people. Alexander was born into a world full of fighting. The city-states and kingdoms of Greece around him, sometimes they allied with each other, sometimes they fought, they disagreed on a lot with each other. One of the things they didn't disagree on was a dislike of any foreigners who did not speak Greek. People referred to as barbarians. For the Greeks, there were the kingdoms of Greece, and then there was the rest of the world, and the rest of the world wasn't shit. It was barbaric. The Greeks had more culture than most of the world at the time. They knew it, and they were pretty arrogant about it. Greek culture at this time encompassed every aspect of civilization, from literature to philosophy, science, architecture, the arts, mathematics, astronomy, law, medicine, war, and so on. The Greeks were proud of their intellectual achievements, and they looked down on non-Greeks, especially the Persians. They really hated their Persian neighbors who they'd been fighting for centuries. Good old tribalism. We meat sacks still love to root for a team, for a race or a nation, love to tell ourselves that we're the best, whether it's true or not. A quality that seems to be hardwired into our human DNA. Alexander was born at the perfect time for a Macedonian military mastermind to make a name for themselves. The rest of the hoity-toity, uppity Greeks down south who had long looked down on the Macedonians weren't doing as well as they had been in centuries past. Their resources had recently been exhausted from the Peloponnesian War, fought from 431 to 404 BCE between Athens and Sparta, and various allies joining in on each side. Most Greek city-states were divided and depleted, and this set the stage for a takeover by Jon Snow in the Night's Watch. Wait, no. Tell to a modern show here. Nothing to do with Alexander. This is not Game of Thrones. This is the Macedonians, and their leaders were gaining strength and consolidating their power. Let's describe how Macedonia fit with the rest of Greece in a little more detail here. The Macedonian kingdom had emerged at the dawn of the 7th century BCE, located in the northeast of the Greek peninsula, just north of Greece proper. The people of Macedon were not thought to have had any culture by the rest of Greece. They were seen as a land good mostly for raw materials and for little else. Greece at the time was divided into 3 broad regions: the coastal plain, open to cultural influences from the wider world, and several Greek-style cities had emerged around the coastline of the Aegean Sea, such as Athens and Rhodes. Inside of these was a fertile plain where cities like Thebes and Sparta flourished.
Board.
Beyond this plain was a mountainous region. Here, Macedonian
How are you two? I'm doing good. I thought General was still here, but I guess he's gone.
From whence the warlike Paeonians, Thracians,
but it's totally fine.
Repeatedly raided them. The Thracians, they had some tough-ass dudes. Spartacus, most famous Roman gladiator of them all, he was a Thracian. Are you not entertained?
It's totally fine. I don't even know what Floopy Snow is doing because she hasn't said anything to me, but my thought is that she is just is waking up or something like that, because she's in another country
5th century BCE,
and she's just waking up and she has me in the background.
And it would lead to Alexander being raised to hate Macedonia's foreign oppressors, the Persians.
She's just like, I'll have him in the background.
During the 4th
It's
century,
okay.
Macedonia began to develop,
Which is very sweet of her. She doesn't have to, but thank you.
And city-states to be a unified kingdom, and by 400 or so BCE again.
Hello, I'm gay. See, she's got me in the background. She's fine.
Macedonia was now
poised
to be the most powerful kingdom in the ancient world.
It's okay.
It was a time of
thank you, Floofy Snow. You're fine. You're fine. He was just saying, hey.
Alexander would be born into the perfect kingdom and at the perfect time to give his brilliant military mind a chance to shine.
Burns
Let's learn more about this perfect place and time and about how his daddy set the stage for his conquering by diving into today's Be glad we are no longer living in a world full of so much sort of blood. Time suck.
Wait.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
How do I know Camps? How do I know Camp? Grizzly. Grizzly is on.
BCE. Alexander's father, King Philip II of Macedonia, and his mother, Olympias, are married. Olympias will be one of 7 of Philip's wives by the time Alexander is born. And Olympias was not born in Macedonia. She was born in the kingdom
Life happens. It does.
Pyrrhus.
Which I do have to say, Happy New Year, board.
Caused some problems for Alexander when it came to royal succession.
Happy New Year.
Several times his throne would be taken away from him before he had the chance to sit on it. And gross, because she was not a Macedonian, and that meant something to Macedonian people. I couldn't tell a Macedonian from a Molossian, the tribe based in Epirus, if my life depended on it. But people living in Macedonia could. They didn't like it. Olympias was the daughter of Neapolitamus, the first king of the Molossians, and Epirus lay to the west of Macedon and slightly south. The Molossian ruling dynasty claimed to be descended from
like Santa from
Molossus,
the SpongeBob.
one of the 3 sons of
the Santa from the SpongeBob, where he's like, Merry Christmas, Squidward!
Neoptolemus is what I said there. Classic ancient Greek shit, right? Trace your lineage to a hero or a god or both. Alexander would take his name from his Molossian uncle, king of Epirus, during the first few years of his reign and several years before it. Alexander I. Dude's mom may not have been Macedonian, but he did have the blood of kings in his veins on both sides of the family tree. And when he was born, the kingdom of Epirus was nearly as powerful as the kingdom of Macedonia. Wasn't some little shithole. So that's his mom, daughter of the king of the neighboring states, and his father, king of the
some
state
stuff for Fallout 4 and play it for my own personal means. And
history remembers now, Philip is primarily Alexander's father.
I found a Deathclaw mod that I was like, oh yeah, I'm down for that.
Would share his leadership skills with his son.
There's just not enough furry mods, and all of them are kind of lame.
Began with Philip.
You know what I mean?
Philip molded an ineffective,
kind of babyish, lame,
efficient military force.
Is it safe for work? I mean,
territories around
they're all clothed,
as well as
but
subjugating most of Greece.
Like it's
Macedonia occupied
making a Deathclaw race.
Unlike many Greek states, Macedonia, like Epirus, was a monarchy. This made
they're
Macedonia
all
seem
kind of shitty mods for furries.
Democracy-loving Greeks, like the people of Athens. The
They're
royal
all
family
like, oh, you get to change your Pip-Boy background to this, and it's like that.
Son of Zeus himself,
that's not.
God of the sky, lightning,
it's not a fucking. That's not a mod.
That's son of the king and queen of the Titans.
Just you plastering somebody else's artwork or your own. It's not a mod. That's a
his older brother.
That's a screen. That's a screen thing. I don't know what to call it. That's garbage. To me, that's garbage.
No.
To everyone else, that's also garbage.
Fighting the Illyrians along the northern Macedonian border, since the oldest Argead brother Alexander II was also dead. Philip was made regent for his nephew.
Blowfly race mod, and now that would be interesting. Where
taking the kingdom for himself,
the fucking Commonwealth or the beast of the of all the Commonwealths, because there is more than one Commonwealth.
Exposed to Greek culture.
Because that is the lore of Fallout. There is more than one Commonwealth. I live in the Southern Commonwealth. That was a joke. I know.
There he both learned
I know it was, but I don't care.
Came to resent the
I would be
Greek city-states like Thebes
intrigued
and Athens,
by
pushing
all
everyone
these
else around.
different
So his first move when he ascended to the throne at
creatures
23 in
learning
359
English.
BCE was to transform the
I
formerly
pictured the
ragtag
blowfly with the
Macedonian
cowboy
army
hat
into a
and a gun and said,
well-oiled fighting machine
yes.
who would fuck up those
I
Southerns.
thought of it, and I was
His
like,
major
yes,
enemies were the Illyrians,
blowflyers
who
are
would eventually
fucking
defeat in
bastards.
359
Give him a
BCE,
gun, a
and the
handgun.
Athenians,
Oh
who
man,
had access
it's
to gold
gotten
and silver
worse.
mines, and who also briefly claimed the Macedonian throne. After his ascension to the throne, while much of Greece to the south was embroiled in a series of civil wars,
I was talking to my
Philip had
coworker
time to
today,
develop his initial,
and
comparatively weak army into a proper fighting
I
force.
told
He
him
more
I
than
was playing the
doubled its size
Pathfinder
from
game.
10,000
He's
troops
like,
to
how much are
24,000,
you
grew its
enjoying
cavalry
it?
from 600
Would you
to
recommend it?
3,500. He created a
All
corps
I
of
said
engineers to
was,
develop siege
I have
weaponry,
played
namely towers and catapults.
22
He provided uniforms
hours
that required,
of that game.
required an oath of allegiance to the king in a way that was new in Macedonia.
Oh man,
Previously,
I would
each
love
soldier might have
different
felt
soup.
himself
I
aligned
would
to his
love
hometown
different mutant
province, but
races
Philip made sure that
because like
everyone he
super
recruited
mutants,
into his army
they're
felt
just
allegiance
orcs.
only to him.
They're just
Next, he
orcs.
restructured the traditional Greek phalanx, the traditional ancient Greek fighting unit, right? Group of heavily armed infantry formed in ranks and files close and deep, with shields joined.
Which, by the way,
long
if you guys
spears
hear
overlapping
booming in the
formation at the time
background,
that were 8
that
men
is
deep, moving
fireworks.
as a unit. And again, I think of the 300.
Because you know,
Tonight, we dine in hell. Gerard Butler fucking killed that shit, King Leonidas, battling the Persians like none had battled them before. The real Leonidas died about 125 years before Alexander was born, so he surely knew of him in his mythic fight as the leader of the 300 Spartans who died during the Second Persian War, defending a pass from the hated Persian army. Anyways, Philip restructured the traditional Greek phalanx, deciding to provide each individual unit with its own commander, which allowed for better communication. He also changed the principal phalanx weaponry from hoplite spears to the sarissa, an 18 to 20 foot long pike, a weapon that could easily reach over the much shorter spears of the opposition's
nuke-resistant
hoplites.
orcs.
In military lingo,
Yeah,
this allowed
that's what
his
they
men
are.
to give extra pokey bad herbs.
Now,
enemy soldiers
personally,
before
I
taking
would
too
just
many
like different
uchi-no-nos
mutants,
and crying
like
and dying,
maybe a
or
mutant
something like
that
In addition to being
that
provided with sarissas,
like I would
aka
think,
sarissa pikes,
and this is just
soldiers were given new and improved
a
helmets,
thought,
a redesigned
is that
shield,
the
a smaller
fucking
double-edged
cult
sword called a
in
zyphos,
the game
for
series,
hand-to-hand combat.
the
After
Children
his
of Adam,
reorganization of the army,
would
he
have
remade
gotten
the capital
enough
city of Pella,
FEV
poets,
and
writers,
enough radiation
philosophers,
to
get some culture up in
mutate,
that
but
shit.
because
Suck it,
they're
Athens.
because they
We
have a
poets
connection
now as
to
well, you
the
snooty
atom,
fucks.
they
To
could
assure that his
actually
neighbors would
morph
not
their
attack him, he
bodies
invited
into
their
something
sons to Pella.
more of
Smart. Who wants to
advantageous.
attack the
My
city their
thought
son is
process
studying in?
is that
That little move not
they would
new to Philip, it was a
have
well-established move in the ancient world,
basically
right? You have sons would travel to other countries ostensibly
like
to be quote educated, but also
something
to serve
like
as hostages
this.
to maintain peaceful relations between countries. So of course Philip knew about this. It had happened to him when he was younger. In 357 BC,
So they
Philip
would be
captured the Athenian
mutants that look a
colonies
lot like
at,
this, which is very interesting
acquiring
that
gold and silver
they
mines, returned
in
the
the
mines to the city-state
Children of
temporarily,
Adam,
only to recapture them later.
they
From there,
don't
Philip seized northern
consider
Greek cities of
they don't really have ghouls.
Potidia and Pydna in 356 BCE. In
And
352
in the
BCE, the
lore,
Macedonian army
it's
paired up
considered
with the
that
Thessalian cavalry
becoming a
to
ghoul is
crush the
bad.
Phocians and their
Like,
commander Marcus
you
at
have
the
been
Battle of Crocus
burnt.
Field.
You have been
The Phocians
decided
were
by
allies of
Adam.
Sparta and
You were
Athens.
burnt.
Athens waged a war constantly against Macedonia until 346 BCE as well.
Like they
Fighting
kind of
yourself
would
up the
look like
mines.
this.
This constant
This
warfare
is
weakened
this
the
is
southern
just a
Greek
thought
city-states,
process.
fighting too many people too often.
I have a
And
ghoul.
Philip was able to
I
capture
have
the
a
cities
super
of
mutant.
Phrenides in
Undead
355
super
BCE, which
orc.
he renamed
A
Philippi.
ghoul super mutant.
Methone in 354 BCE, which he razed to the ground.
That
And
might
Olympus
actually be
in
pretty cool too.
348
I
BCE.
was thinking
Expanded Macedonia's
that
hold on Greece to a
I would
level
make
never before seen, a
a
project his son would continue beyond anyone's
a
wildest
game
dreams.
set in
Philip
not a
didn't escape
game
these
but
battles without
like
some
a game
serious personal
setting.
scars.
Like what would it
Lost one of
be?
his
Not
eyes,
a not a
broke his
mod
shoulder
because
never
I'm not
fully healed,
about to
right?
waste my fucking
Also
time
ended
with
up
that.
with a
That's a
crippled leg
lot of fucking
before he
work
finally
for
died.
not a lot
And think
of
about how
payoff.
much injuries sucked back then.
And like working, I'd
he
have to
probably got
work with
injured
a
way more
huge
often
fucking
because
massive
there was so much
team as
casual
well.
violence back then. And
It's
if you're
a
actually
lot of
fighting in
work,
battle, if you're a soldier,
and
it's
I for what I
hand-to-hand
want
combat.
for
You're
New
definitely picking up
Orleans.
wounds.
Because
There are
what
no
I'd call
surgeons
it
to fix you.
would
No
be
opioids,
Old
numb pain,
Orleans.
no physical therapist, give you a little rehab. No
I
chiropractors,
would
no
call
yoga
it
instructors.
either
I mean, there were
Old
ancient Greek
Orleans
surgeons,
or
right? The famous
the
Greek
Big
doctor,
Easy.
Hippocrates lived at that time, roughly at the same time as Philip. But while
Fallout
they
Big
could set
Easy.
like a basic broken bone,
Not
they had a very
necessarily a
crude
huge
understanding of
team. Some of
anatomy
those
compared to
mods
today.
are made by
You weren't gonna
just
get any
one or two
pins
people.
inserted
Yeah,
from
but I
complex
also
fracture. You weren't
have
getting
other
antibiotics.
things in my
Shit
life
got
to
infected.
do.
It's terrible.
Like I just couldn't.
Despite his body getting all fucked up, Philip found the time to get married 7 times.
Like I get it. I 100%. Those bastards are amazing. Those
how Philip and Olympius met. The most widely
accepted story is that they met on. No, I get it. I know you're just being like, oh yeah, I'm just telling you, letting you know.
Troy. I kept getting distracted.
Some of those people are mad people, and I am fine.
Is that a beautiful country?
But like
that island of
my thought process is that this is years after, and slowly the United States is coming back, and New Orleans is literally one of the few places that the United States is not coming back to.
He fell passionately in love with her, and although
he was only a new government is being set up through the new California Republic,
she wasn't something like
and now is being called the new Union.
Kings to marry more than once, especially because many of the marriages were for alliances. Olympius was Philip's second wife. At the time of their marriage, Olympius was about 18.
And some of those old things from Fallout
both eyes, decent shoulder,
2, so like talking death claws and everything like that, they come back because they've had a generation, they've had time to mate and repopulate.
On the night before they were to be locked into the bridal chamber together, the bride had a dream.
And then the children of Adam become a fucking problem because nobody's done anything with them. Like no one, everybody is just like, we just leave them alone. They're crazy cultists.
He was pressing a seal on his wife's womb, and the emblem on the seal was the figure of a lion.
In Old Orleans or the Big Easy, there would be the on the 2 Mile Bridge. It would be the city of heaven.
That story to make people think that their son was just mighty as shit.
Owned and controlled by the king.
Since he was already married. And when he married her, he would then
the
get
king
married,
of Mardi Gras.
After her, guessing, Lindsay would be a little annoyed with me. I brought a wife to the table and then just kept getting more wives. Guessing. Philip, it appeared, ended up getting creeped out by his young wife, who was a devotee to the cult of Dionysus, god of wine, fertility, and drama. He's rumored to have stopped visiting her bedchamber after he stumbled into her room one night and claims he saw Olympius, quote, sleeping with snakes. As in literally having snakes in the bed, possibly having sex with them somehow. Not sure this happened. I'm going to say didn't happen. Seems like some myth building. Part of Alexander's legend is that he was the son of Zeus. That would become his legend. What did Zeus like to do? As we learned that the Greek god sucked, he liked to take the form of various animals. And then in that animal form, he liked to have sex with human women and impregnate them, which seems really fucking creepy and unnecessary.
What are you talking about?
Like he could have just taken the form of a regular dude.
Oh,
a handsome dude.
That's what you were. You know, that's
Maybe
also
he was super
fun.
Kinky. Maybe he just wanted to get some of that snake
is
on
also
lady action.
fun.
How does that work anyway? I can't recall prior to what I'm about to say ever seen a snake's dick.
But that's not the only thing that's out there.
Snakes even have dicks? And it led to me finding out that snakes do have dicks. They have 2 dicks.
But
they have 2 penises called hemipenes. Super creepy looking. The little weens look even more disturbing than you probably
what I remember of Fallout is that in Fallout 2,
there's also a picture of a dude.
There's a lot of things you could do.
Directly in front of what looks like a large boa constrictor's head, which seems like a terrible idea. Maybe not the best way to impress your friends. Maybe not the best kink to have. Seems dangerous. And I'm done now.
And it's just so much fun.
Just trying to say, I think the story
I just
of
love the lore of Fallout. I just wish Bethesda wasn't garbage. I remember getting mowed down because I picked up that one trait. There was so much cool.
Proper name was Alexander III of Macedon.
Nice.
Why the third? Because he had 2 uncles named Alexander. His mom's bro, Alexander I, and his dad's bro, Alexander II. His family went real heavy on the name Alexander. As custom for someone who would go down as a hero in the ancient world, his birth was heralded by a bunch of heavenly signs. At the time of Alexander's birth, Philip was away in battle at Potidaea. Just after he took the city, he received 3 messages. The first, that Parmenio, his general, had defeated the Illyrians in a great battle. 2, his racehorse had won at the Olympic Games. And 3, his wife had given birth to Alexander. And Philip interpreted all this happening at the same time as an obvious omen that meant his son would clearly become an invincible conqueror. I get it. My son Kyler is also destined for greatness. A lot of omens. On January 9th, 2006, date of his birth, skateboard legend Tony Hawk got married in Fiji. And not done. Bald eagle flew high that day in the air and screeched. And still not done, there were some wolves somewhere howling and stuff. So pretty fucking cool.
Pretty fucking
My daughter
cool.
Monroe was born on January 12, 2008. Johnny Grant, former honorary mayor of Hollywood, showbiz, he died. How can that be a coincidence? And pretty sure bald eagle screeched again, and some wolves were around, somewhere. You get it? Yeah, coincidence? Or symbols of destinies of great import. There were other great signs and wonders associated with Alexander's birth, including a bright star gleaming over Macedonia that night, and miraculous destruction of the temple of Artemis at Ephesus. According to Plutarch, all the Eastern soothsayers who happened to be at Ephesus looked at the ruin of the temple, ran around town beating their faces, literally beating them, crying that the day had brought forth something that would be fatal and destructive to all of Asia. I'm going to say bullshit, but okay, that was written. Pretty cool. I also noticed that Plutarch didn't say anything about eagles or wolves, so yeah, maybe my stuff's cooler. After Alexander's arrival, his mother's primary objective in life
there
was
was
to make
so
him
much
king.
gore and so much law.
Olympius doted on young Alexander, telling him
I personally, I love the Fallout series so much, and it's very sad that it's
sometimes she took him aside,
connected to
whispered in his
such
ear,
garbage.
Stuff like, "Your real dad is Zeus. Don't tell your friends. Yeah. Zeus, he snake fucked me. He snake fucked me. That's how you got here. Keep quiet about it." The Zeus stuff probably added years after his death.
But
most of it,
maybe the fans can fix a lot of it.
Did claim descent from Achilles,
stuff like that. I mean,
that also
in all honesty, like if the fans can fix it, like
young Alexander,
I'm totally fine with it.
He was descended from heroes, from gods. I wonder if it's too late to tell my kids that Batman is their real dad. Alexander believed these stories so much he carried Homer's Iliad around wherever he went, inspired by tales of mythic bravery. And on a serious note, in addition to his father setting the stage for future conquering by being a great conqueror himself, his mother also played a huge role.
Thank you, Big Battle. If you need to go to bed, man.
The blood of heroes flowed through his veins. The blood of gods.
If you need to go to bed, man.
Not a terrible parenting model.
I feel it may have been less than Star Wars with the way Disney handled it. However, good grief, yeah.
They are destined, or at least worthy of greatness. As far as Alexander's childhood, we don't know a lot of specific details and important dates. Not a lot of recorded information about his youth, aside from several tales.
I know so many people who got banned by Bethesda for having traded for ammo or not, or having too much ammo. Yeah, Bethesda is rant, but also it's like EA all over again.
Ancestor of Cleopatra, founder of the
it's just EA all over again, just with another skin sometimes. That's what it feels like.
He's friends
also love their games so much. It's not fair. Like Elder Scrolls Online, very fun game.
And shared all
fucking
of his secrets.
Lots of fucking
games.
games.
Become generals in Alexander's army. So pretty cool. Kicking ass and conquering the world with your childhood buddies. Callisthenes, another friend, was Aristotle's great nephew and came to the Macedonian court with the philosopher, and he would become Alexander's official historian as he set about conquering Asia. He wrote an account of Alexander's expedition up to the time of his own execution. Sadly, that work and all of his other works have perished. His account of Alexander's expedition was preserved long enough to be mined as a direct or indirect source.
Part of that is because Activision, EA, and other companies are just wallets. In a sense, they eat each other, eat other companies, but
so maybe not
by creating unrealistic and entangling goals that tank the IP so
Alexander, like these other
they can acquire it.
Was taught to fight and ride, even got some experience enduring hardships like forced marches.
Bethesda has done that too. They have puppet companies do a lot of these takedowns so they can look cleaner.
One of his generals and a man who would become a Thracian king.
It's fucking terrible. I mean,
most of his life was spent on military endeavors.
2K games, a few other Nordic and stuff like that. Like,
heir to his father's throne.
I mean, I still agree with Jim Sterling. Fuck Bobby Kotick.
Philip Jr.'s mom was a commoner.
I agree, 100%. Fuck Bobby Kotick. Like. And people still are like, oh yeah, this. It's like, no, fuck these massive. Like, I'm 100% for corporate America when it's not fucking people over and doing harm.
by Olympians.
No.
Thanks, Mom.
Not our good friends at EA and 2K and all those other garbage companies. Fuck Bobby Kotick.
Even with Philip Jr. gone, Olympias didn't still feel 100% secure in her son's claim for the crown. Because she was from neighboring Epirus, the king was pressured to marry a true Macedonian and provide the country with a more pure-blooded heir. This will cause a big stir in Greek politics down the line. Sometime in 346 BC, at the age of 9 or 10, Alexander would get a horse that, like him, would become famous. Bucephalus, one of the most famous horses
it's
in
fucking
history.
terrible.
Not a lot of famous horses. Other than old Bucephalus, I can only think of
Monolith as well.
Mr.
Yeah, and then what is that game?
In history because the story of their first encounter would become legendary.
What is that game called?
Initially, Bucephalus was brought to Macedon and presented to King Philip. The horse was expensive. It stood taller than a normal Macedonian horse and looked like a prize
Wasteland.
stallion,
That's what it's called.
It appeared to be
People
too
have made
wild
Wasteland.
to ride.
Let me look.
Bucephalus reared up against anyone who tried to ride him, so Philip ordered that the
Bullfrog
horse be
Studios
sent away.
IRC is another one.
According to either
Yay,
Plutarch
finally I got
maybe just
a
according to
signal
me,
sound.
Philip said,
Houston.
"No, thank you. I'm a king, not a fucking rodeo clown, you ass hat. Go turn that bucket and stomp an asshole into some glue."
Oh, hey.
Then, as the attendants tried to lead Bucephalus away, Alexander rose from his seat, shouting that the attendants
It's
were just
Wasteland
spineless,
3.
and he could take his
damn.
horse. According to Plutarch,
January
not according to
5th.
me,
Ah,
he will.
shit.
Alexander exclaimed, "What an excellent
fuck.
horse do they lose
Ah,
for
damn
want
it.
of address and boldness to manage him." And his father Philip replied, "Do you reproach those who are older than yourself, as if you were better able to manage him than they?" Alexander then declared that he'd pay for the horse if he was unable to tame him. And then amid wild laughter, Alexander approached the horse calmly. He had realized something the others hadn't, that the horse was simply too hot-blooded, too horny to ride. Easy, sarsaparilla. Whoa. Easy. So with a gentle hand, he grabbed the horse's supple penis and he began to truly tame a wild stallion the only way he knew how, by firmly, steadily, rhythmically jerking it off while also making solid, intense.
What does that come with? The digital deluxe edition come with? I hated that I don't know.
That never happened. No, he realized the horse was afraid of his own shadow. That's right. Okay. Turning Bucephalus toward the sun so his shadow was behind him, Alexander took the reins and mounted him. The laughter of the crowd turned to cheers as Alexander
what does
rode off.
digital
When
deluxe
Alexander
come
returned
with?
to the arena with Bucephalus,
I hate that
Philip
it
said,
doesn't
"Oh, my
tell
son,
me.
Look thee out a kingdom equal to and worthy of
Fuck
thyself.
you, Wasteland 3. Just tell me.
Macedonia is too little
Like
for thee."
that makes me way more annoyed than I should be.
Maybe more legend building. Yeah, maybe did.
Does
appear to be true.
Thank you for coming back in with Wasteland. General, hey man, happy new year. What is it?
In Syria and on into India. Around 343
the digital
BC,
deluxe edition of Wasteland.
The philosopher Aristotle, I've heard of him.
3.
And he'd hold this post for 7 years. Aristotle's teachings would have a large
Deluxe.
impact on Alexander, who would spread Aristotle's philosophy
Deluxe.
around the known world as he conquered new lands. Let's talk about Aristotle for a second. Ancient dude deserving
I
of the
don't
son
know
of
what
his
it
own
comes
someday.
with.
Aristotle was one of the founders of Western philosophy, along
Standard
with Socrates,
edition,
Plato.
deluxe edition
Plato was
includes
Aristotle's
Ranger
mentor,
Manual,
Socrates' Plato's
Colorado
mentor,
Collection.
Each one recording and reconsidering the teachings of the one who came before him. Aristotle was born in 384 BCE.
Digital lore
in
book,
Sagira,
digital
Greece, on the
novels,
border of
high-res
Macedonia,
wallpaper.
making him around
Okay,
40
so
at
it
the time
comes
he
with
took on his famous
nothing.
student.
Oh, okay,
Aristotle's
cool.
father was the physician to the
So
Macedonian
that comes
king.
with
He died
nothing,
when Aristotle was just 10
and
years
it's a
old, and
waste
Aristotle
of
was sent to
money.
Athens to
All right,
study at
cool.
Plato's academy.
Fucking
Aristotle
get it
thought
off
he
my
would
fucking
take over the
store.
academy after
$16.
Plato's
No,
Then when
I
the position
have
was
to
given
buy the
Plato's
Colorado
nephew,
collection.
Aristotle was like,
Damn
"Fuck
it.
that." He left Athens to
You
conduct
fucker.
experiments and study on his own.
I hate that when they don't just fucking tell you.
He was a philosopher. He also pioneered systematic scientific examination, literally every area of human knowledge, from biology and medicine to arts and cultures, and was known as the man who knew everything. Then later
Wasteland.
simply as
The turn-based game?
philosopher.
Yes. The turn-based game.
This dude
Yes,
was essentially seen by his
How have
peers
you
as the smartest
been,
man
Mass?
alive.
How have
Pretty
you
impressive title.
been?
I'm pretty sure I'm not even considered the smartest person in my own house, or possibly even in the top 3. There's only 4 of us. Maybe not even the top 4. Well, wait a minute. That's bad math. I have to be in the top 4 because I'm alive. I live there. I'm definitely smarter than Penny Pooper and Ginger Bell. Doodles can't even speak English. I can. Not always well, but, I get by. Aristotle, who held a low opinion of non-Greek barbarians,
They can't even speak English.
Specifically encouraged Alexander's conquest of their empires.
Buddy,
With most, if not all Greeks, Aristotle would have been brought up hearing stories of the Battle of Marathon of 490 BCE, the Persian invasion of 480 BCE, the Greek triumph over
I'm so
the Persian
sorry.
forces.
We have fireworks going off over here.
Plataea, there we go. Hatred of the Persians was baked deeply into Greek culture as the two had been rivals for centuries.
So I'm just drawing this black dragon and drawing this panel
so many things had to
specifically,
the world's
which
greatest military conqueror.
doesn't have none of these figures have
into the lineage of
big
kings. His mother constantly told him he was destined for amazing things.
Extensive features is what I'm trying to say, because I'm
that point.
You know, I'm
Aristotle
smart.
was philosophically pro-war on the grounds that it provided opportunity for greatness and the application
So
of
it
one's
should be easier to finish this page, but like these need actual fucking bodies.
And that this happiness could be realized by maintaining a virtuous life. By associating with virtuous comrades who sought the same ends, the soul was enriched and one's excellence sharpened and honed. And warfare provided many opportunities for an individual to expand upon and prove not only self-worth, but greatness. Okay, interesting way to look at that. To enrich yourself by literally butchering others. Not so enriching for those people, but whatever. Aristotle had such a profound impact on Alexander that Alexander would carry Aristotle's works with him on his campaigns and introduce his philosophy to the East when Alexander conquered the Persian Empire. Through Alexander, Aristotle's works were spread through the known world of the time, influencing other philosophies and, according to many historians, providing a foundation for the development of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim ideology and theology.
It's fine. Last night it was just filled with noise, firecrackers, karaoke, and little kids with toy trumpets that are extremely loud for a toy. That sounds painful and annoying. And by the way, thank you for coming in, General. I do appreciate you. Thank you for having enough signal to chill out with me. I hope your New Year's is going incredible and amazing and stupendous, because you've already made mine pretty amazing and incredible and stupendous by being here and being you.
And the strength of their character.
I know it's so easy for you
today, and I don't know, just people just weird and territorial. You know, so and so is not a true blank or
why
a
don't
real
people?
Blank.
Why don't you help Masleta with their aches? Request from Earl, who is too long. Sorry, Earl. No love without the glove.
Some because I was born in Riggins. My family goes several generations deep in Riggins on my mom's side. 3 generations on my dad's side. At least spent some time in Riggins.
I feel sometimes that thing feels sentient. I know it isn't, but it's very funny anyway.
They're a lot longer than I ever did. It'd still be considered an outsider, you know, because they didn't go to school there. They weren't born there. I don't know. The whole born and raised crowd. If that's your biggest badge of honor, it might be time to reevaluate your life. Alexander had to deal with this shit, and it helped motivate him to wage more war than he may have otherwise waged. He felt he had to remove any doubt that he wasn't worthy of his father's crown, and he did that by becoming the best in what his countrymen valued the most, war. When Alexander was only 16 in 340 BCE, Philip appointed him as regent of the kingdom, while Philip embarked on a foreign campaign. During his short time in charge, while one-eyed King Daddy was away getting some new battle scars, Alexander successfully quelled a Thracian rebellion in one of Macedonia's northern territories. And after his first military victory, he founded his first city, calling it Alexandropolis. No ego there. The location of this city, likely a small city, unknown, thought that a later Thracian raid may have wiped it from the map. When Philip returned home and learned of his young son's achievement, he was impressed. He was proud. From this point on, Papa Phil brought Alexander along on other important military expeditions. Alexander's first great military success, fighting alongside Dad, came at the Battle of Chaeronea in August of 338.
The body ache is from, okay, so my dad decided that we were going to go beach to sit on a long floaty to be pulled by a jet ski and get tossed around a lot. Fun, but Jesus, what is it tiring? The bot do be sus. The bot is sus. That is beyond sus.
Cavalry and 12,000 infantry, including 300 members of the Sacred Band, waited on the far right. Who was a Sacred Band, you may wonder? I wondered that. The Sacred Band was 150 pairs of male lovers chosen for being elite fighters. They were legendary warriors who preferred a glorious death to a dishonorable, defeated life. And I guess there was an advantage these guys had where they weren't worried about heading home to their loved ones because they were fighting with their loved ones. They were fighting to save their loved one's life. The loved one was right beside them. Across from Athenians were the Macedonians with 30,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, over 55,000 dudes with pikes and swords and horses, getting ready to slash each other apart. The scale of these ancient hand-to-hand battles always blows my mind. Face-to-face
real
fighting.
chaos.
No mention of archers in this battle. The Greeks did employ archers in battles around this time. Alexander would employ archers in some battles, but they never favored them, never leaned on them. Right? The most of the fighting was done by the infantry, the hoplites, the phalanx. What a rough way to fight, staring your enemy in the eye with nothing but something sharp in your hand to kill them with. Facing the opposing army, Philip was off to the right. Facing the Thebans was his 18-year-old son, Alexander. These leaders fought alongside with their men. They didn't stand back.
You might feel it more tomorrow. Oh, yeah. After adrenaline and a day in bed, you're going to feel it.
Lead one wing while Philip himself led the other. The battle was fierce and bloody, and victory was uncertain until Alexander was the first to break through the enemy's front lines.
You have to insert Alexander's men followed, leading dozens of slave yesterday. Oh, so you're feeling it real bad today.
At only 18, Alexander helped turn the tide of battle.
It'll start to feel a little bit less tomorrow.
After this fateful battle, the rest of the Greeks were no longer a military or political threat to the Macedonians. After decades of fighting with the Greeks, Philip could now turn his military ambitions away from Greece and eastward to Persia, where his son would soon make his name. In 337 BCE, Attalus, a close friend and commander of the Macedonian army, convinced Alexander's father, Philip II, to marry his niece, Cleopatra Eurydice, a woman from Macedonia, to provide a more suitable heir to the Macedonian throne. At this wedding, Alexander watched the festivities with, a fair amount of anger. He wasn't pumped about someone trying to openly replace him. Alexander started, especially after he's kicking some ass in some battles, Alexander started to complain loudly at the wedding to the point that his dad, Philip, actually stood up and went to attack him, drawing his sword. Luckily for both of them, his dad, Philip, was too drunk to fight, and the two made it through the wedding unscathed, right? And you thought you'd seen some fucking dramatic weddings. You guys almost got in a fucking sword fight. After the wedding, Alexander took his mom, Olympias, back to her home of Epirus, and then he went and stayed among the Illyrians himself. After Philip arranged a reconciliation through an envoy, Demarcates of Corinth, Alexander and Olympias were allowed to return to Pella. Because of this father-son blowout, Philip ended up exiling many of Alexander's friends, thinking they were bad influences. They convinced Alexander to speak out against his dad. He wasn't having it. Alexander's best friend, Hephaestion, was one of the few who was spared. And let's hear a little more about Hephaestion. This fella, he has a big role in today's episode. Hephaestion, son of Amyntas, was raised in the Macedonian
did the stream die?
According to most sources, was born in 356 BCE, same year as Alexander. He was from an aristocratic family. And like
it
Alexander,
hurts
took lessons
to move
from
my arms right now. I was going to stream and draw, then my body went.
To be okay.
It was mass stream. Oh no!
Did demonstrate a
still no the stream. Oh no!
Alexander would leave much of the campaign's logistics to Hephaestion and the supply, the transportation of equipment, bridge building,
my stream is fine.
Establishment and planning of new settlements.
Well, you guys are in the best community that you can be.
How close Hephaestion was to Alexander
until I become completely controlled by Raid Shadow Legends. When that happens, maybe it won't be as amazing as a stream as it could be.
Brought the two together, made them friends, but gave each a warning that he would kill them if they were found to be quarreling again. That's a stern warning. That's not like come on, you guys, knock it off. You don't, second portion of dinner tonight.
God damn
it's more like, knock it off, you guys. I'll fucking kill you. For real. Now, for real. One more time.
God damn it, man.
In the end, Kratos would return to Macedonia, eventually dying in 321 BCE during the successor wars after Alexander's death. Some historians believe that the relationship between Alexander and Hephaestion was more romantic than platonic. While it's impossible to put modern terms for sexuality like gay or homosexual on the historical figures who lived at a time with much more different conceptions of gender and sexuality, it's interesting to note that early in Alexander's life, Philip and Olympias worried about their son's apparent lack of heterosexual interest. The Greek scholar Theophrastus says that they feared that Alexander might be turning into a Guinness or a womanish man. Olympias even went so far as to procure a Thessalian courtesan named Calexina to help develop Alexander's manly nature. This effort was apparently unsuccessful. Plutarch wrote that Alexander did not know any woman before he married other than Barsine, a Persian noblewoman with whom Alexander is rumored to have had an affair with in 333 BCE when he was 23. It wasn't a big ladies' man, and possibly not interested in ladies at all other than for political reasons. We don't know for sure if the two were lovers, but throughout his life, Hephaestion remained close to Alexander, serving both as a valuable advisor and a friend. His talent for logistics will be one of the factors that would enable Alexander to conquer the Persian Empire. Just another piece of the puzzle that had to
If
go
it's
right
not Raid,
for him
this
to
stream
accomplish what he
is
accomplished.
sponsored by
Back down to
NordVPN.
335 BCE.
Welcome to my
That year, at the wedding
NordVPN.
banquet of Olympias'
If you're
brother
gonna use a
Alexander, who was
fast
marrying Olympias' daughter Cleopatra, Philip was assassinated by one of his personal
PayPal, I
bodyguards,
quit.
the disgruntled Pausanias, who had been rebuked by Philip after he asked for retribution against Attalus, dude who had Philip marry his sister so he could kick Alexander out of the line.
Asking a question that's
Always causes problems. Typical Attalus. Pausanias tried to flee but was killed. Suspicion immediately fell on Olympias, who some believed had encouraged Pausanias to seek revenge and kill Philip. There was even reason to believe that she had provided the horses for Pausanias' escape.
That is
Despite
Chuck
this
Testa.
suspicion, Alexander ascended to the throne anyway.
Look, I want
Immediately
money.
afterward, his mom, Olympias, had
Look, it's just as
had
bad
her
as
former
being
husband's,
sponsored by
new
Bethesda.
wife, Cleopatra, killed, and had a
Which would
child
be
she had with
very
Philip
funny because
also
I haven't
killed.
played a
Doing fuck
Bethesda
around.
game in
Let some kid
fucking
live,
in
and
a
someday
bit.
take her son's power, and with it, her power.
Not saying I wouldn't
She was
Bethesda.
finally the king's mother, and
Wink,
no
wink,
one else
nudge,
could claim the
nudge.
Macedonian throne. Crazy how often this sort of shit happened in ancient times. First prize in the Game of Thrones is the crown. Second prize is death. Imagine this type of thing in modern terms. Right? We have a real heated presidential election coming up in America. No matter who wins, no matter who loses, there's going to be a lot of tears. So many people believe that the fate of the country rests with the outcome, that the stakes could not be higher. Oh, they could be a lot higher. They could be way fucking higher. Imagine if whoever lost was literally executed. And many of their most trusted advisors, many of the people who are their loudest public supporters, also executed. Their children executed. Their wives executed. That is what life was like often in ancient times. This is so random, but I think about all the Karens alive right now, right? Male and female Karens. Just people who are outraged all the time. People who complain all the time. Just, oh my God, how could this be happening? People who go to ask to speak to the manager real quick. People who, just can't let a terrible customer service interaction go. It reduces them to tears. Imagine like Karens living in ancient Greece, dealing with this level of atrocity. Are you serious? Are you serious? Cleopatra was killed and her child was killed? Fucking what? Because they were Philip's wife and child? Oh my God. That is not okay. I am not going to stand by and act like all this is okay. It's not.
I'm sure he
okay,
ain't got
Becky.
a lot.
Excuse me,
fine.
Mr. Hoplite Bodyguard or whatever, dude. I'd like to speak to your king
pick a
like
sponsor,
right fucking now. He is going to get an earful. Hey, get your fucking hands off of me. What are you doing with that sword? Are you crazy? Ow!
Igarashi,
That's really sharp, you
man.
asshole.
This stream is also sponsored by Honey. Honey is an
I will have you fired. Oh my God, I'm bleeding so much.
You save money.
He's going to pay to replace this dress. Are you fucking
your
serious?
purchases.
That's so entertaining to me. Just think about some easily outraged person getting thrown back into ancient times. Oh man, my frustration and heightened emotional, with the heightened emotional.
Not a good stream if I'm not laughing until I have to cough and die a little bit inside.
A nice historical perspective. Now
Damn,
let's check out
you
what
long
Alexander
capacity.
Unleashed looked like. So now after his dad's death,
So
Philip's death, several towns and territories under Macedonian control tried to break free. While young Alexander is busy whipping the northern kingdoms of Thrace and Illyria back into line,
is this why you
Thebes,
dislike our boy
lad?
A wonderful boy. Let me tell you,
their independence from Macedonia.
Take a few minutes to talk to you about a website called Skillshare. Have you ever wanted to learn?
Not much actual help. Athens does send some weapons.
Well, you could be taking classes online at Skillshare.com. Oh my God!
Now, when Alexander, who is not dead, learns of this, he marches into Thebes and Thrace with his army.
Sponsored.
Hashtag grind. 3,000 horsemen with him. Thebes only manages to assemble about 7,000 hoplites and about 1,000 horsemen.
The grind never ends.
Alexander. The strength of Alexander's army approaches the number of the entire population of the residents of Thebes. Alexander suggests that Thebes turn over the two main instigators of the rebellion to him, and he'll leave everyone else alone. No, he just wants to have a calm and reasonable discussion with these two guys. Ask them politely not to do that again. Maybe cut their heads off. Maybe have them torn limb from limb, by horses or something. If Thebes gives him these two men, though, no more harm to the city will come. And the inhabitants of the Thebes, they really fuck things up. They decide to resist.
Sponsored.
They attack the Macedonians, who
Sponsor
beat them back
ad humble.
Then 3 days after the initial attack, soldiers from the phalanx of one of Alexander's generals,
Meso is a bot. Confirmed. We triggered.
For another skirmish between the two armies is expected to start, catching them off guard. The Thebans rush to defend the walls and close the gate, but they're too late. They can't do so before the entire Macedonian army enters the city. When this happens, most of the Theban detachments, most of their army, they're located outside the city. Not good. So now there's only defenseless civilians inside. And Macedonian soldiers run through the streets of Thebes, just causing fucking mayhem. The Theban hoplites now, have no city to defend. Those who don't flee are going to be killed in the chaos that the cities capture. Alexander decides he's going to
your mods aren't doing anything. There's bots in the chat.
Thebes.
The chat pretending to be spam bots.
People will be fucking obliterated. Very Genghis Khan of him, or I guess since Genghis came later, well over a millennium later. In fact, it would be very Alexander of Genghis to do the same to many of the cities he would sack. In Thebes, Alexander's army kills 6,000 citizens, captures 30,000 more before burning the city to the ground. That is a message. Anyone who crosses Macedonia will be obliterated.
Situations like this.
Sicily, all the city was pillaged. Elsewhere, boys and girls were dragged into captivity as they wailed piteously the names of their mothers. In the end, when night finally intervened, the houses had been
I'm not going to lie to you.
Children and women and aged
persons I'm going to be real
who
honest.
Fled into the temples were torn
I will not be bothered if you guys are like, well, I guess I'm done.
Yeah.
Started fucking talking about fucking sponsorships. I'm fucking done. I'm outie
like,
5,000,
no
man.
To the outrage that's happening right now.
You can't fucking do that.
Look what's happening to the children. Look what these soldiers are doing to these women.
I'll understand.
God. No, Becky, I will not get in my car,
go home
and have a vodka soda. I'm gonna find out who thinks they're in fucking charge of this shit show. I'll have their job by, hey, get your hands off me. But that started, I'll ruin your life. Only 500 Macedonian soldiers will be killed in all this fighting. Dominant victory for Alexander. And not the last time Alexander would use cruel tactics to send a message to those who opposed him. With his hold over Greece now temporarily secure, Alexander begins assembling a multicultural Greek army for a new purpose, to invade Asia. To
feel it.
Persians. He'd been
I
raised
want it sponsored by
the Greeks and Macedonians.
Be right back.
They could all get behind, fucking up some Persians. Before crossing the Hellespont, a strait in Turkey that marks the boundary between Europe and Asia, Alexander decided to first visit the oracle at Delphi. When I first heard this, I thought, how weird to visit an oracle, right? It might be Delphi. It's one of the few words I didn't put a pronunciation guide for. I thought I had it, but now I question it. Well, I thought, how weird, though, right? To have him visit an oracle to make an important decision. Then I remembered how many palm readers are still around today, right? And how many people visit, minister, rabbi, imam, priest, etc., to get spiritual advice. And I thought, oh, okay, it's the same shit. In some ways, we've changed so much over the last few millennia. In other ways, not so much. Unfortunately, the oracle
we're the same stupid species that we've always been. One day we'll evolve.
He calls for the oracle
when will you come, evolution? Don't give me crab claws, evolution. Make me into a cool chimera. Not this.
Lets her choose to either answer his questions or, die. So she chooses
Bob Red Mill would be a good sponsorship, I think. Tom and Jerry's, Ben and Jerry's, my bad brain. Why do you do this to me?
She, of course, tells him he will be invincible.
I don't trust. I don't like Ben and Jerry's.
In that situation.
I don't.
I wouldn't try, Dux. You're too short. Your face is too big, womanly. Your voice is too high for anyone really abroad to take you seriously. Just go home, silly little goose.
I don't know. I just
from Delphi, Alex crosses the
to me. I don't know
where before touching Asian soil,
I don't know.
A spear
like Ben and Jerry's. I have a thing. I'm very much. I'm very much a do what you want with your company, but also I don't really like some of their practices, and I just feel like they're kind of not really.
I thrown a big ass war spear in the lawn. Time to move, Jim.
They're a bit divisive these days.
What's yours is now mine, Jim. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, don't go back in your garage.
But I mean, who isn't these days?
Come on, you see the spear.
Who isn't? They're owned by a major corporation, but they have a special contract that allows them to still effectively run their own business. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought they were completely.
Achilles' friend, Patroclus, symbolically comparing Alexander.
I mean, I've read a little bit about them, and I thought they were completely owned by the corporate, their big corporate entity.
I get. These guys were likely lovers in addition to friends.
I thought they were completely owned. And their corporate entity is not great.
One of the other generals can be tough to overcome. Alexander's overly protective mother apparently also resented this relationship.
So, I mean,
of course she did. She killed for her baby boy. And if anyone's going to fuck her baby boy, it's going to be her. Wait, what? I don't think it was that kind of jealous. I don't think.
I love American Dream. Apparently, all the proceeds go to actual needs. That's good.
Some incest.
That's good.
When Alexander took off on his
whenever they say that, though,
military
I
campaign,
always...
a man named
This is the thing. I barely trust anyone now. I barely trust any of those charities. Like, unless I literally know what the charity is connected to. Like, I'm like, I need to follow the complete paper trail. I'm like, who are these profits going to? Where's the money flowing? I feel like what's his face from fucking
the storm lashes the city
from
with rain. The
goddamn
thunderbolt strikes the ground
Always
near the palace
Sunny
of the Lydian kings. And Alexander believes this meant that Zeus himself had chosen this site for his shrine.
He's like,
he orders the shrine to be built on that spot.
I found out where all it's a paper trail, Mac. It's a paper trail.
Seeing the size of his army, and he attributes this all to Zeus. Oh, Papa Snake gave him this victory. Hail, Papa Snake!
It's all a paper trail.
For a few days while he makes arrangements to take Lydia as a rapidly growing
corporate America has you wrapped around its finger.
The Persian administrative system and incorporate it into Macedon. So instead of appointing a satrap, aka a governor, to have powers over the civil, judicial, and military administrations, Alexander appoints 3 different men for these tasks, increasing Macedonia's presence in the daily lives of Lyrians. This has the double effect of not only giving one Macedonian general too much power, so they'd be less likely to rebel against him as well. He limits his own general's power and Lyrians' autonomy in one move. He's a wise conqueror in many ways. Alexander announces that the Lydians would no longer be bound by the judicial system and laws of the Persians, nor were they to be forced to accept those of Macedon. Instead, the old laws of the Lydian kings were to be reintroduced, presumably under native judges and systems of administration. So also smart. Give the Lydians, who had been conquered previously by the Persians, give them back their traditions, give them more freedom than they had while the Persians ruled them, and that will make them more loyal to him. 3 days after leaving Sardis, Alexander arrives in Ephesus.
America.
Where he also
it's not just America. I wish it was just America.
He immediately expels the pro-Persian oligarchy and installs a democratic government.
I get it.
People who had been under the rule of the oligarchy
totally get
use their new freedom to pay
until I become a part of the 1%. I am just a plebeian. I 100% get it.
That's something thank God doesn't.
I get it. I just don't know what their big brains are thinking.
Terrible way to go most of the time.
You know,
when you get stoned
they are thinking of the good of the rest of the world.
Either die,
and here's the worst part is that I do believe some of them actually think that they're doing good. Like that's the problem. I do think that there are some of them that do believe that what they're doing is good for the world.
Can anyone throw a decent fucking stone? You idiots!
Are they actually doing good for the world?
Hold still. Hit me in the head. Remind me to never get stoned to death.
Every time that I'm like, maybe, I'm like, if you have to hide it behind closed doors, you're obviously not doing the right thing. Like if you have to hide it behind closed doors, you're obviously doing something wrong in some form or fashion.
Gotta pay some gods some tribute, right? Even if you don't believe in them. Gotta convince the soldiers fighting for you that you are fighting
and
for
they said testing A-bombs on this island would have
visited
no
the studio
effect.
of Apelles in Ephesus, who became the only painter allowed to paint Alexander. You know of at least one painting made especially for the temple of Artemis, in which Alexander was represented holding a thunderbolt, associating himself with Zeus again, old Papa Snake, son of Greece's most powerful and arguably horniest guy. Next, still in 334 BCE, Alexander moves his forces to the city of Baalbek, conquers it, renames it Heliopolis, meaning city of the sun. Definitely a better name than Baalbek. Sounds too close to Ballsack for me. Welcome to Baalbek. I'm sorry, what? Did you say Ballsack? It's Baalbek. It sounds more like Ballsack. How does Heliopolis sound?
I don't know. Do you think that this is a good one, or do you think I should have him like a calm sit-down position? Because I don't think he has one of those. Like that's the biggest thing is that I don't think Kaz has a just like a chill out. Like he has an ice cream one where he's just walking around with ice cream, and then he's got a sword one, and then the one that I have in the picture is grabbing his sword, which is what I'm doing right now. Do you think I should have him just sitting down eating ice cream?
Any kind of images of all the places in the world.
We're not entirely sure.
Many places, you didn't even have books, just whispers and rumors of what may lay down the road.
He said
The only
do
equivalent the human race might
whatever
ever
you
possibly
want.
have for something like this again is space exploration.
He
far
said,
in the future.
draw
It didn't
me
take long for the
like
birds to
you
take
would
notice of the
draw
young Alexander's
any
aggression.
other
After
character.
Alexander took the town of Balzac.
That's what he
Persian
said.
king,
That's what he
Darius,
told
or
me.
no, I'm sorry.
You do
Darius.
what goat do.
I wrote this.
That's
so
what he
carefully,
said.
and I still fucked it up.
His
Darius
words
III,
exactly were,
Greek, pushing deep into his territory,
you do what
taking
goat
his
do.
shit.
And I was
He
like,
began planning a little showdown.
sure enough, bud.
When I first read Darius,
Not a problem,
it's
Kaz.
spelled Darius, like Darius, and which reminded me of Daryl, which made me think of a king.
I know.
I
just
regal. Imagine King Daryl. Just picture some dude with a mullet, not a
maybe
retro
sitting
cool mullet,
down like
you know,
this.
just an old ass mullet, drinking Bud Light out of a I Love Titties beer koozie or something, wearing a Poison tour tank top, zebra stripe hammer pants.
I just want to make
scuffed
sure
up
that
white
it's
Converse,
interesting.
high tops, not retro cool again. You know, a guy who says,
everybody
like, yeah,
has drawings and
Nice.
stuff like that.
Noise a lot. I just felt compared to share that. I just kept picturing the whole time.
I see one artist
noise.
online. She doesn't
333
care.
BCE, the 22 or 23-year-old Alexander moved on to Sidon, an ancient Phoenician port.
She doesn't
city
care,
of Sidonia,
and she draws her
present-day Lebanon,
friends
along with the city of
online
Tyre. Sidon
very
was the most powerful
suggestive
city-state
and
of ancient
sexually.
Phoenicia.
She's a
First
furry
place to
artist,
randomly
and she does that, and I'm
manufacture
like,
purple dye. You might
oh,
think this
okay.
is shit. Well, purple dye
I just-
made Tyre famous.
I
It was
don't
so
know if I
rare
could do
and
that for
expensive
my
that
friends.
Color purple
Yeah,
would become a
that's
symbol
cool
of
that
loyalty
you and your
for
friends have
centuries and
that
centuries
close
to
of a
come. Fun
relationship
fact.
because she
That's
draws
how the color
her
purple became
like
a symbol of
the
loyalty,
people
from
that
being manufactured at Tyre and being super expensive. and
that
rare.
are voice
The city itself was immensely
actresses
prosperous, full of
on
skilled
her little
navigators and
bit, her
shipbuilders
cute
who
little
grew wealthy on
videos
maritime trade.
that are kind
Having
of
heard of Alexander's
sexual,
exploits and his campaign to topple
and she draws
Darius,
them.
the Sidonians surrendered to him without a fight. The show of their loyalty, they even disposed their king, Straton II, because Straton was Darius' friend.
But like
Darius would not
that's
take this
a
laying
very
November 5th,
like
333
what is
BCE.
that? Like why
Alexander
is that
and
such a
King
problem?
Darius,
What
King
if I
Daryl
was
would go
like,
to
yeah,
battle.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
yeah,
show,
bro,
I'm
nice.
gonna show,
The
you
Battle
know,
of Issus was Alexander
your
the Great's
real
second battle against the Persian army,
like
and the
every
first
time
direct
somebody does that,
engagement
they're
with
like,
King
oh yeah,
Darius,
that
near the
person,
village
yeah,
of Issus, in what is
yeah,
now
you know.
southern Turkey.
You don't
When
see that
Alexander learned
normally
of
on
Darius'
guys. You
presence
see
in the
that
agricultural
mostly
rich
with
land
gals.
surrounding Issus, he quickly
And here's
moved
the thing,
southward
I
from
remember
Boreum
it back
through the,
when I was
Cilician
reading
gates to the
Ron
port town of
Mahaff.
Issus. Although the battle itself
Like,
would be further south on a narrow plain between
the
the Mediterranean Sea and
creator,
the Amanus Mountains, the port served as a base camp for
was
Alexander's
like,
forces,
oh yeah,
and
this
he left his
person's
sick and
getting
wounded there to
married.
recover.
And
Later,
she
as Darius
drew
marched
her
his troops to meet
friend
Alexander at the
in
river of
a
Paneris, I won't say
in
Panera Bread there.
the
Persian king
cat
stopped
suit,
the Greek
the
base camp, where he
one-piece
tortured and
cat suit,
executed the
which I'm
recuperating
like,
Macedonian
that's
soldiers,
very
cutting off the
sexual.
right
What?
hands of those
Did your
who were
friend
allowed
ask for
to
this?
live. Fucking
I mean, I
Daryl!
guess
Classic shady ass Daryl move. Nice.
maybe
How
I'm
fucked up
being
does
a
it make me
prude.
if my very first
Maybe
thought when I
I'm
read
just
that was,
being a
I wonder how
prude,
many of those guys
and
got
I'm
to
just
live, had to
being
relearn how to jerk off
I'm
their weekends.
thinking way too
Like, I didn't
deeply
think, like,
into
oh, no,
it.
it'd be
And
so much
it's
harder for
just
them to fight
maybe
after that. Or, oh my
it's
God,
not that big
what
of a
kind of work would they be
deal,
able to
and
find? How could
I'm
they provide
making
for
it
their
a
families?
big
And I just
deal.
thought, it sucks. Someone not left-handed, you know.
You can draw me
take a while.
in
Work
a
out
one-piece
smooth
cat
stroke.
suit. All right.
After learning of this, the Macedonian
All
army
right.
especially wanted to fuck up the Persians.
Okay,
Historians
I'll
have estimated that
draw.
Darius had
I'll
an
draw
army of
your
between
furry owl man
300,000
in a
and
one-piece
600,000
cat suit. Sure.
soldiers, as well as 30,000 additional Greek mercenaries. Though other more
Just
recent
tell me when your
historians say
birthday
probably
is, and
more
I'll
like
draw it.
25,000 to 100,000 soldiers with 10,000 Greek mercenaries. A little bit of a
Not a problem, board. You got it.
That's what you get. When
This
the initial
was-
historians are trying
this
to make
is
their
what you
victories
wanted
as
all
big and
along.
bold
Yeah,
as
sure.
possible
I can do
for
that.
your legend. Alexander
I
had
don't have.
roughly
You don't have to
40,000
do it.
soldiers,
It's just a.
5,850 of which
I
were,
won't be like,
cavalry.
oh hell no.
Orion
Oh
decided
no
to
no
move
no
on
no no.
Alexander's
No,
army,
you're
hoping to
right. You're
separate
right.
them
You're
from
right.
the
I
base
should
at
write it
Issus.
down.
Alexander had marched south from
I
Issus
should
toward
write
Syria.
it
When he
down.
heard about Darius being in Issus, he turned
Or-
around. Darius moved further south into the narrow strip of land west of the Amanus Mountains,
And
unintentionally putting his forces at a disadvantage by
cat
reducing their mobility. The two armies met
suit.
at the river Paneris. Panera bread. They got some fucking Sammys. They had some chicken
One
soup. Oh no, they didn't do that.
piece
The weather was rainy and cold. Unfortunately for Darius, he'd ignored the advice
for
of Charidemus, one of his trusted Greek
birth
mercenary generals, who told Darius to divide his forces and allow Charidemus to fight alone
day.
against Alexander,
There we
who
go.
was heading up the right flank
It's now in
himself.
my notes.
Darius ignored this suggestion,
All right.
primarily because he didn't really
It's now in
believe
my
that this
notes.
young
Now
upstart,
you're gonna have to
the
tell me
hooligan
what your
Alexander, could
birthday or
actually beat
this
him. After being
this.
ignored,
This is just gonna say
Charidemus
that
made
for the
mistake
rest of
tossing out
ever.
a few ill-chosen
You're just
comments
gonna
about his
have to
Persian
tell me
leader.
your
Darius,
birthday
no doubt spoke
and
Greek
Just tell me one number at a time, your social security number, and your cell phone.
As Darius would then lose one of his most
your credit card information.
So bad moment for Daryl.
You know, real friends.
Dead Greek general. Despite the advantage of numbers, Darius and his men were soon on the defensive, unable to maneuver as they would have liked. Darius' left flank was hampered by the river valley, mountains on his left, sea on his right. Alexander, on the other hand, had plenty of room to maneuver his trusted phalanx formations. His right flank extended to the mountains, his left to the sea.
Oh my god, that's like the best DI. I love that.
After viewing Alexander's formation, Darius moved his cavalry to attack Alexander's right flank, breaking through his right flank. Although hampered by the riverbank and stockades erected by Darius, Alexander and his cavalry moved quickly through Darius' left flank. Attempts to drive Alexander back failed. Alexander and his forces turned toward the Persian center.
Oh my god, no, that's Darius. The best Jax Films joke ever. It makes me laugh every time.
Darius fled the battle at first in a chariot, then on horseback.
You know, if you want to be cool, you just need to tell me your social security.
That's pretty sweet. One if a girl chasing another on horseback, like
hey, let me have your number. Actually, give me your purse and your cell phone and everything you own. Don't be a hero.
Darius' rights when the Persian forces saw their bitch-ass King Daryl flee. Noise.
That works on women all the time.
Many were trampled to death in a mass panicked exit. In all, according to some ancient sources, the Persians lost 100,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 cavalry.
Don't be a hero, Billy. Gotta make sure to call him
probably a little bit of exaggeration. Modern historians estimate that Darius lost around 20,000. Alexander
don't be a hero.
But a crushing defeat for the Persians either way.
Oh my god!
Left so quickly that most of their possessions were left behind. The Macedonian army to plunder. Darius' tent was full of splendid furniture, gold, and silver.
Let's see if it's in sound alerts. It might be in sound alerts already. Because that would be amazing. Yes. No. No. Nah. It's not in sound alerts yet, but
Gregory, do you see a small vent on the floor? Have you ever heard of Among Us, Gregory? You need to vent. I know it will be hard for you to be sus, but I know you can do it, Gregory.
I don't mean for you to be sus, Gregory.
It was reserved for Alexander, and there was more than that. Darius' mother, wife, and 2 daughters were found in Darius' tent, and Alexander promised them that they would come to no harm. They would be provided.
No. Yeah. 10 bits. There we go. There we go. I know you people. You love that Among Us.
Receiving from Darius.
Gregory, you like?
Didn't work
cringe.
Alex could have called up old Darius, told him about taking his family. Hey, Daryl.
Don't be a hero,
your
Billy.
Mom, bro.
Don't be a hero.
What?
Give me your wallet and your keys.
I have your wife too. And
your Don't be a hero.
Nice. Dude, stop saying that. It's not nice. It's fucked up. You should be pissed. Nice.
I mean, just remember, General, we are waiting for this.
Than I expected to.
This will be the best when it happens.
Enemy, Darius' mother.
So just remember, this will be the best when it happens. So keep your eyes. We got a whole year. He'll tell us eventually.
Mistakenly assumed that Hephaestion was the Macedonian king, not Alexander. And Alex was pissed. He stomped his tiny feet. He ranted and raved with his little high-pitched lady voice. That thing is not a king! I'm Zeus' son! Me! I want some respect. No, actually, he didn't mind. When she realized her mistake, Sisygambis was incredibly embarrassed, and Alexander remarked that the error, not a big deal, because Hephaestion was also an Alexander. Pretty sweet. Those dudes loved each other. Although Darius tried to ransom for the return of his family, promising Alexander half of his kingdom, Alexander was like, nope. Instead, Alexander challenged him to fight again, and they would fight again a second time at Gaugamela 2 years later. After Issus, Hephaestion would be placed in charge of Alexander's naval reinforcements. In 332 BC, Alexander conquers the Levant, the land along the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, modern-day Turkey, Syria, Lebanon. In a wider sense, this term can be used to encompass the entire coastline from Greece to Egypt. The Levant, or the Levant. It's one of those words that it never feels right. It's part of a fertile crescent, home to some of the ancient Mediterranean trade centers such as Ugarit, Tyre, Sidon. Making his way into the Levant, Alexander arrived at the city of Tyre and demanded their surrender, and they did immediately. Hey, buddy, so nice to see you. We love you guys. Big fans. Following Sidon's lead, the Tyrians acknowledged Alexander's greatness, presented him with gifts. Pleased with their submission, Alexander said he would present a sacrifice in honor of their god in their temple. Then things got pretty tense.
If I should
the Tyrians explained how it would be sacrilegious for a foreigner to present a sacrifice in their temple. And
Joke's on you, my birthday already happened this year.
I mean, excuse
Nobody
me?
expects a trap. What?
Asmilk, king of Tyre, promised to compromise.
Bored. We've got all of next year, man.
Respect him as
got
king.
All of next year.
He does his sacrifices. Just like
I am disappointed. Oh moon, I have died. I planned to bring the world together and stir it into a giant melting pot with my dance. If only I taught my new dance to someone. But is that Final Fantasy 6? It's Final Fantasy 6. Holy shit, that's Final Fantasy 6. I know where that's from. This stream is brought to you by Burger King. You guys want foot lettuce? We got
how he did it.
Burger King foot lettuce.
He dismantled much of the nearby mainland city of Bushu. He used the debris, rock, felled trees from that city to create a land bridge between Tyre and the mainland. Over the years, this would actually lead to heavy sedimentation that would permanently link the island to the mainland. Which is why, though Tyre was an island in Alexander's time, just off the coast, it is no longer an island today. He literally changed some local geography substantially to suit his military ambitious needs. After a siege of 7 months, Alexander used his man-made causeway, where much of the current city of Tyre now stands, to batter down the walls of ancient Tyre and take the city.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Is that what you were thinking? Is that what you were thinking? 5 bits. 5 bits. You know what? 5 bits. That's not too bad. 5 bits for
Tyre's 30,000 inhabitants
your foot lettuce
massacred or sold into slavery, and the city was destroyed by Alexander in his rage at their having defied him for so long.
No, that was 2021.
Goat. Sending a message to other cities: don't fuck with me. Take my demand seriously. The fall of Tyre would lead to the rise of the city-state of Carthage.
Oh man, the goat has a meme board. Cool.
Alexander's
no, I've had this. General, I've had this.
A small colony of Tyre.
It's been there.
Carthage would grow.
The sound alerts have been there. They have been here the whole time. They've been here for a while. They haven't been here the whole time. They've been here for a while. I would say they've been
the Romans would take the ruined Tyre as a colony in 64 BCE. Pompey annexed the whole of Phoenicia to the Roman Empire. Tyre was rebuilt under the Romans, who ironically then destroyed the city of Carthage. The surviving Tyrrhenians had built up, leading Rome to triumph over Carthage as the biggest power in the Mediterranean.
That is a loud ass
back to Alexander. By 332 BCE, Alexander had made it to Africa. In February, he visited the oasis Siwa in the Libyan desert, where he consulted the oracle of Ammon. Nobody knows exactly what Alexander asked or what the god replied, but afterwards, Alexander started to think of himself as the son of Ammon and the master of the universe. Like he's He-Man, master of the universe.
He-Man.
I'm guessing another oracle told this guy exactly what he wanted to hear. And again, what else did he say? 332, Alexander conquered city after city. He didn't have a single method of conquering. Sometimes he left cities to their own devices. Sometimes he destroyed them, sometimes he massacred the people, sometimes he just razed them to the ground. Sometimes he was really pissed. He had people brutally tortured. An example of this occurred during the capture of Gaza in 332 after a 2-month siege in which some 10,000 in the city were killed. Betis Gaz's Persian governor was brought before him.
Hey, Flu.
Though threatened with death, stubborn-ass Bettis remained silent and would not bow to Alexander.
2022 will be hell.
Really did not like
You've been here for a while.
So he had heated spikes nailed through Bettis's ankles. That alone sounds
just
pretty
a poor boy. I need no sympathy
and
because
this poor bastard was tied to a chariot, and Alexander's forces dragged him around the city to slowly die while Alexander watched and gloated.
Doesn't really matter to me.
331, Alexander founds the city of Alexandria.
has been here this whole.
Wanted to become one of the world's intellectual capitals.
I can't believe you've done
Alexander
this.
would not live long enough to see it flourish.
Rip a go.
Alexander did design the plan for the city, and then most of Alexandria's development would be carried out by his
this till the second. The amount of Krampus stuff I see in Twitter because furry fandom, everyone wants to be naughty apparently. I do want to be naughty. It's what I want. It's what I want.
A lot of years of incest.
Remember
I'm not
that.
kidding about that, by the way. Listen to the Cleopatra suck. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Love is what I want.
331 BCE, the Battle of Gaugamela was fought, the second and final meeting of Alexander the Great of Macedon and Daryl, King Darius III of Persia. Nice. Gaugamela was a village on the banks of the river Bumatus. I couldn't find a pronunciation for that river. The site of the battle is thought to be.
You are naughty. That's why Goat wants to clap. That's why Nix wants to clap your cheeks.
All over his empire this time. Even Indian mercenaries to take down Alexander.
Thank you so much for the cheer. You didn't have to do that.
Almost 1 million.
Thank you, Floof.
Along with
that was very sweet of you.
Although they would actually never get used. He also had 200 scythed chariots. Chose Gaugamela. Which keeps making me want to say Gargamel, by the way, that evil wizard from the Smurfs.
Clap your cheeks.
Specifically because the land was wide
I heard clapping cheeks.
Could use his chariots and deploy his cavalry more effectively than he'd been able to at Issus. He even had the ground leveled. He really did a lot
is what I got.
He placed obstacles. He placed fucking booby traps to impede the advances of Alexander's forces. He wasn't fucking around this time. No way, bro. You bring that
rising
shit.
To the street.
Still pissed about you taking my
Light
mom.
me up
dude.
that cigarette and I'll strap shoes on my feet. Got to find the reason. Reason things went wrong. Got to find a reason why my money's all gone.
Alexander went on a scouting trip before the battle. Luckily, while on the scouting trip, he came upon an advance party sent out by Darius. While some of the party did flee and escape, others were captured.
Be right back. Need some refreshments. Nix is not here at this time. Please leave a message.
The night before the battle,
I want to clap some cheeks.
Held a council with his generals.
Why is everyone so horny? What happened? Guys, what happened? What made you guys so horny?
He thought that would mean they would steal the victory. He didn't just want to win. He wanted to win in decisive and bold and memorable fashion. He wanted to continue to build his legend. He was very cognizant of his legend. He also thought the battle would just, go his way, whether he fought it day or night. It had to. Because an earlier eclipse of the moon that he saw was obviously a sign of its victory. This dude loved to read into everything. Everything was a sign. Everything was an omen. Cracks me up. Hey, Alexander, did you see that there was a family of raccoons eating some garbage in our camp last night? Of course I saw them. It was a sign. A sign that I am destined to one day dine with the gods on Mount Olympus. Oh yeah, okay. Haha, shit, I see that now. First I thought it was like just some random garbage-eating raccoons, but I get it. Hey, one more thing. Looks like we got some mice in the grain. Looks like some mice have gotten. Of course,
I haven't slept for a while.
I know.
I'm just horny all the time. I have plenty as an OC for a reason.
Omen that I will feast upon the blood of the Persians tomorrow in battle. That I shall go down as the greatest military mind the world has ever seen. Oh, okay, shit. I thought we just had like a mouse problem. That's great news. On the day of the battle, Alexander reportedly overslept on purpose. Boom. He's not worried. He really did sleep extra on purpose. He wanted to make sure his men were well fed and well rested. Darius' men, on the other hand, they've been awake all night. They were panicked. They were waiting for a night attack that never came. Then when the two armies met on the battlefield, Alexander called out to a weary individual Persian soldiers by name, speaking of their bravery in other battles. This dude was smart. Stroking their egos, asking them to turn and fight for a worthy leader, fight for Macedonia. As he spoke, an eagle flew overhead and towards Darius, obviously Zeus or Papa Snake. Clear-cut omen for victory. He really did think that. The battle began. Alexander and his companion, cavalry took position on the right flank, while Parmenio held the left flank. Stationed in the middle were the well-trained Macedonian phalanx with more light infantry and archers on either side. Right, about time he started fucking around with some arrows. Alexander also placed infantry at angles on the ends of both the right and left flanks to protect against a possible flanking maneuver by the Persians. As the battle began, Alexander and his cavalry immediately moved to the right at an oblique angle. Following Darius' orders, the Persians, under the leadership of Bessus, moved to their left, countering Alexander in an attempt to outflank him. But Alexander kept pushing him to the left further and further until the Persian army was on terrain that had not been cleared. There was a gap between the Persian left flank and the rest of the army. Seeing an opening, Alexander formed his men into a wedge, quickly charged, moving to their left into the clearing, now heading straight for Darius. Darius sent his scythe chariots towards the Macedonian center, a move that failed to have the effect he hoped. As the chariots approached, the phalanx merely opened ranks, allowed for the chariots to pass through. The infantry then immediately attacked the chariots, dragging the Persian riders into hand-to-hand combat, killing them easily. Back on the right, Alexander, spying Darius, actually threw a spear at him and apparently missed by inches. Just like at Issus, Darius realized that victory was hopeless, and he fled. Just bitch-ass Daryl, taking off again. He wouldn't get far. He would be tracked down by his own men and executed for being a fleeing coward. Nice! Oh, wait, that's not nice. After this victory, Alexander was, without question, now the ruler of the former Persian Empire's land in Asia. He had done what no Greek before him had done and vanquished their primary enemy. After the final defeat of Darius III, Alexander's best buddy, the horse Bucephalus, was horse-napped while he was away on an excursion. It was a big mistake.
That's a good friend. I remember reading Floopy's reaction
Alexander
to it.
Promised to fell every tree, lay the entire countryside to waste, and slaughter every inhabitant in the region.
Mass, I freaking love your OC. Yes. Thank you. I have my friend to thank for visualizing it because I can't draw that well. What are you talking about, Mass? Don't lie to people.
How nervous everybody was. The horse was returned along with the plea for mercy.
He made me a new PFP as a gift. I don't know if I sent it to Goat Server.
In 331 BCE, he conquered Egypt. What areas weren't already conquered without much
resistance? Make us jealous. Go ahead.
Alexander conquers one of the oldest cities in the world.
Make us all jelly.
Located in present-day Iran.
Because we all want to be amazing artists.
And Alexander, he decides to sack it anyway. I guess he was just getting tired of no one putting up a fight.
Look at that.
Let his men indulge in some more wanton bloodlusts. I don't know, maybe somebody looked at him funny. Somebody made fun of his height or voice. Or just because it was a symbolic city, he just wanted to punch him in the gut.
Look at those water
defeating
effects.
The Persian emperor, sacking a few major cities, declaring himself king of Persia,
Love
Alexander
those water
found himself
effects.
in Persepolis. Persepolis was known to the Persians as Parsa.
Just that good shading.
The Greek name
that you don't have to do all of the shading that I always do.
Literature and works
not too much, just enough.
The oh man,
I will only become better with time.
Well in these words, and then this one, my brain's just like,
I will only become better with time.
I think it's a Achaemenid Empire. Achaemenid. Achaemenid Empire. Alexander would burn it to the ground.
I'm not putting that in the soundboard, though. I think that has been way too mean. Even though I just put the Among Us meme in there.
Xerxes,
so, you know.
Darius I had invaded Greece in
I give it, then I take it.
Villages, cities, and temples, including the great
I am a cruel and unusual owner of this chat room
arrived in
and server.
Payback.
I am unusual and cruel.
And also,
it's lovely. I love the flowers, though. I still love yours, Goat. I have yours as my school PFP.
Played
yeah,
likely a substantial role in how far they
I just want to become better.
World
I want to become better
because some dudes got drunk and worked up. Just fuck these guys, bro. Come on, dude. Listen. Hey, dude, listen. They fucking ruin our shit, man. These guys ruin our shit and fuck them. You know, come on, bro. Burn them. Not all. Burn them some. You know, you fuck them. Who cares, dude? Just a little bit of burning them. When Alexander the Great arrived in Persepolis, it was among the most impressive cities in the world. When he left it, it was a ruin whose spot will be known for generations to come as the place of the 40 columns, referencing the only remaining palace columns left standing in the sand amongst the ruins. Persepolis sacked, plundered. Alexander's men plundered homes, slaughtered families, took an abundance of silver and gold. Initially, Alexander spared the royal palace, not because he wanted to save it, no, because he wanted it razed completely to the ground instead of being plundered. The Macedonians spent an entire day plundering, killing the men, killing many of the children, dragging many of the women out of their houses, making them sexual slaves. Then Alexander sobered up, supposedly regretted his actions the next morning and would continue to regret them for the rest of his life. That is an epic hangover. Oh my God. Oh, my head is fucking killing me. I got so fucked up last night. I can't. What do we do? What? We burned it, the whole thing to the ground? Fuck! No, man. Persepolis was super cool. All right, it's gone? I did all of that? Man, I did not think we were that drunk. The destruction of Persepolis was an immense loss of the accumulated learning, art, and culture of ancient Persia that could not be replaced. The religious works of early Zoroastrianism, the oldest continuously practiced monotheistic religion in the world, written on goatskin parchment, destroyed along with artworks, tapestries, other priceless cultural artifacts. The administrative records of the city, written in cuneiform tablets of clay, were luckily hard baked by the fire, buried under some rubble. They luckily survived to the present day, provided archaeologists with some information on how the Persian Empire operated and what the people value. Nearly everything else destroyed that day by Alexander's army, a drunken army. 333 BCE, when Alexander was 25 or 26, trouble was a-brewing within his own command. A plot to assassinate Alexander was formed to take control of the Macedonian army, and it was his buddy and probable lover, Hephaestion, who brought it to his attention. Hephaestion, along with Craterus, called out Philotas, suspected ringleader of the plot, convinced Alexander that Philotas and the other conspirators should be tortured and executed, including Parmenio, Philotas' father, longtime commander dating back to the days of Philip. After their executions, Alexander rewarded Hephaestion by splitting the command of his personal cavalry between him and another general, Clytus. In 329 BCE, Alexander got back to conquering, reminding Bactria, a province of the Persian Empire, people who were supposed to recognize him now as emperor, who was boss. Guess who? Not Tony Danza, Alexander. When Bactria rebelled, Alexander and his army quickly marched to suppress it. 30,000 Bactrians had taken refuge in a citadel situated high above a sheer cliff called the Rock of Sogdiana. I think I had it. Alexander sent a message to
he does not have a fat face. He just has a chin.
The commander of the fortress calling him to surrender. And Eremazes replied
sarcastically, "A return with the proper and hummus.
He would need
Happy New Year's, my friend. Hello."
And Alexander was like, "Seriously? This motherfucker's laughing at me?"
Hello, my friend. How are you? Happy New Year. Wait, it's not New Year's for me just yet. It's not New Year's just yet. I've got yours. I've got yours sketched out a little bit. I didn't know what you wanted.
And these dudes just climbed up this cliff, like old school cliff climbing.
Won't find his chin in a sketch.
Only 30 men. They reached the top.
Kazoo.
The Bactrians immediately surrendered, were taken as captives.
Yeah.
And although
I want to become better.
Their leader,
I live in the future, man.
The sources, I am guessing he had his ass tossed off of the cliff. Maybe while Alexander said some cool shit like, "Who needs to fly now, motherfucker?" According to Plutarch, one of the captives taken in the siege was a young woman, Roxanne. Now I have the police song stuck in my head. Roxanne. With whom Alexander fell in love. While the army and captives sat around drinking, Alexander saw the young, beautiful Roxanne dancing. She must have been so happy. She'd spent a lot of her free time, I'm guessing, dancing as a kid. It really came in handy when her city sacked. Because Alexander and his army were called to battle elsewhere, a marriage between Alexander and Roxanne would have to wait. After leaving Bactria, Alexander wins a decisive battle against the Scythians, a nomadic people who originally lived in what is now southern Siberia. Their culture flourished from around 900 BCE to around 200 BCE, at which time they extended their influence all over Central Asia, from China to the northern Black Sea.
It's now
the
in my
Scythians may have
head.
descended from the same ancient people as the Mongols. Similar cultures, similar fighting styles. After this victory, Alexander once again founds a city named after himself, Alexandrias Kate. Following year in 328 BCE,
Alexander, it's all gotta be about you, doesn't it?
He destroys at least one of the cities to keep others in line.
I live in the past.
Resistance in Syropolis, largest of the towns.
How are you doing today, my amazing streamer? Well, I just showed you what I was doing. I'm working on comic, and I was working on your thing. So I don't know. I think this one would be good. Maybe eating some ice cream or something like that.
Massacres. Time traveling Karen would be disgusted. Are you serious? Oh my god. What is going on with all of the massacres?
Something like that. Maybe sitting down. Because I haven't seen any picture that you're just sitting down and just enjoying something.
Stop. I want to talk to your manager. I want to talk to your manager about all of the massacring. Get your hands off me. The next year, 327
Ice cream
BCE,
sounds good.
Alexander
Cream.
continues to be as ruthless as ever.
I knew
in the Swan
Max
Valley
was
of
going
Pakistan,
there.
After beating down opposition from a people called
Yeah. See, you have none.
oh boy, Assassinians.
So you need more ice cream.
Agreed to release a group of mercenaries.
I don't know what ice cream you like. Do you like raspberry? Do you like sea salt?
And then Alexander was like, "JK, you thought you could fight me and live? Oh shit!" He and his army slaughtered their entire camp. 7,000 mercenaries killed.
Mercenaries.
Families either killed or taken as slaves. The same year, Alexander marries Roxanne. I have the police thing in my head. I will not share it. His sweet little clip dancer. Historians debate over whether
I'll fucking sing Roxanne.
Probably political.
Sorry.
Marrying someone from a conquered land, it's something Alexander's father done on a number of occasions.
I'm not sorry.
Ancient conquerors would do it. And Alexander, who'd always been fascinated with Persian culture,
I might draw a fan art of her because I fucking love Roxanne Wolf.
Alexander would have taken advantage of Roxanne without marriage,
I love her.
violation of his policies. So maybe it was romantic. After this marriage, Alexander would insist that many of his commanders should take Persian wives, which they didn't like. They didn't care for this. Their wives back in Macedonia cared less. Little is known of Roxanne following her marriage until Alexander's death in 323 BCE. Some historians indicate she may have traveled with him into India, may have been at his side in Babylon. It does seem that Roxanne was pregnant with Alexander's child at the time of his death, or was stubborn. By 326 CE or BCE, Alexander and his men have been away from their homes now for almost a decade. Think about that. Many of his men had wives and children back home. Families they hadn't seen in nearly 10 years. They didn't know if they were alive or dead. It's not like they could drop a letter in the mail. I mean, Alexander, could send word back to Macedonia from time to time. He'd let him know what lands he conquered, that he was still alive, all that. So it's not
that's
like
why I just do what you do.
Soldiers.
Okay.
Most of them were likely illiterate anyways.
I like chocolate.
You like chocolate. Morale getting pretty low.
I've got to tell you. I've got to tell you about this. Hold up. What is it? Fastest sad story. I think that's what it is. It's the shortest sad story. I think that's what it's called. A sad story. For sale, baby shoes never worn is the saddest story that is 6 words. It just made me think that.
In 334 BCE, they traveled to India. It's in India that he would achieve what many would call his last major victory in the
I still love chocolate. Well, I do, but dark chocolate bets. There's something about the bitterness. You and chocolate had a falling out. Sad story. 100% dark for sure. 100% dark and a vein. That's mysterious.
He'd seen elephants in that one battle, but they didn't fight.
It's so much. It's a tragic story that they were like, right? The saddest story, the quickest, saddest story. It was supposed to be
like some type of Lord of the Rings monster. Alexander's initial march went relatively unchallenged.
It's supposed to be the quickest, saddest story, and it's just, and it's hilarious. It makes me laugh because it has no context.
If he wanted his kingdom, he's gonna have to take it from him.
And it's just kind of tells everything that needs to be said about the story in 6 words.
Have to wait for the end of the monsoon season, or simply abandon his quest and just go home. Clearly, he didn't know who Alexander was.
And then Jack's films he just makes a fucking joke out of it, and it's fucking hilarious.
Porus stationed his army along the river, waited to defend his kingdom if necessary. While exact numbers vary, estimates place Porus as having 20,000 to 50,000.
Very funny. Makes me laugh.
Upwards of 200 elephants and more than 300 chariots.
Also, hope your nights or day is going great. I don't know if I said that yet.
And one wasn't too worried about the elephants, apparently.
I might have. I say it all the time.
His Macedonian army crosses the river in a
pretty sure I have said that, but I'm going to say it anyway.
To meet him in the water with 3,000 cavalry, 120 chariots.
You know what?
At least meet him at the water's
I
edge.
shouldn't doubt myself.
Disaster. Alexander kills his son, destroys the cavalry and the chariots. Only a few survivors flee back to Porus. When the battle officially begins with Porus, King Porus himself rides out into battle, riding atop a war elephant. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, war elephant.
Despite suffering several serious wounds, despite his army fleeing from the battle, King Porus fights on, still sitting on that elephant, refusing to admit defeat and surrender. Alexander's soldiers are in awe of this guy. They think it's pretty cool that he just, won't give up. So Alexander rides out into the battle, approaches the proud, defeated king, asks him how he wants to be treated. Porus responds, he still wants to be treated as king. And apparently, Alexander respected his wish. He told Porus he would remain king if he was allegiant to Alexander. He let him live and rule basically as a governor. This dude really impressed him. How cool is that? He had so much respect for how hard Porus fought. He was like, okay, yeah, fuck it. And no, you can still run things here. I mean, you work for me, but you can, tell your people you run things. Good job, buddy. That's a cool-ass elephant. Roughly 12,000 Indian soldiers, 80 elephants died in the battle compared to only 1,000 Macedonians. After Hydaspes, Alexander continues on towards the Indian Ocean. Sadly, this final march would be without his trusty steed. Bucephalus, at 30 years old, passes away after the Battle of Hydaspes River there. In mourning, Alexander founds a city in his beloved horse's memory and names it Bucephala. This guy loved his animals, right? He would also
if it wasn't for COVID, I'd make a basic bitch Belaruski to go with it. Belaruski, shot vodka, add milk, white Russian, that tastes like nothing. Normal white Russians are probably better, but basic bitch is also poverty drunk.
But finally, after the appeals of his generals and seeing his men are extremely upset, he changes his mind.
I remember my friend used to make white Russians, and they were powerful. But my friend, my roommate drinks. He drinks these.
When he married both the daughter and
what
the
is
niece
it? It's
of Darius,
moonshine. It's store-bought moonshine.
Nice.
That they put. What is it? Blackberries in. It's either blackberries, pomegranate, or something else. It's a blackberry.
Alexander and his troops
and they put that in there.
Fall of 324.
And it ripens up, and those things fuck him up real good. But he'll eat and drink the whole damn thing in one night.
Like he's gonna get better. Then, unfortunately, quickly takes a turn for the worse.
So I'm like,
and the king spent the next 2 days sobbing in tears.
Like I took a sip of it. It's pretty fucking. It's gnarly.
He orders the manes and tails.
But also, I get fucked up over small things. Like people have said fireballs, like not that big of a deal, and I'm like, fucking. I have been given a fireball at a gay bar that wrecked me. Like they were like, "Happy birthday!" And I was like, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I don't drink at all, like ever. And they're like, come on. And I was put on stage and put on blast, and I was like, okay, fine. Peer pressure won out, and I drank, and immediately everyone saw my face, and they were like, yeah.
There have been lots of theories throughout the years
the look on my face, I assume, was either stark white or about to puke, and like I held it in because I do not puke.
His friend
I've made it this far. I'm not going to puke. It's the only thing I can control about my body, because I can't control anything else. But like, I'm like, yeah.
Antigonus.
Like, I was not enthusiastic about it at all. I told them I don't drink ever, and they were still like, yeah, give them a fireball, free drink on the house, and I'm like,
it would make sense considering Alexander's habit.
I really thank you so much. Thank you for just saying it, because I was the only person that they were like, it's his birthday, he's the birthday boy, and I was like, I don't wanna, no, I do appreciate it, thank you, but no. And then they peer pressured me into it. I almost puked on stage, and then I sit back down and I get an orange juice just to wash down the fireball because
just like Olympius killed to clear
and literally they start their drag show, and all of the drag queens are like, we'll cheer him up, and they started dancing on me. I don't enjoy people dancing on me.
Prosperous and
I
unconquerable.
don't enjoy it.
There he would find, as I said
So
earlier,
it's very much like the most awkward time. I'm trying to hold it back because like I'm trying not to puke on these people, and they're just rubbing and gyrating on me, and I'm like, I don't want to dance.
In parts of India, and it would be the last remaining of the Diadochi after the incessant 40 years of war between them and their heirs.
The spotlight was on me the whole rest of the night.
As Seleucus Nicator,
I wanted to run so badly because it has nothing to do with drag queens because we already know. Like it's not a fucking secret.
The wars of the Diadochi, also known as the Wars of Alexander's successors.
It's not a fucking secret. Everybody knows.
BCE
but
to
like
275 BCE.
But like
it's just,
I don't like it when people gyrate on me. Unless we initiate it and I have a thing for you. That's about it. Everything else is weird and uncomfortable for me.
Spread to the east and west and meld with
I don't know you. I don't want you to touch me.
Historian Diodorus, Alexander wanted to create a unified empire between former enemies, which was why he encouraged people of the Near East to marry with Europeans.
No, I love it.
It's like that. Team meat sack, mixed it all
you
up.
You got a lap dance?
Basically, it will be embraced by all.
They didn't take off their clothes, but they were definitely gyrating on me.
The Diadochi would contribute to Alexander's dream of cultural unity, even if such unity could never be fully realized. After the death of Alexander the Great, when the tide of Athenian popular opinion turned against Macedonia, Aristotle was charged with impiety owing to his earlier association
that
with
was one of my birthdays with my dad's. My dads were there. We were meeting them up at the gay bar.
He tried to avoid the fate of his mentor's mentor. He did. He would die of natural causes a year later in 322 BCE.
And they didn't know that there was going to be a drag show.
Today's time suck timeline.
Good job, soldier.
They were just there for a drink, and now they don't drink anymore. Because
what a life
they said my dad can't drink no more. The doctor said he could only have one or two drinks, and he says when he's around other people, he wants to drink
only the homesickness of his army.
He wants to fucking ruin himself whenever he's out drinking.
Was Alexander? Did greatness in the ancient world require becoming a ruthless monster? It's two questions, I guess. Well, to answer the first question, he was pretty fucking great. If you define greatness through conquering, everything Alexander accomplished, he accomplished by the time he was 32.
That sucks. My condolences for him. Yeah. So, like, when he drinks at home, you know how many glasses he drinks? One.
Not only was he the king of his native Macedonia, he was also ruler of all the Greeks.
One thing of wine a week with his boyfriend. That's it.
So did a lot of other people.
That's all he drinks.
He founded dozens of cities. He conquered much of what was his known world.
Gay dad can
he brought Greek culture and
can just like not drink at all.
Great empire.
Not be pressured.
Greek philosophy, art, and literature all over. He created a Greek-speaking network of trade and military power that dominated.
Does it really suck to not drink alcohol?
For 3 centuries.
No, it doesn't suck. Like, no, it sucks for him because he is another human being. He wants to be with his friends and hang out with them, and they want to drink, and he doesn't want to not drink.
Because of the decisions Alexander made, hundreds of thousands of people died. Any number of political entities disappeared or were replaced.
If you want to drink, you want to drink.
Vast cultural enterprise that combined aspects of the Greek and Macedonian world with aspects of the various.
As far as I know, like I have no problem with him drinking.
You have to be a monster to accomplish what he accomplished.
I just know that his doctors have said that he has too much iron in his spine, and which causes the major back problems, which could probably put too much iron in his spine that could probably do some horrible harm to him.
People, including at times his own soldiers, his advisors, and his
We all
contemporaries
have
committed
crutches, I
similar
feel,
crimes.
so it can
Like
suck
many
for
of
me
history's
to
great
hear that
figures,
someone
he was a
else
mixed
can't
bag. Be a
have
murderous, rage-filled,
reasonable
paranoid religious
comfort.
fag, but again,
Unless
so
it's
could
like
many of the men of
murdering
that time.
people, then fuck that.
So I guess my
True.
answer is yes, he was a monster, but not a monster
But
atypical
like,
for his time.
I
And
understand
did
that
have
he
to
wants to
become
hang out
somewhat
with
of a
his friends
monster
and
to pull
drink.
off
That's
what he
totally
pulled off.
fine. But
In a time when
like,
war
he
meant
can't
systematically
stop
destroying
himself.
your enemy,
Like,
root and stem,
they'll be
Alexander
like, "Hey man,
was
you
the
want a
best at it.
beer?" It's like, "Yeah,
It's
sure."
interesting to think of
And
how
then
the
it'll be
world
like,
might
they'll
look
be
had
like
he not
4
existed. This to me
beers
really
in, and it'll be
illustrates
like,
just
"Yeah,
how
I'll take
crazy
another."
that
Yeah,
he
of
was, how
course.
important.
He
This is
never
all
says
hypothetical,
no,
of course.
and then
A
he
lot of my speculation here. Without
more
Alexander,
than half a case
very
later.
likely that the Persian Empire would have been able to keep
So
going for
like
quite some time,
maybe
possibly a real
another
long
case. I
time.
remember as a
If
kid,
it would have been
he
able to
would
maintain its
drink
trading routes, the world today
enough beer
might be a lot
cans
more
that
Persian
I
than it
could
is,
make a
especially if the Persian
flotation
Empire had
device
been
with
expanded
those
into
beer
Europe
cans.
and would, possibly could become
That's
the
how
most
many beer
influential
cans he
empire on
would.
that continent
That's
over
how
subsequent
many
centuries instead of Rome.
like
Think about that.
heavy
The
alcohol
great
he would
cultural
drink.
influence that helped shape and
And
define
then
much of the
him
Western world would have
and
been
his
greatly
friend
curbed.
would throw
Aristotle's
them in
philosophy
the
would not have spread the same
lake,
way.
and
The way the world
his
actually
friend would
thought
get him
could
later
have shifted, probably would have
because
shifted.
whatever.
Alexander's triumph marked what
They're
some
drinking
historians
on
argue was the
the
first time
at the end of the
Western world,
dock,
took a place of
and he's
global
throwing
dominance.
them.
Had it not, other
And
nations
some
like
of
the colonial
those
powers
things
of
were
Britain,
half empty.
Spain,
And what I
France,
used to
and
do
Portugal,
is
would they
I
ever have
jumped
even
into the
existed?
lake with my
How
mouth
differently would the
open,
Western Hemisphere
and I
look
would
now?
drink some
Who
of the
would have
beer.
colonized or settled it? The whole world might look very, very different today if you just made one
With
man,
lake water.
Alexander the Great, disappear from it.
Which is
Not only did
probably
his conquering greatly
not
shape the world, his
healthy.
legacy and legend inspired and
Not
affected many other
probably.
future conquerors who would
Not
also
healthy
greatly
at
shape the
all.
world, like Julius Caesar, Napoleon Bonaparte, many others who may not have ever done what they did had he not existed to inspire them. Crazy to think about how much one person can influence this gigantic world of ours. Interesting to think about how maybe someone right now, alive right
I enjoy
now,
the right kind of brew,
might
to be
influence tomorrow
honest. I haven't made a
All right,
bitch
now let's look at
basic
some takeaways
Bailey
from
Rusky in
Alexander the Great.
years.
Fascinating.
I
and
generally
bloody
prefer
life.
fruity and hoppy
Noise.
drinks quite a lot.
Time's up.
I prefer none of them. They all taste like
Number one,
They all
Alexander
taste
won every
not
battle
good.
He participated
The
in
only
while
one I
leading his
like
men
is
from the front
homemade
lines.
eggnog.
After inheriting
And that's
the Macedonian
about
throne
it.
at 20,
Like,
most people today
homemade
are
eggnog
college sophomores.
is it.
That age, Alexander would spend over a
Not
decade
store-bought,
kicking so much
just
fucking ass
homemade.
on one battlefield after another. Number two, Alexander the Great may have been even
Like
probably
everything
was
else,
gay. He was
I
not
hate
known
it.
for being sexually interested in women, and though he did eventually marry a few times and have a child, it may have all been simply for political reasons. He certainly wasn't kicking out heirs left and right like that other conqueror we've covered, historical horn dog Genghis Khan. The loss of his best friend Hephaestion and possibly his lover, Hephaestion, was one of the darkest days of his life, and Alexander was deep in mourning for weeks, even petitioning religious authorities to have Hephaestion declared an immortal god. Number three, Alexander had a horse, Bucephalus, that he rode into nearly every battle after he used his quick thinking to tame this horse that no one else could ride. He named a city he conquered after Bucephalus. After the horse died at 30, like so many of us mere mortals today, this dude loved his pet. Why does that make me like him even more than I would if I didn't know that? Praise Bojangles and praise Penny Pooper and Ginger Bell. Number four, deeply religious, Alexander was inspired by Greek history and religion and saw himself as a descendant of Zeus, old Papa Snake. He was encouraged in this regard by his mother, Olympias, who wanted
Eggnog
desperately to be
is
the mother of a
alcoholic.
king. But also in a deeper way, he was influenced by nearly
Look,
all
I
of Greek
can
culture.
stand eating
Believed the
wood,
specific groups of Greeks were
100% dark
descendants of
chocolate,
specific gods,
and
which gave that group their
1980s
attributes. Of course,
Brussels
Alexander would
sprouts
claim to be the
without
descendant of
seasoning.
Zeus,
I never
king
knew
of the
eggnog
gods,
sell
which meant he'd be king
in our
of
country.
everything.
I
He
always
was no
thought
fool
it
and not
was like a
short
creamy
on
drink or
ambition.
something. Granted,
He also saw himself as a
well,
descendant
it
of Achilles,
is when you get it
inherited.
store-bought.
Well, probably not true.
Most
We're
store-bought
not entirely sure
eggnog
those
is
people existed.
not alcoholic.
This belief would give
Like
Alexander
it's an
immeasurable
additive.
confidence, which must have helped him succeed in battle.
Like,
Number five, something
what you
new.
do is it's already
Alexander was a
pre-made
charismatic
at the
orator.
store,
Dude
and
knew how to give a
then
great
you're
speech, keep his men fighting.
you add
Alexander gave
the
a famous
actual
speech in
alcohol
324
to it.
BCE to stop a mutiny by
So
his Macedonian troops
eggnog
not long before his
sells
death.
pretty
Men who
well,
were angered that he wanted to send some of them home, but not all of them.
and you can drink it
while also appearing to give
non-alcoholically,
special preference to
but
his
it's
new
normally
Persian
considered an
subjects and
alcoholic
adopted many of their
beverage
customs.
because
Alexander
you
first
add
dealt
to it.
ruthlessly with the ringleaders. He killed them. Before making a speech to his army in which he berated his troops for their disloyalty. And this is a pretty
It's kind of a
badass speech here.
custardy thing.
Little score.
I've never had custard, but I'm gonna take his word for it.
Speech, which I am about to deliver, will not be for the purpose of
But
checking
I've
your
had
start
eggnog,
homeward,
so I
or
guess I've
far as
had
I am
custard.
concerned, you may depart wherever you wish. but because I wish you to know what kind of men you were originally and how you have been transformed since you came into our service. In the first place, as is reasonable, I shall begin my speech from my father Philip. For he found you vagabonds and destitute
There's a
of
difference in
means,
flavor,
most
but
of you
I like
clad in
nutmeg in
hides,
all three
feeding
of,
a few sheep
if
at
it's
the
an option.
mountainsides. For the protection of which you had to fight with small success against Illyrians, Trebalians, and the border Thracians. Instead of the hides, he gave you cloaks to wear, and from the mountains he led you down into the plains and made you capable of fighting the neighboring barbarians, so that you were no longer compelled to preserve yourselves by trusting rather to the inaccessible strongholds than to your own valor. He made you colonists of cities, which he adorned with useful laws and customs, and from being slaves and subjects, he made you rulers over the very barbarians by whom you yourselves, as well as your property, were previously liable to be plundered and ravaged. He also added the greater part of Thrace to Macedonia, and by seizing the most conveniently situated places on the sea coast, he spread abundance over the land from commerce and made the working of the mines a secure employment. He made you rulers over the Thessalians, of whom you had formerly been in mortal fear, and by humbling the nation of the Phocaeans, he rendered the avenue into Greece broad and easy for you, instead of being narrow and difficult. The Athenians and Thebans, who were always lying in wait to attack Macedonia, he humbled to such a degree, I also then rendering him my personal aid in that campaign, that instead of paying tribute to the former and being vassals to the latter, those states in their turn procure security to themselves by our assistance. He penetrated the Peloponnese, and after regulating its affairs, was publicly declared commander-in-chief of all the rest of Greece in the expedition against the Persian, adding his glory not more to himself than to the commonwealth of the Macedonians. These were the advantages which accrued to you from my father Philip, great indeed if you look at by themselves, but small if compared with those you have obtained from me. For though I inherited from my father only a few gold and silver goblets, and there were not even 60 talents in the treasury, and though I found myself charged with a debt of 500 talents owing to Philip, and I was obliged myself to borrow 80 talents in addition to these, I started from the country which could not decently support you, and forthwith laid open to you the passage to the Hellespont, though at the time the Persians held the sovereignty of the sea, having overpowered the viceroys.
So it's just grounded nuts.
Cyril, with my cavalry, I added to your empire the whole of Ionia, the whole of Aeolus.
What the fuck is nutmeg?
Phrygia, something like
Fresh
that.
nutmeg, so good. Well, you buy them, and then you grind them the nuts on your food to get the flavor. You can also buy the nuts powder. I guess it's actually a seed. So it's just grinded nuts. Flop in a wiki link. It's a nutty tasty thing with a nice, refreshing aspect. It's great for musky or rich dishes that need something to almost make less dense feeling. Love how the first thing my mind registered is, oh, hey, you can make mace. Yeah, nutmeg is used in mace. It's very interesting.
I have appropriated nothing myself, nor can anyone. One point out the treasures except these possessions of yours are the things which I am guarding on your behalf. Individually, however, I have no motive to guard them, since I feed on the same fare as you do, and I take only the same amount of sleep. Nay, I do not think that my fare is as good as those among you who live luxuriously, and I know that I often sit up at night to watch you, that you may be able to sleep, you
pieces of shit. It's almost that time.
Nice.
We got one more hour, and then it is time.
Alexander the Great sucked. Had a lot of fun digging into a little different era of history. Hope you did too. Thank you to the.
Let's see. We got Bruce Lee, we got the Egyptian gods. We got Genghis Khan. You know what? Genghis Khan. A lot of people have heard of him, not enough people know about him.
Empire in the history of the world kicked more ass than the Mongols at the height of their power. Right? They were the empire equivalent of a young Mike Tyson, knocking cities out in the first round.
Hey,
the Mongols under Genghis
I remember
Khan
Dick
were
Butt.
smart,
Do you
ruthless,
remember
innovative.
Dick Butt?
He's fucking tough. Maybe being from Mongolia
Time
helped with
for
that.
dick butt?
Only the strong survive kind of place. The life of a person living in the Mongolia Genghis was born into was not an easy one. One that had to endure a harsh nomadic lifestyle in the Mongolian steppes. Vegetation was scarce. There was little game to be found compared to, say, the lush forests.
That's what it's
of
about,
Europe.
sir.
There wasn't a lot of natural
Nightbot.
shelter.
I also need to add buttbot in here.
Terrain of Mongolia was and is one of mountains.
I have not added buttbot into this lovely abode.
Unforgiving.
I need to add buttbot into here. See how people react to buttbot.
About 80% of Mongolia's land sits at least 1,000
because I have not added a little buttbot in here.
Kutan Peak.
Whoa, buttbot.
Over 14,000 feet above sea level. Described on some sites as the most remote peak in the world. The nation has an average elevation of 1,580 meters or 5,180 feet above sea level. It's just 100 feet shy of a mile, over twice the average elevation of the United States. Mongolia's altitude is comparable to Colorado.
You don't have to.
The highest average elevation in the US.
I can see ass.
And if you live somewhere near sea level and aren't used to that, it can take.
I swear I'm not trying to annoy you with it.
I learned about that at a comedy festival years ago in Aspen, Colorado, where I partied as hard as I had at other festivals.
I think he was also a fan of philosophers and educators. Well, we'll know.
Normal. I ended up literally passed out on the sidewalk.
No.
Why? Because drinking at high altitudes exaggerates, enhances dehydration. Lower oxygen
levels. No, I was going to add buttbot for poor. I was going to add buttbot. So just send me that link again, and I'll add buttbot. I just forgot.
With less oxygen, they can excel in environments full of more oxygen. Makes sense? Even breathing harder in Mongolia than it is in much of the world. In addition to its high altitude, it's also a land full of salty lakes, sand dunes, rolling
Don't add stuff just for me. Just for bored.
It's glaciers. Even though much of the land is deserts,
I just thought it might be something you'd be interested in. I am interested. You like it, so I'm going to put it in.
From November
now give me the link.
The average high in
Do you listen to BuzzFeed Unsolved Stuff Code?
3 degrees Fahrenheit.
Nope.
The average low is
I don't listen to anything but BuzzFeed. I keep myself away from BuzzFeed as much as possible.
February, not much better.
The only time I was into BuzzFeed was making fun of BuzzFeed.
That's
so.
Those are just averages for the whole nation. Obviously, some places colder than that. Right, and these temperatures are brutally cold.
Everybody has their own opinions.
With the modern amenities of central heating, heated seats and steering wheels on our automobiles, portable electric space heaters, shit like chemical hand warming packs and winter coats built with innovative new thermal technologies. Imagine dealing with those, rough temperatures with nothing but whatever you or some other villagers could sew or weave together out of animal hides.
I'm buttbot.
Thank you.
I say butts. I can say butts in your channel too. I've been rewritten from scratch in Java, so I can buttify better than ever before. If I go down for any reason, I should automatically rejoin channels once I'm back.
A little over 91 degrees Fahrenheit.
I'm now hosted by
almost half of the nation's population.
My original creator was Pinnacle. I do not accept donations.
Not 300 million, not 30,
okay.
3 in the whole country. Only a little more than 3 million people live in Mongolia today, despite the nation being in the top 20 for nations worldwide in terms of overall geographical size. Mongolia, the 18th largest nation on Earth, over 1.5 million square kilometers, over 600,000 square miles.
Okay.
Largest landlocked nation
I guess
in the world.
I will put them in later.
However, way down towards the bottom at 136th. Put that combination of size and population into perspective. El Salvador.
Oh, if you don't watch BuzzFeed, then I recommend watching.
21,000 square kilometers, 8,000 square miles.
The instructions are on that, but basically, if you want it in your channel, you just have to go to the chat of Buttsbot and then type join me.
1.9 people per square kilometer, about 5 people per square mile.
They have ghost stories, but one of them is a non-believer, so he makes fun of it. It's funny.
Easy land for people to survive.
All right. I'll give it a shot.
There's little to no chance I will ever be hired by their board.
The Watcher.
Sounds like a place where if you live there, you're willing to take a vacation to Siberia. See someplace nice. What did Mongols eat in this utopia? I'm sure I'm making sound much worse than it probably actually is. Honey.
Watcher.
Mongolia produces more honey than almost any nation in the world, curiously, and is the only nation where the Murin honey bush grows, the only shrub that can produce honey without the need of bees. The only honey you can harvest straight from a plant. In addition to this abundance of honey, Mongolia is also covered in various mineral milk springs. Over 5,000 natural
these
springs,
are just
bubbling up like a root-based milk, similar to, say, almond milk or soy milk. And that is why Mongolia translates to the land
I
of
have subscribed to their channel.
And that is not true. It's horseshit. The world does not have
D20. Happy New Year from the East Coast, running around, speeding cheer, spreading cheer. It's not
milk spring, and all will be good.
It's not there yet.
The etymology of the word Mongolia is not known with any certainty.
It's not there yet. But thank you so much, D20. Thank you for coming in so much. Do appreciate you. Bam, bam, blam, 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 blam. You're awesome.
Colonel Skyfire. Dope.
I want to party with one dude who screams Serenity now as he dies.
Eternal Skyfire.
Happy New Year's, D20.
Seriously, since
Happy New Year, but future. 8-ball future. That's great.
Super handy dandy milk springs. What did they eat? Honey provided for a larger percentage of food.
Fucking Nightbot is always on point. What are we gonna do, guys?
Fertile soil. A lot of Mongols.
It might be growing sentience.
Showed up. There were a lot more hunters than farmers. There were snow leopards, wild sheep, the Siberian ibex, megahorn goats, Mongolian saiga, these mini deer, musk deer, black-tailed gazelles, wild boars, elk, black storks, two-humped Bactrian camel, golden eagles, about 450 species of birds, 9 different kinds of snakes, and a whole bunch of fish. If you want some of that
so
tasty-ass
far
water steak.
of
Panel
cheese, 3 on this page. But this panel is pretty fucking gnarly. Yeah. It's pretty fucking gnarly as it is basically the history of this country. But I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Fermented horse milk. Fuck yeah, bro. Delicious.
CSL?
Sometimes kumis also made with donkey milk. Get some of that sweet fermented donkey milk. Hey, bartender, please pass another glass of fermented donkey milk.
I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Mongolia, the milking season for horses traditionally runs between mid-June and early October. Love the horse milking season. I don't know why milking a horse is so funny to me. Probably because I'm a child.
You must have
brain of an 8th grader. And when I think about milking horses, I picture male horses being milked. That is beaten off. I just picture a bunch of Mongolian nomads jerking off a bunch of horses and then fermenting the horse cum in some nasty ass creamy beer. I'm gonna move on now. Good luck getting that image out of your head. Or this next image of something almost as weird but true. Mongols did not drink horse cum beer that I know of, but they did sometimes drink horse's blood from a still living horse. This is intense. As a last resort to stave off starvation on like harsh long rides from place to place or get a little extra strength during a long battle, sometimes Mongols would drink blood straight from their horses' bodies by cutting a vein into their horse's neck and sucking on that like a vampire. Not kidding about that one. Just taking a few sips of horse blood from their steeds, then hopping back on and riding back out into battle. According to an account of at least one 13th century Italian diplomat and archbishop, Giovanni de Pian, one of the first Europeans to enter the court of the Great Khan in the Mongol Empire, times got tough enough. Mongols also even eat human flesh, roast up some people they take taken captive. This all speaks to how pragmatic the Mongols were. Right? They did
equals clear. More specifically, humans, clear blood, screen. Echo they would do run. Bob Sergeant bat.
Herds of horses, sheep,
bat
goats,
clear.
Yaks, camels, nomads, milk, wool, dung for fuel, and meat when hunting wasn't working out. Rather than farm, because they were nomadic, wasn't a lot of farming.
I get
wild
it now.
Fruits and vegetables.
So clear.
Foraging rounded out the diet.
Green clear.
Another mammal often hunted by the Mongols that was not
it was supposed to imply Bob Saget.
Nomadic life was rough.
But
Raiders frequently coming for your livestock. Blood feuds, clan rivalries, stealing, killing, full-on invasions, not uncommon. It was very much a kill or be killed environment. Centuries of one clan fighting another. Giant nomadic families continually battling for Mongolian supremacy. So how many Mongols were living like
also,
this?
he kind of looks like
during this
you notice his hair kind of looks like that fruit.
How strong the Mongols
were. Not that fruit. What is that? Is it avocado or what is that?
Never more than 1 million Mongolians. For comparison, at its height, around 160 CE, the Roman Empire said to have had 60 to 70 million people. China today, around 1.4 billion people. Now, those 1 million those 1 million Mongols were spread out over an enormous geographical empire. At the time of Genghis's death, his empire spanned 12 million square kilometers, 4.6 million square miles. By the time his successors were finished, the empire would control around 24 million square kilometers, 9.2 million square miles. Well over twice the size
Thank
of China,
you, Google.
which is just over 3.7 million square miles in size. Right, they were small in numbers.
Kind of looks like an artichoke.
Their military
His hair kind of looks like an artichoke.
None, though. and times they lived in.
I didn't even mean that.
Numbers, and a comparatively small number of Mongols consistently took out much larger forces of foreigners. And what were those million Mongolians doing? What was life like for the average Mongolian? Again, primarily nomads.
I didn't even mean it.
Livestock.
But it's
Genghis'
very
Mongols
funny.
lived in gairs. These portable, round, sturdy, sometimes elaborate tents covered with skins or felt, held down with ropes made out of horsehair, designed to be dismantled and carried by camels generally to another site where it would take around 2 hours to rebuild. I watched a video on YouTube of some modern gairs. Many Mongolian nomads, still living out on the steppe, those vast, generally treeless, high-altitude grasslands of Central Asia. And these big round tents generally attached to solar panels now, powering modern electronics inside like flat-screen TVs. Pretty wild mix of old and new to see. The Mongolians packed up and traveled based on feeding needs for livestock and trade routes. They traveled from lowlands to highlands, from open valleys in the summer to hidden hilly nooks in the winter to escape brutal winter winds. Mongolian nomadic life generally saw men doing the hunting, women doing the cooking, but the division of labor not always that clear-cut. Often both sexes would perform the tasks of the other, including using a bow and riding. Because of how much harder it was to stay alive in Mongolia compared to other places, women often had to hunt and sometimes fight. Mainly, though, women tended animals, set up and packed away camps,
with a water and pot, wagons, bring just to a boil.
Children, prepared meals, and entertained guests.
Oh, artichoke is heavily in butter.
More progressive in Mongolia as far as women's roles.
Wait, what about eggplant? The ultimate undo
Asian
in
cultures.
The beginning.
Women could, for example, both own and inherit property. Several women even ruled as regents in the spells between the reign of the great Khans.
You should try Adis, or in English, sugar apple.
Religion, no sacred texts or particular ceremonies, but rather a mix of animism, the belief that objects, places, and creatures all possess a distinct spiritual essence, ancestor worship, and shamanism. A religious practice that involves a practitioner, a shaman, believed to interact with the spirit world through altered states of consciousness. Sounds pretty sweet. Shamans could be both men and women, thought to be able to communicate with the spirits and travel in their world, helping to find lost souls and divine future events. Other religions would also show up in Mongol culture as they encountered and sometimes conquered Christians and Muslims. Tibetan Buddhism also became popular, perhaps the experts say, thanks to its shamanistic elements. The Mongols had two main deities, the earth or mother goddess, known as Etujin, who represented fertility, and also John motherfucking Cena, 5-time United States champion, 4-time World Tag Team champion, 16-time World Champion, God of the Mongol Horde, tied with Ric Flair, the Nature Boy, for the world's most championship reigns in WWE history. Woo! No, that's not true. The Mongol second primary deity was, of course, not John Cena. Not in this portion of the multiverse, at least. That'd be pretty sweet. However, Mongolian wrestling, still a huge sport in Mongolia, was popular during the time of Genghis, so that weird little diversion into John Cena land wasn't entirely random. Wrestling was encouraged to make soldiers strong and fit.
Yeah.
Excellent with
Let's
hand-to-hand
see, sugar
combat.
apple.
In the style of traditional Mongolian wrestling, match ends when one man loses, when he touches the ground with anything other than his foot. Genghis, a big fan of wrestling. Genghis also liked to wrestle. Genghis would have no
Oh, sugar apple.
I like the Russia Genghis Khan.
Those things.
I conquer
I've
many
seen
small
those
children
things.
instead of many nations.
I've seen those things.
Back to that second primary
or sweet sop is a fruit of
second deity,
Annonian
the blue
squamosa,
sky or eternal heaven,
and the most wildly grown species of Annonia, and native to tropical climates in America. Wait, it's wait, hold on, what? His sense of divine right. It's native tropical climate in the Americas and West Indies. Wait, it's native here?
A portion of Eastern Europe, creating the largest empire
the world has ever seen. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
What a great rallying cry.
Weird.
We just went over that with Ivan the Terrible a few weeks ago.
Are you sure, Wikipedia?
That, the leader of their nation is destined to rule by God. That's so insane to me. People who say stuff like that, I feel like, tend to be like Genghis and Ivan the Terrible, pretty ruthless dictators. What was the Mongol Empire like before Genghis? In the decades before he took over, Mongolia was fragmented.
The Philippines brought it to
Empire.
they brought it to Asia.
Prior to the reign of Genghis, the Mongolian plateau.
I for sure thought it was an Asian plant.
Powerful tribal confederations.
I for sure thought it was an Asian plant. It's not. It's an American plant.
Into the Khamag
Holy
Mongol
shit, America!
and that helped Genghis'
You're
claim to the throne,
weird.
having a royal
You're
lineage.
so fucking
But his
weird.
grandfather had failed to conquer the nearby Chinese
Sometimes you
Jin
have
dynasty,
things
and then
that
the
I'm
Confederation
like,
fell
there's
apart.
no fucking way.
Genghis Khan was able to consolidate the power of a few relatively, small tribes, as his grandfather had, and quickly
You should
grow
try,
a small army into a powerful
or
fighting
a
force.
Delandian
Consolidated
fruit.
all of Mongolia and
Heaven.
conquered foreign lands faster and more
Where did you
decisively than
learn
any
this thing?
Mongol had before
Wikipedia,
him.
half the
Faster and more
time, or
decisively
some
than
school
Roman
that
emperors
was teaching stuff
than any human
wrong
being
was
before him.
found wrong.
And that's why Genghis is mostly known
It's
for
like
conquering.
a lime and an
We're gonna spend
orange
the bulk
fucked
of this
each
talking about
other
his conquering
and
ways.
had a baby.
First, let's talk a little bit about his dick.
It's
Not
like
kidding.
it sounds
Next to
all right.
conquering
Then
Genghis,
I guess it
mostly
is
been
from
remembered for
America.
fucking. One of the reasons
If
present-day
that's
Mongolians regard
the
Genghis as
description of it, it was made in America.
as the founding father of
'Cause
Mongolia.
that
He's
is
literally the forefather
normally
of many Mongolians.
what happens. Man,
so many
what
more
the
times
hell is
great-grandfather to
this?
huge percentages
But
of
what if I put
Mongolians and tons of other people
my
thanks to having
penis
3 separate penises with matching sets of testicles
No,
that were sentient and detachable.
no.
So he could be fighting in present-day Afghanistan, and he could send like one wing to a concubine in present-day
Yes.
Iran, and another to present-day
Yes.
Siberia. No.
Yes, baby.
He just did a
How
lot of
are
regular old fucking,
you?
a lot of regular old wives.
It's
He had
almost
around 500 wives.
it's
and so
almost
many children.
time.
Only his children with his first wife would be
It
recorded,
almost
3
time.
sons and 5 daughters. But it's thought he at least had,
It almost
or
time.
that he had at least several hundred other kids, if not thousands. Harems and concubines were the norm for high-ranking Mongols. Part of it, maybe even most of it, was strategic.
Iron Spine,
empire
NPC,
building, wasn't
Classic
necessarily
World of
just sentiment.
Warcraft, Iron Spine.
Genghis would bear children with concubines or take wives from different tribes and daughters would hold loyalty to him and help keep everything, united. I wonder if my wife Lindsay would let me have affairs. I just explained it to her that I wasn't doing it just for me. I was doing it for our empire. Like Josephina. Baby, I'm not just getting random women pregnant for my own satisfaction. I'm building an empire. I'm building loyalty. Why don't you ever let me build my empire? You say you're supportive.
That's what
Genghis would unite
appears
so
in
many
chat.
tribes. An international group of geneticists studying Y chromosome data found that nearly 8% of the men
Next.
living in the region
How
of
is
the
boy?
former Mongol Empire carry Y chromosomes that are nearly identical, believed to be descendants of Genghis. About 10% of the current Mongolian population, 300,000 people, about 0.5% of the male population of the world thought to be related to Genghis. It's crazy. Also helping to spread Genghis Khan's genes is the fact that a lot of his direct descendants, also big tribe uniters. Khan's son, Tushi, reported to have had 40 sons in addition to an unknown amount of daughters. Genghis' grandson, Kublai Khan, who established the Yuan dynasty in China, had 22 legitimate sons, reported to have added 30 virgins to his harem each year and produced an unknown amount of daughters and illegitimate sons. So he was also a casual raper. Did Genghis do anything besides conquered rape? Yes, he did some nice things, actually. I'm going to talk about war in a moment. First, let's discuss some of his lesser known but also very impressive achievements. Genghis personally wove over 10,000 friendship bracelets during his lifetime. I wish that was true. It was such a great
That would be
detail. He was an enigma
amazing.
wrapped in a riddle, Yeah, sure. I mean, he raped and pillaged. That's it's fucked up. But he also made a lot of friendship bracelets. He did unite almost the entire continent of Asia under the so-called Pax Mongolica, or the Mongolian Peace, from the 13th to the 14th centuries, thanks to most of Eurasia being under
Hope you're
Mongol
doing
rule.
well.
A great cultural expansion spread around Europe and Asia. All the many, many kingdoms whose asses
Could
Genghis'
have
armies
told me you were
kicked no longer
streaming. Yeah,
fight
but
each
you
other.
were sleepy,
Now
so
they
I
trade
wasn't
with one
gonna.
another,
I knew
exchange
you were
cultural
gonna go
ideas, grew
bad.
artistically, academically,
You be like
commercially.
that. It's cool. I
Ideas
track him
flowed back
down
and forth
sometimes.
from Europe
I
to
was
Asia like
doing a
never
New Year's
before in
event
history.
with my friend, and I was
After
planning
conquering
to
Genghis
play a
and his
game with
descendants
you
and top warriors,
before your stream, but you streamed early tonight.
were able
Yeah, I
to,
did.
learn how to
I did
quickly
stream
administer
early
this vast
tonight.
empire. That's impressive.
Yes,
They did
sir,
this
I
by
did.
Not killing everyone. They'd kill the royals.
I
but they'd
started
spare a lot of the
streaming
actual
quite a bit a
administrators who
while
actually
ago.
ran the governments. And they'd place a handful of important Mongols in the
You're
top
always
positions in
invited.
new administrations so that no
You're
one got
always
any funny
invited to
ideas
hang out on
when their
stream.
armies moved on to conquer new kingdoms. I bet these remaining officials
I
were more
didn't
than a
wanna
little stressed
bother
out when they started
you.
working for their new Mongol bosses. Right? They usually started working for them directly following a bunch of their own kingdom being brutally
I
destroyed.
didn't know what you were
Imagine
doing.
starting
I
your
thought
job
you were
that way.
gonna go
You think
out
you hate
or
your
something
boss.
like that,
What if your boss
or you
has
were gonna
killed,
go to bed so that you
various
could
members of your
a
family
good
and a bunch
morning.
of your friends?
I can't.
What if your boss's
What?
buddies just raped a couple of your
Well,
sisters?
you can't.
your
What do you
daughters, burned
mean?
down most of your town, and they were like, Johnson, what's with the doom and gloom attitude? Right? Let's turn that frown upside down. Stop
What's
dwelling
up,
on
Papa?
how I burned your dad alive. You go grab me a coffee, okay? Let's have a good week. Genghis and his descendants were able to
can't.
administer their vast new empire by
Yeah,
communicating
what?
over
What's
huge
up?
distances or unlike any empire had ever communicated before them. Time for some more horse talk. Mongol horses weren't just used for war. They didn't just have their blood drank and their wings jerked off to make Mongol beer. You heard earlier that that's not what their beer is made out of, right? Made out of horse milk, to be clear. Horses made swift communication possible in Genghis' new empire, carrying written messages through a relay system of stations. Knowledge was power in Genghis' empire, and that's why one of his first orders as ruler was the creation of a Pony Express-like
I'm naked in the shower, Go.
known as the Yam.
I know.
Yam riders carried messages across a network of huts.
Baby.
You cover as much as 200 miles a day.
Need that raccoon mentality trash can.
In addition to delivering messages,
what is this? That takes from Deep Space Nine. It's so loud.
Doing this in the early 13th century, over 500 years
I gotta turn that one down.
Express. A letter sent by the emperor in Beijing could reach the city of Debris, some 5,000 miles away,
just a little bit.
A month. So it wasn't exactly Amazon Prime, but it was a lot better than a
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Craftsmen along the main routes known as the Silk Road. It's increased communication and trade from Northeast Asia to Muslim Southwest Asia and Christian Europe. And
so it's not so fucking loud that it bursts your fucking eardrums.
In the 13th century, the Mongols, thanks mostly to the conquest of Genghis and the armies he created, had formed the largest contiguous empire in the world, uniting Chinese, Islamic, Iranian, Central Asian, and
see, that's not too loud.
Contiguous, by the way, means touching in contact. Adding that definition because I always forget what it means. The Mongol Empire, still the largest contiguous empire the world has ever seen. Genghis also decreed the adoption of a unified and upgrading writing system for the Mongol Empire.
That's still loud.
Writing system created specifically
that's supposed to be loud.
Language.
That's supposed to spook you.
Accomplishment for someone, and it's like an afterthought.
Wait, there's a knob for turning things down? Yes. Yes, there's lots of things to turn it down.
Which was novel in many places. He appointed soldiers to leadership positions based on proven abilities, not on who their daddies were. That's a whole new thing in a lot of places. And this aspect of his rule alone greatly strengthened his kingdom.
Never turning that down.
Doing this increased loyalty to Genghis, right? You worked harder to please the Khan. If you knew that gaining his favor
turning that down.
Your status and financial position, no matter who your dad was. Genghis also encouraged religious tolerance in his secular Mongol empire. He let people worship whatever god they chose, as long as the tributes kept pouring in. Kept his people happier, increased the possibility of uprisings that could destabilize his empire. He also unified Mongol laws across his empire, kept shit cohesive. Genghis Khan's system of law, known as the Yasa, prohibited theft, adultery, blood feuds, bearing false witness. Might not sound revolutionary, but it was new then to many places. Some versions also incorporated the Mongols' respect for the environment by outlawing bathing in rivers and streams and requiring soldiers to pick up anything that had been dropped on the ground. Dude was pretty green. According to a study by the Carnegie Institution's Department of Global Energy, Genghis Khan may have been the greatest eco-warrior of all time. The 13th century Mongol leader may have scrubbed 700 tons of carbon from the atmosphere, roughly the amount of carbon dioxide generated in a year through global oil consumption, by allowing previously populated and cultivated land to return to carbon-absorbing forests, land that returned to forest after the Mongols killed all the people who used to farm it. Less pollution through mass death. Like, he killed so many people that he substantially changed just the amount of forest on Earth during his lifetime. Now let's talk about more about mass death.
Where's the one for me?
Genghis Khan and his immediate descendants best known
the
for
fart?
kicking the shit out of basically everyone.
You want a fart for you?
What
you doing anyway? I'm just drawing. I'm just a drawing
of Bukhara.
Just a drawing.
Bam, 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 Khwarezmian Empire, located in parts of present-day Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan.
I'm just drawing. Bam,
February 12, 20 CE, Friday mosque.
I'm just drawing my comic. Just working on comic book stuff. I know it's not much.
Their city. The Mongol army of 110,000 soldiers.
I know it looks a lot like Scribbles because it is Scribbles, but that's neither here nor there.
400,000 took a month-long siege by the Mongols to capture the city. One witness who escaped wrote, "They came, they raped, they burnt, they slew, they plundered, and they departed." Classic Mongol strike: defeat, pillage, rape, and then bounce. Genghis Khan climbed into the pulpit after dismounting from a small horse after the army had defeated the city. An audience of religious leaders, doctors, scholars, other eminent men waited for the strange warrior to do it. Finally, he did, speaking through a translator. He said to the people gathered in Bukhara,
it looks
people,
not like much, but
sins,
it's what makes me happy.
You have committed these sins. If you ask me what proof I have for these words,
I feel like keep winding up here.
God. If you had not committed
amazing?
great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like
sit
me
on you. Oh, no.
upon you.
Oh no!
There's some scary shit.
Server commands other than me are blocked.
Conquering cities. Genghis believed that if the leader insulted the Mongol Empire by, say, like refusing to pay tribute or something, not only was the leader responsible, but everybody in their empire was also equally responsible. So if the leader had insulted him, all of the people of that culture had insulted him, and that way he felt justified in killing as many of the people in that culture as he felt like his army needed to kill to send a strong message to other empires not fucking disobey him. And he spoke these words after his men had killed over 100,000 enemy soldiers. Then he ordered the rulers of Bukhara to bring him some musicians, play him a little music, bring some wine, bring some of that sweet fermented horse cum milk. He's like, guys, I'm thirsty. Go jerk my horse off. Make me some beer. He didn't say that exactly, but he did drink some fermented horse milk. Then he commanded the nobility to bring their riches, gold, precious stones, lay them all at his feet. Then after getting everybody to do all this, enjoying himself for a bit, he just set his men upon the city and killed many of the people who just brought him all that stuff. They took everything they didn't destroy. They butchered unarmed men and children. They raped thousands. They burned the mosque. The fire spread, burned most of the city, left it in ruins. Most of those spared were then herded into groups and forced to march with the conquerors to the next battle, where they would be used as human shields. Only beautiful young women and the best artisans and musicians.
Wait, that's a thing? Dramatic sense intensifies.
Sometimes Genghis
just
show you
stab
mercy.
on it.
Other times he would
just
destroy
stab
the
on
city.
it.
Again, to send a message,
just
to other places in the empire that I can do this to you too. Submit, or I will erase you from the earth. In the war fought against the Khwarezmian Empire, which lasted less than 2 years, Genghis's men killed an estimated 25 to 30% of the total population, thought to be around 2 million people. If the numbers are accurate, that's true. All the battle numbers I will reveal today, not agree. Oh no! Ancient chroniclers tended to inflate their numbers.
Damn, that's loud. I should turn that down.
They would inflate the enemy's numbers, reduce their own numbers to make
sound
the victory
alerts.
seem more
I
impressive.
might have to turn it
If they're accurate, how could 110,000 Mongols defeat an army of 400,000? Let's try and wrap our meat sack brains now around the Khan's epic military, strategies and the keys to his conquests. We'll start with their weapons. Spears and lances given to the lowest class of soldier. Spears and lances could be used while riding on a horse or while on foot. Used to be, they were used to be thrown by hand and to impale enemies. Mongol warriors also had swords, typical Mongolian saber, with a one-handed curved, carefully forged steel blade. Could be used on horseback. Could also be used on foot with ease. The saber was easier to maneuver and slash with than straight-edge blades.
Not properties. Damn it.
Due to superior metal forging, Genghis's men spared the lives of the best metal workers from the lands they conquered when possible. They could effectively cut through most armor and helms of the time. The halberd was another bladed weapon used by Mongol warriors, typically only by the wealthiest ones.
Just a little
Mongolian halberds, two-sided blades attached to wooden poles around 6 feet in length. They could be used on a horse to swing down into foot soldiers on the ground. One swipe of a halberd sometimes did slash and kill several enemies. Brutal, man, just chopping dudes down like some ancient farmer harvesting some wheat. Other weapons the Mongols used were the lasso used to pull enemy horsemen out of the saddle.
As we all do.
The dagger for
That's why I couldn't hear it. That's right.
Mongols
That's
also
right.
used the Mongolian
Damn
mace
it.
sometimes.
I have to do it on the website. That's right.
Smashing people's ribs or heads in.
Okay.
Typical mace, roughly 15 inches in length.
I have to do it on the website.
The most important handheld weapon for Mongol soldiers
was the bows.
They crave, Dick.
The composite bow was lightweight.
As we all do.
Hunting and warfare.
Yes.
The bows were made from sinew, birch, the horns of sheep. It's a great weapon for the cavalry to shoot with while on horseback, while in combat.
Yeah.
And no one better at shooting from the back of a charging horse in the 13th century than the Mongols. Obviously, bows come with arrows. Mongol warriors use several different types of arrows.
Yeah, we know. Mass, we know. It's okay, buddy.
300 yards.
It's all right.
Over 3 football fields.
We know.
Over 900 feet.
We know you craved it. Hey, Mass. It's okay, man. It's all right. We get it.
A sharper V-shaped tip that wouldn't travel as far, but very effective at short distances at piercing armor. Some Mongol archers also had arrows with holes in them. Arrows that made a whistling sound as they flew through the air.
Spotting
they used
dick?
these to dictate battle maneuvers,
Nah, penis.
telling others which direction to march and fight in. Also had various kinds of poison arrows.
By the way, join my if you were on this funny content and more, come to my
non-lethal shot.
Come to my
when it came to war.
my Discord, please.
Like, oh, you showed up to the battle with one kind of arrow? What, you fucking new? You know that we're the Mongols, right? Why don't you head back to your kingdom and then just keep on riding until you reach another kingdom that we don't plan on stomping out of existence today. The Mongolians had a lot of different kinds of arrows. About a large total of arrows also to each battle. A Mongolian quiver would hold between 30 and 60 arrows. And while out on a campaign, the typical Mongol warrior would take 2 to 3 quivers, 90 to 180 total arrows. One would be located to the left of the rider, attached by to his belt by iron hooks for quick access. And to quickly fire one arrow after another, the Mongolian, to quickly fire one arrow after another, the Mongolian bow was the closest thing back then to a machine gun. Shields, interestingly, aren't often mentioned in accounts of Mongols in battle. It's hard to fire arrows super fast when you're trying to hold a shield. It feels like they felt the best defense was a strong offense. Mongols had a lot of shit to hurt you with. I highly recommend doing some Google image searching to see what all this stuff looked like. As far as armor goes, they didn't have much during the reign of Genghis.
Yeah.
Genghis once said to have issued all his horsemen with thick and tightly woven silk vests. As an arrow hitting silk does not break the silk, but ends up embedding the arrow in the flesh wrapped in silk, allowing the arrow to be removed by gently teasing the silk open. These silk vests function much like the padded armor used by European and Byzantine soldiers of the era. Also worth a Google search.
Yeah.
When I first read that they wore silk vests, I kept picturing something out of the 90s, like some cheesy Saved by the Bell type of vest. Right? And I was like, how would wearing some sleeveless silk shirt help keep an arrow out of it?
Oh, man.
How would dressing like
I love medieval weaponry and stuff like that. Oh, it's so fun. It's so fascinating.
That makes more sense.
Why do you think I live for fantasy stuff?
If you're going to take down a city in the 13th century, you need some decent siege equipment. You can't bow and arrow your way through a giant
can
wall.
save you.
You can't throw in a sweet
just as much as
drink a little horse milk.
If you're far enough
swing around
away,
your banana hammock and convince your enemies to throw down their drawbridges. The Mongols learned how to use siege machines during the life of Genghis Khan. Prior to Genghis, most of their fighting was carried out against fellow nomads who did not live in walled cities. They didn't really have any experience attacking walled cities. The Mongols built, or more accurately, foreigners they'd captured or foreigners who had defected to their armies built some of the first known catapults, trebuchets, bombs, even some of the first cannons.
Yep.
In 1232, when the Mongols besieged the Jin capital of Kaifeng, they even used gunpowder-based weapons against the Chinese. Gunpowder had been introduced to the Mongols by the Song dynasty way back in the late 10th century, would not be commonly used in European battles until the 14th century. How did the Mongols get all their weapons to these battles? Mostly via Bactrian camels. Big, two-humped, goofy as shit-looking Bactrian camel. This is the ugliest camel in the world. Native to the steppes of Asia, Central Asia, gave them a big advantage against many opponents. It allowed them to simply move much more stuff a lot faster than their mostly camelless enemies could. A 1,000-pound Bactrian camel can carry 440 to 530 pounds worth of goods compared to a horse not being able to catch more or not being able to carry much more, than its rider.
We're almost there, guys.
Pull anywhere from 881
guys, we're almost there.
1,322
it's
pounds of weapons and supplies
New Year's.
18 to 24 miles
it's
per day.
Almost New
Year's.
Year's.
A 600-pound Mongolian horse being able to pull
I
close
still
to
have to. I still have to point and laugh at a fellow streamer.
These camels and horses with them and all the supplies they would
there
need
to
for
what?
Sieges.
What? What was that? What's that, mess? What's that? What's up? What's up, mess? Oh, welcome in, Kuro. TTS.
These camels could handle any weather,
any
altitude, go for several weeks in a row without
welcome in.
Water.
I am drawing my comic.
Last more than 5 days without water.
Just drawing
horse milk,
before new
champions. Seriously, speaking of horses, they were the Mongolians' most useful weapon.
I hope you're doing well. Hope the new year is treating you well. Hope you have an amazing New Year.
Over 2.5 millennia before Genghis. At an early age, a Mongolian warrior would train with horses in order to hunt and herd with them. Then when the warrior would turn 15 years old, following a long-held Mongolian custom,
you said we're almost there. I was like, what is there then? You said
warrior would bring no
you said New Year's, so yeah.
No
okay.
To fight with, just their bravery.
Viewers can't see the names I ban. Go.
The Mongol warrior would survive by sometimes drinking its milk, sometimes drinking his blood, and by making love to it all the time, cuddling close enough each cold desert night to keep it
I thought they could.
Each warrior
I thought they could see the viewers you banned.
Mare or stallion didn't matter. What mattered was the bond, the lifelong bond between two mammals developing out on the steppe under the stars. That was the Mongol way. And it's from this custom that ancient Mongolia's most famous saying comes from. Any horse can ride you into battle, but only the horse you fuck will fight for you. Of course, that's not true. At the age of 15 now, the young Mongolian, God, I wish that was true. That'd be so fucking ridiculous. At the age of 15, the young Mongolian who trained with horses for years would go into the army if they were skilled enough. Genghis, back to that meritocracy. He didn't just let anybody into his, army. He had to prove that you're good enough on a horse, good enough to fight, had to earn a position. Once warriors were ready for battle, they were given 3 to 7 horses to ride in war. With this many horses, Mongol warriors could remain mobile even if 1 or 2 of their mounts were lost or exhausted. The Mongol horse, just a great horse for fighting too. The Mongol is native breed to Mongolia, indigenous to Mongolia. Hasn't changed much since the time of Genghis Khan.
You ban people? We ban bots.
Still have more
Sometimes I find similar bot names to the name of someone in chat. I take the time to check those names off the list just in case. I ban bots regularly. He hates bots. I don't understand. He hates bots.
For their stamina.
With a passion
compared to most other
it's
horse
so
breeds,
crazy.
They can go for a long time.
Board just hates so many bots.
10 kilometers over 6 miles.
He just hates them so much.
Let's talk about tactics.
He wants them all to pay.
Mongolians, primarily light horse archers.
All they did was being
birthed. They were able to stay just out of reach
There's
of their opponent's weapons.
That are on the list that are good.
Hit and run tactics.
Is that why you hate ads as well?
And rushing in for some close-up melee, and bouncing back. And
you never know. Maybe he was hurt by an ad.
After they broke an enemy
I got a sponsor for today. Raid Shadow. Shade Rattle Legends.
What was known as the Parthian shot during battle, a shot fired during a feigned retreat.
Shade Rattle Legends.
A step warfare practiced since ancient times. A token force charged the enemy.
Oh man, I don't think they would appreciate me making a parody account called Shade Rattle Legends.
Other forces attacked.
I don't think they'd appreciate a Shade Rattle Legends. I think that would be
messed up from the front.
Even if they sponsored me, I think they would not appreciate me making fun of them.
And Rus along the Dnieper River.
No, I know. I just don't want to go through a legal battle for a joke. But I guess that's what Weird Al has taught me, that who gives a shit, do it anyway. Live your best life. Fucking go for it, bro.
To another Mongol army that just bombarded them. The Mongols also
you don't need to just ruin them. You need to own them.
One of the biggest advantages they possessed was
shame
their enemies never knew what kind of attack they were going to face. Now let's talk more about these arrows.
I mean, they sue you.
I was just being dramatic earlier when I talked about the Mongols turning the sky into a dark cloud that rained arrows.
There's nothing you can do. Just fucking fight them hard. Go hard and never quit.
A hail of arrows in such numbers that it seemed to be a phenomenon of nature. For those who live to talk about it, roughly 300 yards out, they're shooting still accurate enough to seriously disrupt enemy formations. Come on, mouth! In the course of the arrow storm, archers did not aim at a specific target. They just loosed their arrows at a high trajectory into a predetermined killing zone or targeted area. This actually didn't kill that many enemy soldiers, but it wreaked havoc on morale. And soldiers watched wave after wave after wave of arrows rained down upon them and their comrades, while they were too far away to strike back at the Mongols. The Mongols' arrows could often shoot over 100 yards farther than their opponent's arrows could, which was a huge advantage. Enemies would just have to eat a storm of arrows, for like 100 yards or more if they were charging the Mongols before they got a chance to strike back. I mean, how frustrating would that be? Hunker down under your shield on some field, hope that you're, holding it at the right angle to keep from being hit by one of thousands of arrows raining down on your location.
Keep throwing yourself at the ground until you miss.
Even better chance that one of those arrows is going to mow you down before you can get close enough to strike back. You got to run through these arrows for 100 yards or more just to then start firing your arrows back at these assholes. Mongols will bring enough of these arrows,
It's a boy. Oh my god, it's a boy. Let me turn the music Let me turn on the music. Please don't stop the music. What is it? And also I need to get if Nix is here. I know what that sound was about, and I haven't been looked yet. Keep throwing it. Yep. I had with Blip and had a feeling. It boy, he just can't. He just not talking right now. He will talk in a minute, most likely, because he is good boy. What? Rip if he doesn't have a mic, immediate not good boy status because life happened. No, he good boy. He good boy no matter what. He good boy no matter what. He has good boy status. He always has good boy status. Until he has bad boy status. Then he's a bad boy. I'm not redrawing this fucking guitar. Fuck that. Oh, he made a little too. What are the rules? Do I get a derp gun, maybe? Water hose? Water hose. That drives dogs insane. That drives dogs insane. Hey Paul, in the words of Father Jack Hackett, Father Ted, more water? Well, that went right over my head. It's almost time! It's almost time! Everybody, it's almost time, and you know what that time is? You guys know what time that is? Huh? What's up?
Heard me.
Oh, okay. They heard you. How's the best boy? Being? Oh. Well, it's almost eating. Oh. Oh. Goodness gracious. Well, thank you for being amazing. Hey,
I'm here.
Yeah, he's here. He's fine. He's fine. He okay. He best boy. Scarfing food down your gullet.
I mean, I'm not, but I can. cheese in here.
There's cheese in there. There's cheese in them hills. It's almost that time. Almost 12 over here. Can't wait.
Lactose. Ow.
Ow. Oh no. I'm lactose intolerant. Oh.
But it's not an allergy, so I still eat it.
You think people that have peanut allergies cry a little bit inside when they see peanut butter and they know how delicious it is?
I can tell you for an absolute fact they do. My friend Jamie developed some sort of nut allergy, but she doesn't have the insurance to go check to find out which nut.
It's a nut.
So she avoids all nuts. And she has not had peanut butter in years.
That's sad.
So when her coworker gave her peanut butter without peanuts, she cried a little when she had that peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, true story. Go trying to trigger someone with a question like that. I try to trigger a lot of people, it seems. I trigger a lot of people on my streams.
You are a trigger.
I am a trigger. Yeah. A lot of people are like, I just can't handle it. He's just too cute. And I'm like, I'm just here.
And that's all you need.
Yeah. And then this goes here, his finger goes here, and then I don't know if this is an actual like sound or like note to play.
You should maybe research that.
I don't really want to. How about
One of these days, you're going to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning, wondering,
was it the right thing?
Actually, notes that he's playing, and you're going to find out that all you're hearing is.
Ding 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 ding.
I have to go fix the fingers on every strut for every riff he has ever played in my comic.
Fuck, I'm not doing that. That's a pain in the ass. No. There'd be horizontal notches. It's a shitty medieval lute. Give me a fucking break.
And yet there are musicians out there that are crying right now watching you draw this.
I mean, there are also musicians out there who are like, well, we actually didn't know that much about the lute back in the day. Those are the music history people.
If they were music history people, they'd absolutely know.
Absolutely.
That you are fucking up your fingering.
Absolutely. Well, are you a fingerer?
I finger you.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked, and you know it.
I whispered you a picture.
You cutie.
No, not you. Bored.
Bored. Not a picture for me? Aww.
No, Bored whispered you a picture.
What? What did you whisper me?
Check your fucking DMs.
Iron spine? Iron spine. Yeah, iron spine. Come iron in the spine. What? What? Wait, hold.
You've been bonked and sent to horny jail.
Oh, it's time. Happy New Year, everybody!
It's 1 o'clock in the morning here. So you're a little late, babe.
No. It's Happy New Year here.
Happy New Year to all you Alabamans.
Yeah. Let's see if we got. Fuck it. No, we need this song. I don't need an hour long, you pieces of shit. You know what I'm looking for. What is the song called?
Let old acquaintance be forgot and new acquaintance met. That's all I remember.
There we go. There we go. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you so much for being amazing. And thank you for making it amazing, you guys. You guys are what make it amazing, not me. You guys make New Year's and has made this year that was pretty okay, pretty not great, you know, an amazing one. You guys are what make this year even better. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous. Thank you for being beautiful and incredible. I know that you guys are out there just hanging out, doing your stuff. I appreciate you.
Goat.
He
It's
is.
either gonna make you really happy or really sad.
Oh, my. Okay, go on.
The highlight of my entire year was streaming and finding you. And that is 365 days.
And you know what?
Of bullshit.
You know what? That's okay. We'll just make it better. We got a whole nother year to make it better.
Oh my god.
Happy New Year.
What the fuck is his name?
Massalada.
Massive.
Masso.
That's right, because I made fun of it.
Yeah.
Well, not made fun of it, but like I switched it around and called it Massive Ass.
Massalada.
Yeah.
Yeah, Masso. Maso.
Meso.
Meso. Thank you guys so much. You guys are incredible. I wanted to thank you guys. So back to our regularly scheduled music.
Massive what now?
You're massive what now?
Bored. Don't worry about it.
Don't even worry about it. But I remember one streamer's post, and I like him. Connor is pretty funny. I like him. He's Distortion Devil. On here, he's a great streamer. If you ever, I watch him from the Unexpectables podcast. He is very funny, but also he made a fucking about 2 years ago. He made a video of like was it 20? Was it in 2019? I think it was 2019. He made one. He made a video where he's like, he ran in there, he ran out and it's like, yeah, fuck you 2019. Hope this year is gonna be the best. And you know what happens right after 2019? Immediately the pandemic hits. I'm like, No forethought.
Speaking of no forethought.
Yes.
Guess what, Goat?
You're...
Are you familiar with the Golden Girls?
Oh yeah, Betty died.
Yeah.
And Miss White died. You know.
The last of the Golden Girls is dead.
Yep. That just means that now we just need new Golden Girls. 100%. We just need new ones.
Nothing will ever replace the old Golden Girls.
I mean, people are trying. But, people are trying.
Trying how?
I guess trying to make bigger stars and stuff like that. Trying to get, people out there and stuff, like, get people famous even though nobody wants them. You've seen it.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
The Kardashians are famous for literally being famous.
Yeah, the Kardashians are literally nothing.
That's literally it.
And then there's Versace.
Like, no one, I don't know a single person that actually knows what the Kardashians are famous for other than being famous.
They
get famous.
Kardashians are living beings. Yeah, they are. Plastic surgeries. Become a Golden Girl. I feel you can do it. Yeah, Nix. Come on. You got this. You can be a golden. You can be the next Golden Girl. You can be Blanche. Or Branch.
It was Blanche Devereaux.
You can be
sweetheart, as much as I want to agree with you, you need to rethink every episode of the Golden Girls.
I can't. I only watched about 20.
What your underlying, like, tell me what exactly you're saying about me.
A slut? Blanche is the slut, right? That couldn't hold down a relationship. Right? Trying to think.
It's not that she couldn't hold down a relationship, it's that... I don't think any of the men in her life even tried.
Am I getting it right though? Is she the one that was in and out of relationships every episode?
No, she wasn't in relationships ever. She fucked.
Oh yeah. Then I got it right. Yep, I pegged her right. No, she was with bad men, and she was also not a good person. And she had moments of good aspects, but she literally was going to let people fall for a lot of her shit. Yeah, I remember Blanche. Oh yeah, that's what I'm implying. There's Rose, Blanche, Sophia, and old woman.
Dorothy Spornak.
Dorothy
Spornak. Blanche Devereaux. Rose Nyland and Sophia Petrillo.
100% Blanche. Hey, that's called a script. Goat isn't on a script. You can tell because he's lost.
Oh, he's lost, all right. He's lost his goddamn mind.
I'm always lost.
He sat here and dead ass, without skipping a beat, said, "Oh yeah, you're totally Blanche Devereaux." Who's Blanche Devereaux? A slut. Wait, what?
Wait a second, hold up.
A lying, manipulative, conning, scheming, skeevy ass slut.
That is Blanche. Yes, I remember now. That is Blanche.
And you're saying I am most like Blanche?
No, I was like, yeah, I remember one of the characters' name is Blanche. And then I was thinking about it, I was like, yeah, she's that one that's real fun and exciting, who is also manipulative and a bad person, and, oh, right, that people had to, she mostly started all the shit there. And people shit-talked behind her back all the time. When people were...
fair, they did that to each other all the time.
Not, what's-her-face? Rose, I think, yeah.
Yes, she did.
Was it, which one was it that Betty was?
9 times out of 10, she had no problem saying it to your face.
Yeah, she
would
did
always talk shit behind your back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She would talk shit to your face. Yeah. That was Rose.
She had no filter. She was completely oblivious. Knew one too many different recipes for herring.
And also it was from her great uncle. Apparently.
What?
The recipes were always from a crazy family member, and you're like, what the fuck is up with this family? And like all of her stories never involved her, but she just remembered every single story.
Yeah.
Yeah. April, I've got the trouble starter program. What is it with you people and always typing shit? You have some notable Blanchisms. If you were Blanche, your name would be Blanche. Are you calling Nightbot Blanche the Sass Master?
Okay, technically speaking, if anyone was the Sass Master and the queen of the quip and the witty one-liner, that crown would have to go to Dorothy Spornak.
Dorothy Spornak.
That woman gave no fucks. There was an episode in particular where she was helping out at a restaurant and she tore someone apart for complaining about the food, the service, and saying that a sprinkle a day for her just wasn't enough. She then proceeded to tell the man that she does not care if he has a pulse, much less a good day.
Now, I remember my favorite one of that is that when they had that real big fight, and one of them said, "You know what? I hope you have an amazing one." And you remember back at that one time when you fucking threw me under the bus, and you realize how amazing your life was, not because you did anything, but because I did everything. And it's like, oh shit. Oh fuck.
Right.
Oh damn.
I'll be right back.
Okay, alright. I'll miss you. I miss you. I already miss him. By the way, board, does this look correct in finger placement? Apparently, I was stupid tactless once upon a time. I'm always stupid tactless. The first digit really comes down. Okay, so the first digit goes down? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. If you cross the streams, it goes with from ping to DRNG. I don't know anything about guitars, man. I don't know jack shit about lutes or guitars or anything. I just know you can have a 3-string to a 4 to a 5. It's fuck it. Alright. Alright, if it's I don't know, fuck it. I guess it's I don't know, fuck it. I did want to thank everybody for coming in tonight. Thank you for making this a special New Year's. Fingertip only. Skin can't contact the rest. You mean this right up here? Donk instead of a ping. Is that a rest? Is that what that's called? I don't know what any of this is called.
What's what called?
No, it's called the wrong. Oh, okay. It's called the wrong? Alright.
I'm sorry, what?
He says it's wrong. Alright, I guess it's wrong.
What's wrong?
My loot and finger placement. Oh well. I don't know enough about it. Oh
Hold
no.
on, let me see. Zoom in. Zoom in, mofo.
There.
Okay. See. Is that the pinky finger down there just off screen?
Yes.
Okay. You have 3 fingers unnecessarily on one string, and your index finger needs to be given a bit more of a bend so it doesn't look like it's laying on that string as well. Your thumb, however, is currently laying on 2 different strings. The way it's laying like that, you're gonna cut off the sound.
Okay.
Depending on how high you want that note to hit. And why the thumb is clasping both strings like that at the top is beyond me.
Because I don't know jack shit about guitars. I know literally nothing. I know if you string it, you play in a note. That's all I know. I don't know anything about any of this. That's
You're
okay.
Fine. You're fine. I would rest the thumb along the side of the lute itself.
Okay.
Unless it is being used to cut the note lower or higher in pitch. Unless it's actually being used to change the pitch on that string, I would avoid using the thumb to cover the strings.
Okay. Okay.
Lutes could be used as either bass or guitar, really. It just depended on how many strings there were. Since there are only 3 strings, depending on the size of the lute, you'd get the higher or the lower pitches, sort of like a ukulele, as opposed to a guitar, where a guitar has lower pitches. Ukulele has higher pitches because the strings are taut and shorter. You have 3 strings on that lute, so I would have to assume let me double check that. Because with the 3 strings, you're looking more like a bass instrument than a guitar.
Probably.
And do you know whether this lute was meant to play low or high-pitched music?
I was kind of playing lower pitched music, just because I know that a little bit better.
Lute. So it would need to be a bass. However, let's see, stringed instruments with the neck can refer to an instrument family, European lutes. Okay, that's fine. It's a mandolin.
Do I need a reference? I need a lot of things. I need a lot of things.
You need a hole in the head.
What? What?
Nothing, darling. Let's see. Your typical lute has 5 to 6 strings.
I know.
However, that is the norm. It does not mean it is.
Well, specifically, this is a cheaper lute intentionally. This is just like, this is what his money could buy. It's 3 strings.
Yeah. And if he needed to, he could add more strings down the line with the way the design is. So that's perfectly fine. You can get pretty decent range with just the 3 notes, or 3 strings. Oh my lord. Notes and strings are 2 different things, dumbass. Oh god. Don't mind me.
Okay. I'll work on this. I'll work on this rackham while you're looking. Thank you so much, honey. I do appreciate it.
You're fine.
You're so sweet to me. Well, you're so nice to me. I know you wanted to play video games tonight.
What notes is he striving to play on his lute in this current frame?
So the song, it's the contact. Let's grab the song. Come gather around as I tell you a tale. I fear that this one might just spoil the ale. The song that I sing is a little bit musty. The song, after all, is the tale of our country. It all harkens back to the story of old, when the land was divided, for the war took its toll. The dwarves were the ones who sounded the bell against the Servine, the goblins, the humans, and the elves. But the tide slowly turned as the battle did darken, and the queens with their schemes maliciously plotted. They embroiled the land and the sea with their war till the people's worth couldn't be seen anymore.
Okay, so switch back to the image with the hand placement, please.
There we go.
Because that song is going up and down very periodically. I would have to assume... Give me a second. It's been a minute.
It's fine.
What is that? That is the left hand, correct?
Yep, left hand.
Left hand, okay.
Yep. You got it.
That is...
You're a smart pup.
Okay, 3 strings. What would you say, board? 1 finger per string, though not necessarily touching the string at the time. I'd have to... what's the word I'm looking for? So the index finger would have to look bent, but not touching the strings, sort of hovering. I would have the middle finger probably touching the middle or last string, and the ring and pinky fingers, the pinky finger's probably fine off screen the way it is.
So touching
the palm or hovering, yeah. So the pinky finger being off screen is fine. So like I was, that's what I thought. Thank you, board. So yeah,
hitting the middle string.
Yeah, either the middle or the ring finger, one of those two. More than likely the middle finger, because it's got the reach, given how the hand is curled around the lute. Pressing down on the middle string for that particular frame in the song. And the other fingers you can differentiate whether they're touching or not via proper shadowing. Like, that's not a thing. It's fine.
So the index finger or the pointing finger touching this string, the closest string to it.
The index finger doesn't necessarily need to be touching a string.
Okay. So maybe like this, so that it's off, so that it looks off. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like it's off of the string.
Yeah.
For the pinky for the chord closest to the palm.
Yeah. So the pinky would be right here, hovering over this string as well. Or would this finger be over here, but it just, if it's not touching it, I don't want it to feel like it's touching. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine right there. It'll be fine right there. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, because you can give it that illusion with proper shading.
Okay.
Later on.
Yeah. I mean, I will have to figure it out slowly but surely.
Hey, you know more about this than I do.
What?
In general. Just in general. You know more about this Garbo than I do.
Oh, you mean... What do you mean? You mean drawing or playing music? I'm a trombonist.
I played the trumpet.
Yes, but you seem to know more about the guitar than I do.
Keep in mind, I had an interest in the violin, and I do enjoy guitar, but I don't play either. I play the skin flute. Oh god, shut up.
What? Huh? What was it? Huh? What?
Board, shut up. Board, shut up. Board, shut up.
Oh, you played the guitar and the violin? The violin. The
right?
violin.
RuPaul's Drag Race is back.
Victory never tasted so sweet.
Shut the fuck up,
14
Rue.
new queens. One season of true imagination.
Better shut the fuck up, Paul. Gosh darn commercials. Ruining the vibes.
Never mind, for fuck's sake. It's a skin flute. Never mind, for fuck's sake.
The villain was kind of forced, and then the guitar was just a thing I picked up because I was depressed and wanted to do something. Of course, my favorite instrument is the violin. The violins. Not the best, but at least I could play some sad songs. Kick. What do you say? Huh? What were you gonna say? You were gonna say something, and I cut you off.
No, I cut you off. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that. What do you say about that? Because my dad taught my nephew, taught my brother, but never taught me.
Taught you what?
The guitar. He knows how to play guitar.
So ask your dad.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If your dad literally knows how to play, ask your dad. Or I can ask your dad.
I don't know.
I found your number online. You think I can't find his?
No, I'm just saying that I don't even know if it's that big of a deal, because it's like I keep saying, "Oh man, I really want to play my trombone sometimes." I fucking have it here. Nope, haven't brought it out. I bought an archery set, $500, got it stringed and everything. Haven't fucking taken it out of the case. Fucking.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I would love to, but it's just, I don't want to keep being like, man, I want to do this, man, I want to do that, and then it's like, it goes nowhere.
Man, I want to stream.
I mean, you can easily do that.
But I don't.
But you should. People love you. You've got such an energy, you've got such a greatness.
Pot calling kettle, coming in kettle.
What are you talking about? I do stream. I stream every single night. What's this about?
Sweetheart, you're missing my point.
No, I am. You're right.
You're missing my point entirely. What I am saying, dear heart, is what you're saying to me is basically what it's the same thing we're saying to you.
All right. It is the first. It is the first. So you know what that means.
New Year's resolution?
Yep. Fine.
My New Year's resolution is to sit on your face.
Fair.
That is a New Year's resolution.
Fair. You know what? Fair is fair.
Or at the very least, have you sit on my face. Either way works.
Fair. Fair. Welcome to 2022, sucker. We're boned.
We done been boned.
Also, shocker. Also a shocker. Is that what that's called? Is that called a shocker?
Technically, no. It would be your pinky and ring finger and your index finger with your middle finger bent inward. Or wait, we're not talking about. Never mind.
Huh. Huh. Sit on my face and tell me that you love me. Sit on my face and beautify the view, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
I have gas.
Well, that's good. That's good. You know, gas prices are going up, so that's good that you got gas right now.
I don't think you can hook your car up to my butt.
Thank you, Board. Thank you.
Captain Obvious.
We're children. We're fucking children. I hope Heathen's doing well, by the way. I hope Heathen's. I haven't seen her yet today, so she's probably sleeping in.
Or playing video games without us.
Yeah, well, she probably is hanging out with her son then.
That sounds wrong. What do you mean? What sounds wrong?
I know this song. I might get DMCA'd, but I don't care.
I used to with my sister and sister-in-law.
No, we don't. I don't play Final Fantasy 14.
I can barely get you to play the games I play.
Yeah. Well, we can play together. We can always play together.
Would you play League of Legends?
No.
Sad.
Big time, walla walla bing bang, ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bing bang.
Bing tang walla walla bing bang. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you. I told the witch doctor. Alright.
I was in love with you. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you. Ooh ah ah, ting tang, walla walla bing bang, ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang walla walla bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah, ting tang, walla walla bing bang, ooh ee ooh ah ah. Corrupt him with League. Corrupt him with League. I love
corrupt him with more than League, honey.
Just be like, nope. No. No. More than that. What should we play? What should we play? So that what music? What music should we play?
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time.
Wah, 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 wah.
Don't forget the bear traps.
Don't forget the bear traps. Don't forget the bear traps. Those poor bears. What's up? What's up, Pup?
What?
You did a. Just making sure everything's all good.
If it wasn't, I'm sure you'd be the first to know.
I'd hope. I wouldn't want to be left in suspense.
Eight ball, who are you betting on? The contract has been sealed. Oh, wait, hold
on. You listen to PNGtuber, yep. Who are you betting on? I'm so glad I'm an innocent bystander.
10-pointer.
Don't you ever.
Don't I ever what?
Don't you ever be so cute. Because it's too much. I can't handle how cute you are.
I just belched in your ear. How is that cute?
It's cute that you are you, no matter what. You don't let nothing stop you. I would rather you be honest.
Or a fart stop me, I wouldn't have had nearly as much fun as I have had over the years. Which sounds dirtier than I intended it, but the fact still stands.
We'll take care of all your vehicle needs, from lights and everything in between. You'll drive away with the confidence and peace of mind you want and deserve. Express Oil Change.
Express Oil Change. Fuck you, Express Oil Change.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Could you please rewind that?
What? Express Oil Change?
The timing of what you just fucking said to what I just fucking said. I need context.
It was an ad.
I can't do.
It was an ad. It was an ad.
Oh, okay.
I hate ads. I hate ads like Board hates bots.
Well, that's freaking fabulous, but a little warning next time.
But it was just playing in the background, and I was like, man, I don't want to. Damn it! Gotta wait till he ends, and now he has ended. Now I will shit talk Express Oil Change until they sponsor me. Until they sponsor me.
Why would Express Oil Change sponsor you?
Fuck if I know. I know that Shift is sponsoring a bunch of streamers because they work for the company. Maybe I need to get a sponsorship from my company that I work with.
I'm sorry. Shitter?
Shipped.
Shitter?
Shipped.
Shitter?
Shit. S.
Shit.
H.
Shit.
I.
Still shit.
P. T.
European shit.
This is a great stream already, you know? I get to hang out with my boyfriend on New Year's. Lots of Rachel. Bored. All right. How much money have you spent? God damn it.
He didn't spend any money.
No, he spent some money.
On what?
On my stream. He spent money before.
Yeah, before.
Yeah.
He hasn't spent money this stream.
Yeah, no. That still counts.
No.
It's still
for this stream. You refund for this. You don't get no refund for this stream.
No refund.
You don't pay, you don't get refund.
He didn't sign a contract, okay? But
you no pay, you get no refund.
Oh my god, it's like going to a public restroom where you don't pay for anything, and you go in there and you're like, and you come out and you're like, man, someone really ruined that bathroom, and you are never going to pay for anything. Have you ever had those customers though, Nix, where they come in and they were never going to pay for anything? They're
called shoplifters.
No, they don't even buy it. They don't even grab anything.
The magical all-in-one countertop kitchen robot.
Oh, I might actually want one of these. But they also
cook delicious meals for you or your whole family.
Yeah, they're called shoplifters.
No, the kitchen robot.
Planning ahead? Simply load your
it looks so good though. It looks so fancy and new.
With its
that's what I want. That's why I want it. It's a fancy new. It's a sous vide.
Until it's time to start cooking.
An SUV,
multiple zones ensure that everything is ready at precisely the same time.
Yeah, instead of getting an oven, it's just powered by it's just a power outlet, and it's basically an oven, a personal oven, kind of like a toaster oven that you can program to take your commands.
So, kind of like a waffle iron that you can plug into your laptop.
No, because it's not, because that's also not connected to a central server like Bluetooth.
No, because it's connected to USB.
It's just fancy and new. You know that's why I want to buy it. Because I haven't been able to cook anything. I don't want to wake up my roommate. I don't want to wake up my roommate or his brother while he's on the couch while he's sleeping. So I haven't been able to cook anything in the oven in a while. And like on my days off, I don't.
You've been able to cook
because when I get off, it's 9 o'clock at night. But you know what? I
can get you off anytime.
That's an excuse. You know what? That's an excuse. I need to stop making excuses. If I wanted to cook, I should cook.
I love how he let that just slide over his head.
Slide what? What did you say? Huh? Huh?
I said, and I quote, unashamed.
Unashamed? Yes.
I can get you off any time of the day.
Ah! Well, thank you so much. You're just gonna call my bosses and tell them that...
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you know where the cameras are? We can sneak into the cooler for 5 minutes.
True. There is no cameras in the coolers. Oh, man.
10 minutes if the order arrived.
We ran out of catfish, by the way.
You told me.
Also today we ran out of catfish. We got an order of 3 boxes of catfish.
And tilapia.
And 2 boxes of tilapia. We ran out in an hour.
Yep.
That's a lot of fish. That's
People are super fishy.
That's 90 pounds of catfish.
You're 90
No,
pounds
wait.
of catfish.
That's 180 pounds of catfish, I think. That's a lot of fucking catfish.
You're a lot of fucking catfish.
You're a lot of catfish. Well, no, they're 10-pound boxes. No, I'm overestimating. So they're 10-pound boxes. So 3 times 6. So that's only 60. That's still a lot. That's still a lot. And then the tilapia box, both of the one of the tilapia boxes is, I think, 20 pounds? No, 15. 15 pounds.
Okay.
So 15 times 2 is...
A few moments later.
15 times 2.
Your engine running like new.
15.
So 5 times 2 is 0, and then you carry the 1.
Save even
and then
more on
that's
15 2 times.
Save up and
And
snack up
then 30. Yes. Yes.
Jesus fuck.
What? I was doing the math.
You're fine. Keep going.
What's wrong with me doing the math? Now I'm confused.
Nothing. Keep going.
What did I do wrong? Okay.
I'm sorry, but something like 15 times 2 is so automatic for me at this point that it baffles me that people don't know 15 times 2. Do you not read an analog clock?
No, I don't. I have a cell phone.
Oh my god.
I'm smart in many ways. I'm a dipshit in every other. Yeah. Nix, you said yes, so this is your fault, not mine. You could have You could have said no at any time. I'm fine with not knowing it off the top of my dome. You decided this.
That is as bad as customers not knowing that 0.25, a quarter, is the same as 1/4. No, it's not. Yes, it fucking is.
Wait.
It's 1/4.
Wait, it's 1/4?
1/4 and 1/4 is the same thing, and if you tell me it's not, or you did not know, I swear to God, I will back you.
I just want to say,
I will spike your head off of your keyboard.
I just want to say, I get ounces. No. I get ounces. Okay, so the scale at my job does not go to ounces to pounds. It just does, 0.5. And it does,
half a pound.
Yeah, 0.5 is half a pound. But that's how it does on the scale. My brain immediately is like, oh, that's not half a pound. And I'm just an idiot, okay?
Oh my god. That is half. 0.25 is a quarter. 0.5 is half. 0.75 is 3/4.
So some lady asked me for 4. Someone
is a third. 0.66.
Someone asked for 4 ounces.
99 is 3/3.
Someone asked me for 4 ounces. And I just looked at her like she was crazy for a minute at least before I realized what she wanted.
She wanted 1/4 of a pound.
Well, I know that now. I get it wrong all the time.
People not know
Because
you learn started in elementary school.
I throw that shit out of my brain. You know I've thrown that shit out of my brain. I don't need it. I don't need it to function as an adult. You know that.
Oh my god. This stream should be titled Nix Loses His Shit.
Again.
What?
He loses his shit again.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
Guys, if you find my body, if they find my body, remember
They're not a part of this. You will die by my hand.
I will die by your palm.
I'm going to murder you.
You chose this. I didn't.
Your fluffy buddy will weep at your funeral.
Oh, poor baby. 16 ounces of flesh later.
16 ounces of flesh later.
See, I'm smart in so many ways.
You're so dumb in so many others.
I'm dumb, but I'm cute, though.
That can only protect you for so long.
Just think.
Oh my god.
Children. Just think. Just think.
I mean, children would probably be better off with your genes than mine. I still stand by that.
But they'll be real stupid.
I don't know about that.
They'll be real slow. Yeah. Huh?
I need you to know one thing before you go.
Where am I going? Do I need to look at the lake?
No.
Do I need to look at the lake and think of buddies?
No. You need to look at the flowers. Just look at the flowers. Just look at the flowers.
Oh my gosh.
Look at the flowers.
I was thinking of that what would you do at your funeral from Yai? And one of someone's answer was I would obviously be wearing the latest merch while I'm being while I have my open casket. As you see, death is temporary. The grind is eternal.
I'm going to have on blast while I wear sunglasses in my casket before they cremate me. You fucking died, so we're gonna dance on your.
I don't know what on my tombstone. I want them to put. He dabbed like a champion.
I don't care what they put on my tombstone. I'm getting burnt.
Well, I'm thinking of doing a naturalist gravesite. You know what a naturalist is, right?
I'm still gonna get burnt.
I don't know if my dad. Naturalist is where you are literally put the way nature has it. So you're wrapped up in a cloth. Nothing has been done to your body. No embalming or anything like that. You're wrapped in a cloth and you're just put in the ground in the woods to be taken by nature.
So you're put 6 feet under in the middle of the woods.
Yep.
too many Twinkies. My body has natural preservatives.
It doesn't matter if they put preservatives in you or not. I don't know if my dad still wants me to throw his ashes all over the scout camps that we went to. He said he wanted me to bring it to a few campsites, a few places.
You keep the jawbone.
The jawbone? Okay.
Yeah.
Why would I keep my father's jawbone? Hello, Heathen. How are you?
During family get-togethers, I can put it on somebody's chair and say that he bit his ass.
Wow. Wow. And you say I'm terrible.
You can't sit there and tell me that that man has not wanted to chew someone's ass off before.
He's probably been that man. He was mad at me once, that bad. But you know, school ends, and I'm no longer in that garbage place.
Wait, where's... He's saying hello to Heathen. Where's Heathen?
Heathen, he says hello to people when they're not fully even loaded in. Sometimes he'll just say hi to people, and they're not even fully loaded in.
Because body is hurting a lot more for some reason.
Okay.
Have a lovely rest of the stream, Goaty, and everybody.
Bye,
Happy New Year. We appreciate you showing up.
Oh, he's so sweet. He is very sweet. He is very sweet from another country. He's from the Philippines.
Ooh, Filipino.
Yeah, he's very sweet. Handsome man.
How dare you?
What do you mean? I can't call other men handsome?
No one said that.
Yeah.
I just said, how dare you?
How dare I?
I'm not allowed to say, how dare you?
You can say whatever you want. It's free country. We don't live in post-apocalyptic communist Russia or communist China.
Fine.
Either one.
I'm going to say right now that I am going to bite your butt.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll probably fart.
And I'm going to leave teeth melt. I'm going to leave teeth marks.
That stopped you for just a second and you're like, it doesn't. Changes nothing. Changes nothing.
No.
Changes nothing.
Like, oh, I'll probably fart. Like, okay, and? That's not gonna stop me.
It doesn't change anything. Has changed zero.
I don't understand why people, like, okay, I get it. Farts, gross, whatever. But why... Like, there seems to be a stigma about, like...
Because pink eye.
Farting and belching and shit.
Rip and tear. Minsk will be free. These bonds will not hold my wrath. Butts will be liberally kicked in good measure. Thank you, Nightbot.
Okay.
Thank you, Nightbot. Very appropriate.
Okay. Good to know, Nightbot. I wonder if I can shove my foot in your butt.
I'd appreciate you not. I would appreciate it, but you know, I would appreciate it, but you didn't. Also, wash the foot first. True.
I just washed my feet. I
Whispers?
got out of the shower.
What did you...
You were literally here on stream while I was in the shower.
Oh, that's a loot thing. Why did you send it to my whispers? Why did you whisper it? Why don't you send it, through the main communication we always talk through? Bored?
Sweetheart.
Why are you sending a whisper?
Discord.
Yeah, just send it to the Discord.
Not even the Discord. Just send it to his DMs.
Yeah, or you could send it to the Discord. It's not that big of a deal.
Just slide on into his DMs. I do every night.
Why were you listening to him showering? That is a good question. Why were you listening to Nick showering?
Who?
Bored, obviously.
No one was listening to me showering. I was listening to you while I showered.
Huh. He said I was here while he was showering. What you said, Nix? I'm just the messenger.
You know what?
Biting butts. And these nuts.
I'm about to.
You know what? These nuts.
You're nuts.
Did he die of ligma?
Ligma nuts.
Ligma nuts. Report to the Normandy. We'll bang, okay? Garrus, am I your
show
dirty?
on Sci-Fi Channel where the
Where the main character?
Wasn't there a show on Sci-Fi on the Sci-Fi Channel?
Mm-hmm.
Where the ship was a living being.
I know it was in the DC show Young Justice.
No. This was on Sci-Fi Channel. Like, the ship was a living being, and there was one episode where the guy went to the bathroom, and a tongue shot out of the toilet and licked his butt.
Never.
And it freaked him out.
Nope, never seen it. What is that show that was the Amazon space show? I forget what it was called. Beyond the Expanse?
Amazon Space Show?
Yeah, Amazon Space Show.
What Amazon Space Show?
Amazon Space Show. Killjoys, Avenue, Dark Matter. Is it Dark Matter? Mars.
I know it can't be Torchwood.
No, it's not Torchwood.
Firefly? No.
No.
Firefly was good though.
Amazon original space show.
Oh, Amazon original?
The Expanse.
Okay. I misunderstood. For some reason I was reaching for a laptop that did not exist.
Yes. People have said that that's real good. That I need to watch it.
I saw the light from my cell phone out of the corner of my eye, and I reached over to stop my laptop from falling, and my laptop is currently on the floor under my chair. That is my phone I'm reaching for. That is not a laptop.
Your brain is so beautiful sometimes.
Oh my god.
Went for a gouache instead. Barney Blue to his lover was untrue, so she knew just what to do. Made herself some Barney stew. What?
Yep.
Damn. Sad Barney.
Man cheated, man got eated.
Sad. Sad but true.
Don't fucking cheat.
Okay. Easy. Very easy. What is it?
Those black eyed peas, they tasted alright to me, Earl.
He was a whacking. He hacking, whacking, sacking.
Hack, whack, chopping that meat. That's from Fallout. We know where your brain is.
My brain, Butcher Pete.
Technically, that's not. I don't think that's it.
Butcher.
I don't think that's a Fallout original. I
Nope.
think Butcher Pete was an actual.
Yep, it was a song
from the 60s. Not the 60s. 50s?
Let's find out.
Can't remember.
I have to let you go. I can't afford more records. I'm sorry.
This was had to have been from the 50s or 60s.
Your budget.
Hey everybody, did the news get around about a guy named
When
Butcher Pete?
was
Oh, Pete just
Butcher
to this town and he's chopping up all the women's meat.
He's hacking, whacking, slacking. He's hacking, whacking, whacking, slacking.
Whacking, whacking, chopping. Hack, whack, chopping that meat.
Oh, you fellas better watch your wives.
Hacking, whacking, and smacking. Sorry. Smacking. Hacking, whacking, and smacking. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He's hack, whack, chopping that meat.
By Roy Brown.
Uh-huh. Roy Brown. That was... Oh, shit. That was closer to the 50s, wasn't it?
Ever since Pete flew into town, he's been having a ball. Just cutting and chopping for miles around. Single women.
Come on.
When
Give me a release
was
date.
it?
He loves that meat.
Chopping at me.
Wakes up in the morning, 5:30. Chop from
I know. Everybody knows the lyrics of this song.
Yeah. Now, when did it come out? I bet you any money I look through Google right now, I can find it.
I'm looking through Google and I can't find it. 1949, December. Damn.
1949.
It's a Christmas.
I was so fucking close.
So close.
1950. But it was 49.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Uptown got its Hustlers. Balrog got it. Suggs. 42nd Street got Big Jim, a Walker. He a full shooting son of a gun. Chopping at me.
Oh, I can't believe I got that wrong.
It's okay. No one's judging you.
A year. I was off by a fucking year. To be fair, I listened to a lot of songs from that era.
To be fair, nobody's perfect.
To be fair, you're perfect.
What? I said nobody's perfect. Damn it. Damn it. He keeps doing it. He keeps doing this to me.
Doing what to you? What am I doing to you?
Nothing. Nothing. Hey, what's wrong with the...
doing to you?
I'm being so adorable and cute, I can't handle it.
What's
what's it going on? What's it going on? What's wrong, big baby? It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, what's wrong with the 50s? Nothing's wrong with the 50s. I just can't believe I was off by a fucking year with that song.
You were off.
So goddamn close.
So goddamn close, and then it happened. I thought it changed this.
A lot of people look at me funny when I talk about Frank Sinatra and the Rat Pack with Billie Holiday and Bobby Vinton and is. They're all like, how the fuck do you know that? You weren't even around. It's good fucking music. It's timeless. Fuck you.
Yeah. Most music is timeless, except this new music. This music is literally, it will be gone the next day. All of this new music, I'm not trying to be like overly critical, I don't feel like. I feel like I'm being honest about like all music today. It's made to literally be made for a commercial and then gone.
Right.
Like the only songs that are lasting are video game music. Which is so weird. Yeah. Yeah, like that music will last longer than any of this garbo that they're trying to peddle. Like the garbo they're trying to peddle right now, it's never gonna fucking last. Cab Call and Nicholas Brothers slaps harder than a soda and is just as refreshing. Cab Calloway, the Mills Brothers, though. Oh, okay. Yeah, like all these classics, they'll fucking last. All this other music is gonna be gone and nobody's gonna care. These TikTok songs and all that, gonna be gone. How many TikTok songs do you think are just gonna die off? Unless it's meme-worthy. Like, check your butthole, very funny. But and I don't think it's gonna die off anytime soon.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, yeah.
You're a stupid cunt.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. You're a stupid cunt. Suck my dick.
Foxtrot, uniform, Charlie, Elo, innuendo. I want you to try and tell me what I am trying to say.
Foxtrot.
Foxtrot, uniform, Charlie, Kilo, uranium, Oxford, uniform.
I'm gonna say buy the delicious Cracker Jack cereal.
What? You really don't know what I just said.
You just said fuck you. I know what you said. I know what you said. I was like, no. I know what you said. What about why so many ads in this stream? I don't know.
If you're not subscribed, you really should. It eliminates the ads.
He doesn't want to give Twitch any money.
I can't swat the bots that aren't actually bots. I've invested all your cash in stocks in Euro Disney.
Damn it.
I meant the joke ads. Okay.
The joking ads? The joking hazards? I like that name, Joking Hazards. I think that's a name of somebody's album. Comedy album. Dick?
I mean, what?
I think that's very funny. Do the Mario. Oh, did you hear that that one? The Do the Mario by Vinny. Vine Sauce Vinny.
I don't know.
Do the Mario.
You the Mario.
Vinny.
I'm the Mario, eat your arms, and then again, go on, go
I will send it to you.
Send what to where?
I will send it in neat stuff. How about that?
Okay.
Just like that.
Remember Max Headspace? Sounds familiar.
I have to pee.
Who has to pee?
I will be right back.
Oh, you legitimately have to pee.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Okay, sweetie. We'll be here.
I also need to get up and stretch.
So get up and stretch. And let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song, and let me stay forever. You are all I
What? Huh?
I love. That was attractive.
That's very attractive.
Yep.
Very, very attractive. Very attractive.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Why couldn't I hear you?
I don't know.
Am I supposed to not hear? I mean, if you don't want me to hear you, I can tune you out.
Fart on you.
You're like, don't. That's not what I fucking said. That is not what I fucking said. You're like, no.
I'm gonna fart on you.
I'm gonna beat you into the edge of your life in a video game in Minecraft.
I'm gonna fart on your face.
Oh my gosh, I love that Adam and Pals does that all the time. Where they're like, I'm going to destroy you in a video game. Because that's how they get away with saying crazy shit on there. Because like, it's sarcasm, it's a joke, it's not supposed to be meant to be anything but a joke.
Right.
But Twitch doesn't know that. They could be inciting and stuff like that. So instead, you have to say sarcasm afterwards. So they'll just intentionally say the most heinous shit because it's ridiculous. And then they'll just be like, sarcasm. Or they'll be like, and then this happens. Satire.
I hate people.
Huh?
I hate people.
Why? Why do you hate people? People love you. You're so beautiful and handsome. They're so jealous of your handsomeness. They're like, damn, if only I was as handsome as that boy.
You're just saying that.
I am saying that, but I mean it.
I'm gonna sit on you.
What? Am I supposed to lie to you?
No.
Goodness, are you getting comfy?
No.
Okay. If you're not getting comfy, you should get comfy because I don't know. It's only been 4 hours. It's only been 4 hours. We still got a whole night to do.
You're going all night?
I'm gonna go till 2. How about that? 2, no, you know what? Let's go 2:30.
It is 2:30.
No, it's 1:30, baby.
I was smack you.
Woo, I can't imagine what you'd have done to have Nyx threaten such things. Such horrible things. Ooh, woo. Don't. I can't do the woos. I don't know. I can't do them. It's just... Ooh. Tria also does woos, and I'm like, you're not a furry. You're not a furry. Don't, that's our word, ma'am.
I'm sorry. What?
She's not a furry, and yet she still has a thing which she has an award which lets people make her say the uwu.
Oh?
Yeah. She is not a furry.
And?
I'm just saying, I think it's very it's our word. It's the furry word.
Okay.
They're taking our word, Nyx.
So, would you say that you're offended?
No, I'm actually quite not offended. I think it's funny.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, be offended, nothing happens.
Goat, I'm not a... Board, that's a lie. Everyone that is on this chat is an honorary member of the fur fandom. I'm sorry, that's just the rules.
Well, I'm sorry that so many hyper macro beefy muscle men wanted you to take their picture like one of your French girls.
They all want it. Look, I accept everyone. I accept all people. Of all things. From everywhere.
Do you want to say that as if there's not a but in that sentence?
There is no buts. There's absolutely no buts.
Well, I'm putting a butt in that sentence. It's my butt.
It's a butt. What am I gonna do? Don't touch me. Mean, so long as it's tasteful, I guess. Nothing better. I've got nothing better to do with it. Don't touch my butt.
It's like one of those cat bongo memes, you know. Just put the butt in there.
Just put a butt there.
Clap, 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 clap.
Look, Ford, no one's gonna touch your butt except your wife, which I don't think you care. But I mean, maybe you have a special relationship where you're like, hey, don't touch my butt. And she'll be like, okay, all right. She learned her lesson.
I want you to touch my. Why wouldn't I want you to touch my butt?
I mean, Board. Board doesn't want anybody touching his butt.
Why not?
He's ticklish, I guess. He's butt ticklish.
But
but huh?
Butt scritchies.
But no touch my butt. Hey, he's already said no touching of the butt. So no touching the butt.
I never said I was touching his butt.
You're gonna touch my butt. Okay. Don't worry, Board. He's talking about my butt, not your butt. My butt. He can touch my butt. It's okay. He's not talking about your butt. Your butt's fine. He's gonna tickle my butt, which, well, I just need to make sure that I'm clean down there because I don't want an accident. Because it almost happened today, and I would have been very embarrassed with myself. When I almost trusted a fart. I almost trusted a fart. At work.
Actually, I have to be careful. I've been trusting too many farts lately.
Don't. You're getting to that age, sweetheart. You can't trust a fart. I remember I had this conversation with one of the twins, and he's like, "Oh, I stopped trusting a fart at 18." And I was like, "Oh my God, what happened?" He's like, "Oh, you want to know the story, huh?" I was like, "Oh, this sounds like a trip." Okay, go on. And he proceeded to tell me the story of when he trusted a fart. And he trusted a fart at someone's graduation. And he was very embarrassed. I was like, oh God. And I was like, oh no. Don't trust farts. I don't want that to be me. I don't want to be the next graduation charter. Why should they?
But think of it this way. At least it's just me. It's not like you're doing it in public.
I mean, true.
I mean, I understand where it might be mortifying for you, but I don't care.
I mean, I would care. I would very much care. I would feel like you, even if you are 100% not judging me, my brain would say, he just judged you right there. And I'd be like, brain, no, he even said it's cool. No, he's lying, and you know it. No! No! Honestly, I got field tested on some stuff already and passed in that department a few times. I think the inside of the mouth should be lined of the dragon, but the rest of it shouldn't. Kind of leave it in shadows, kind of thing. What do you think, Nix?
What do you mean?
For the big black dragon, it should be in. The rest of it should be in shadow.
I don't know. I'm not looking.
Okay.
Hold on. What am I looking at?
The big black dragon, right here. Can you see it?
I think it needs more detail because that's just a giant squibble.
This right here?
That's just a giant squibble.
It's just it's just an outline, and that's it. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's exactly what I want. I want people to be intrigued, but not know.
Right.
That is a black dragon. This big black dragon.
Racist.
What? A black-scaled dragon? What about it? I'm speciest. Speciest.
Racist. Why's it gotta be a black scale dragon?
Because it was living in a volcano?
So why not red? Why's it gotta be black?
Because that's not what would happen if it was burning off its scales and regrowing them quickly?
You realize I'm fucking with you, right?
No, I 100% know you're fucking with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's charred, and it still survived in the volcano. It was slowly trying to eat the world through a volcano, like a fucking idiot.
Volcano?
Huh?
Through a fart-cano?
No, through a regular volcano.
Through a fart-cano. What is a fart-cano?
Goat is very good at being a brick wall. I'm very good at being a brick wall. You're right about that.
Fuck is a fart-cano?
It's, you know what that is.
I need to know what a fart-cano
you know
is.
When,
okay?
You know when you're.
I need to know what a fart-cano is.
I'll tell you. No, sweetheart. I'll tell you. Just let me speak. Okay.
Fart-cano.
So a fart-cano is when you know when you have a fart and it's and it just keeps going and then it becomes a shart and you can't stop. And it's not a sharp cano because it started as a fart.
So it becomes Hershey Mountain.
Yeah. It becomes Mount Saint Helen. There's plenty of times where I can't tell if I hit Goat in the face with the joke, it went over his head, or if he caught it. Sometimes he laughs or doesn't respond regardless. Yes, I don't. You're right. It's like an 8-ball mechanic response for jokes. Sometimes with joke. 8-ball, am I funny to you? Do I amuse you like a clown? You're denied. Fucking stupid black dragon. Not all black dragons are stupid, but this one in particular is real stupid. That's because it was becoming a worm. It's becoming a worm.
The worm.
You know, in D&D, what a worm is.
Yeah.
It was becoming a great world eater. Basically, you know, the giant world snake or whatever it's called. Inus. It was becoming that. Very bad.
It was becoming my penis?
No, not penis. I thought you said Enos. Enos.
Penis.
No. Norse mythology. Yeah. Oh, how do you even say that?
Spell it out.
Let me see what Google says.
Spell it.
No, I'm not spelling it because... Yeah, it's the world snake.
Yeah, spell it.
JORMUNGANDR.
Spell it again.
Jormungandr. Yomandar? Yormandar.
I think.
Your mom, though. Yeah, Norse mythology getting me with a mom joke. The Great World Eater, your mom, though. Yes. Norse mythology getting me with mom jokes. I got thee. So it was becoming one of those. And it was losing its mind and just eating a fucking volcano.
Let it eat the volcano.
Because it just kept eating and consuming, and it wasn't a volcano originally. It's just a mountain. It ate and ate and ate until it became a volcano.
Let it eat.
Huh?
Eat.
Eat. Nama 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 nama. It was a food. It was a real foodie. It was OG foodie.
I feel like I have to fart.
Okay, then fart. I've been doing it this whole time.
What?
I've been farting this whole time.
Oh, God.
What?
I don't trust it.
Oh, you don't trust? Yeah, well, don't trust this fart. Trust your instincts. Go to the bathroom. I hope everybody's been really entertained by our antics. Darn it, I went to clip it. Oh, damn, denied. Twitch said no.
What?
Oh, BioShock 2. It reminds me of BioShock 2.
What does?
And he was trying to clip it, and it said and it denied him. But the parasite said no. I do love that. It's very funny. Also, save. Remember to save. And save, though. Save it in the post-production. Don't forget to save, go. That fucking face. That fucking face. Oh my god. That fucking face is so good. So how was work, baby? I don't think I asked. But. Bleh. Yeah. Mouth. It's got a moof. Board, it has a moof. Board. Sports. You wouldn't understand. Sports. You're not a circle. Board, you're not a circle.
You're not a living wedge of cheese.
You're not a living wedge of cheese.
Wedges to waggle. Waggle your snaggle tooth.
Why can I not honor the MERP? Sir, that is a good question. You can ask all circles if you can. You gotta ask first.
Ask what?
Ask a circle if you can honor the MERP. I don't know. MERP. You know what? Go for it, board.
Merp.
We're not in circles, but you know, if you want to honor the wedges of cheese that have given them their lives to be pizza and other sorts of delicious food that also has cheese in it. Watch as I find out it's like the dolphin laugh in SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh yeah. That it's actually a curse word. The circles have been fucking cursing at us the whole time. It's not some cute little like, merp. Like, oh. It's a, you fucking twat. You stupid git. Like that. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's coming along.
Yeah.
It helps that all of this is just outlined and no one sees the actual like thing.
Titty sprinkles.
Titty sprinkles? My god.
Titty sprinkles.
Titty sprinkles.
Slather the booba with chocolate frosting and sprinkles.
I'd imagine it'd be a one word. Like cock? Wait, booba? Where? Where to booba? Well, it's on my screen. It's perpetually on my screen because I love that picture so much. I don't care if anybody else likes it. I love that picture.
Chocolate slathered booba.
I mean, I do enjoy a booba, whether it be chocolate slathered or not.
Chocolate slathered booba.
Chocolate slathered booba.
What if I was slathered in whipped cream and chocolate?
I would say get a bath, because it's gonna get sticky.
What if I told you to lick it off?
Okay, then I'll lick it off for a while, and then once it gets disgusting and gross, like it will, we'll clean it, because that's gonna be a lot of whipped cream and chocolate pudding.
saying I'm fat?
No, I'm saying that the human body normally would hold a lot of water, which I cannot lap up. If I was a deity, legit, I'd want to make the cutest little creature ever and make it only know how to say kill or fuck. You fucking monster. Of course you would. Yeah. My stomach can't handle more than a cup. Yes. Good job, board. Thank you. What time you gotta work tomorrow, baby?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh, yeah. So you got tomorrow off?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're spending it with some time with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm off this week.
Nice. Yes. So we get to spend lots of time together.
Yeah, it's a shame you can't come up and see me this week.
I know.
I love you.
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 I love you more.
I love you bazillion times more.
I love you bazinga times more.
I love you infinitely more.
Damn. Damn. I love you like a black hole loves destroying suns.
I love you like an eternal paradox.
Damn. Damn, there's nothing I can do now. Damn.
You're locked in for life.
Damn. There's nothing I could have done. It's like Willy Wonka in that scene where the kids fuck up. Every scene that they fuck up, he's like, oh no, don't stop.
No, wait, don't.
I love that. Come back, no, stop. Every fucking time. Like, he's like, these fucking idiots again with this shit. We can't have Grandpa in the movie with saying yippee. We need to end with a note or something like that. You know, about the man who got everything he wanted? Right, Nix? You know about that, man?
What?
You know about the story of the man that got everything he wanted?
What?
He lived happily ever after.
Oh.
So they could say fucking a depressed time. Gene Wilder was such a gem. Gene Wilder, can we clone? Can we just accept that we're going to clone? So just let us clone already and bring back some amazing people. Hey, Steady Prism! If we do, we need to clone his wife too. And be cruel otherwise. It would be very cruel. We've got Robin Williams. Who else? Who else so far? Gene Wilder. Damn. I wouldn't revive Mr. Williams. Robin needs his rest. No, I'd bring him back so he could spend time with his family. Zelda and his wife needs to see their man. I would want him. He needs to live the rest of his life with his family. He chose to go that way because it was becoming too painful for him to manage, it sounded like. Yeah, because because they had found out what he was going through after the fact, which is horrible, but it is treatable. I mean, obviously, if we're talking about cloning, I would get rid of what he had that made him do it. Yeah, he had some health issues, but he had a specific Alzheimer's thing. I forget what it's called. What did Robin Williams have? Parkinson's disease. Yeah, Lewy body disease. Lewy body disease.
According to National Institute on Aging, Lewy body dementia is a disease associated with abnormal deposits of a protein called alpha-synuclein in the brain.
Okay. These deposits, called Lewy bodies, affect chemicals in the brain whose changes in turn can lead to problems with thinking, movement, behavior, and mood. I mean, I would want him to have a good life. The disease wasn't the only issue. Even if it's treatable, he always laughed, cried about it. He was honest, but he still joked about it. Yeah. But I mean, I know a lot of it, let the man rest kind of thing. I don't know. My dad went through some rough times, and he told me, very specifically, if he ever went to that, he would just want me to pull the plug. I don't know if I could. But my dad's gone through rough times. I know that everybody, I just, an amazing person. I don't want the world to lose. I guess it is selfish. I don't want the world to lose such an amazing person. I'm a fan of Dr. Kevorkian. I feel it can be selfish to expect others to keep going. Maybe it's insensitive to say, but in my night terrors, sometimes I choose to off myself instead of waiting for something else to do it. Some of those creatures didn't enjoy quick kills. Cats are terrifying for IRL observation. Yeah. Hey, baby, you okay? Pop, pop. Aw, I think he fell asleep. I think Papa fell asleep. Goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. Poor Papa went to bed, boy. Insert window XP power off sound sequence. True. How you feeling, Board? You still a little bit tired? Feeling a little bit sleepy? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, if you're getting a little bit tired, it's okay. You need to go back, that's okay. That's alright. I was just gonna go for a little bit longer. Six. Barely slept. I barely slept. Up at 9:30 your time. Well, I was up at 8 o'clock. I was awake at 8 o'clock this morning. After 5.5 hours of sleep the night prior. So I know how you feel. Did commission work until about 4 hours ago, and then I started losing focus hard. Oh shit. Shit. Crap. He started losing so much focus. But you can also gain focus through Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. It's a real product, by the way. Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. Yeah. By Russian Badger. It's 100 servings. It's an ultimate energy and focus formula. Official energy drink drink of shit posting. The highest quality of ingredients to make up an energy formula that mixes completely and provides a healthier, more cost-efficient energy drink. A strawberry lime flavor developed by to the Russian Badgers. It's a strawberry lime, but he called it Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. That avocado. Guacamole is good, but so expensive. I love the... No. So the suggestion is to have it with guac. Yeah. Suggestion is enjoy it the way you want to enjoy it, like a gamer ship poster should. Which... You know what? You're right. I should try it first. See if it does anything well for me, and then I'll tell you about it. How about that? How about I'll be the guinea pig? You don't have to worry. But hear me out. No. What if I tell you it's my favorite? What if I tell you the truth, honestly? And I'm like, yep, it's my favorite. Then you can have all of it. You're like, I'm not drinking fucking guacamole gamer fire. That's for damn sure. That's for fuck sure. Oh. Wow. All right. Just make sure that it's not overly bearing. And then have the light come up on this, so it's hitting most of the dragon. Let's see. What is happening? Oh yeah, okay. Where is it?
Replace your notebooks and printed documents with Remarkable 2, the only tablet that...
Damn it. Wrong tool. Wrong tool. PNGtuber. Come on. Damn it. No, I don't like that. Right there, like that. You okay, Pop? I'll try to poke him with the stick. Pop! Wake up! Pop, pop! Pop, pop! Pop, pop! He's a sleepy boy. Oh no, he asleep. Good boy. Poor pup. Yes, the claw. Dogs are afraid of the claw. The what? Damn you, 8-Ball. Giving poodle sickies. Just reminds me of this. Oh, where is it?
Where's the turkey, Jeremy?
What?
The turkey. Where's the turkey?
I thought you were getting the turkey.
You what? No turkey? You fucking idiot, Jeremy! You total fucking idiot! That was your job, you fucking moron! You cretin! You're a fuckhead! That's what you are! A fucking shithead!
It was a joke, Mark. I was joking. It was a Christmas joke.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Of course I've got a turkey. It's an organic turkey. I took ages researching it online. It's going to be delicious.
That looks like a lovely turkey. I'm sorry, I flew off the handle a bit.
That wasn't very Christmassy.
No, it wasn't. I apologize.
I think we know 8-Ball's angle. It has a thing. It has a preference. It has a presence. Preference? Presence? Preference? Claw might still be too big. Let's see. Let's try to bump it down just a little bit more. Just a little tiny bit more. Yeah, like around there. Yeah, that's a nice claw right there. Hey, Paul, you get broke? You're looking a little sus, not shaming, but asking. Look, I just wanted a gift shop in the bathroom. Oh, you. Oh, silly 8-Ball. Oh, silly 8-Ball. You forgot the turkey. No Christmas turkey? It was a Christmas joke, Mark. I was very Christmassy of you. I'm sorry. I don't know what came up. Hey, I haven't seen you since last year. I know! We haven't seen each other since last year. It's crazy. I haven't seen you since last year. We haven't seen y'all since last year. God damn it. God damn it. It's been a whole fucking year. Holy shit. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? I'm in the middle of drawing. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing great. Or gravy. Hope everything's been stupendous and amazing and wonderful. I know it's difficult out there. Hope everybody has been having a wonderful, incredible, stupendous, amazing year. And I hope you guys are celebrating in your own special way. Thank you for even giving me a moment. I do appreciate it. I know a few of you. Almost every one of you. I think I know every single one of you. And you guys came in just to hang out for just a moment. Sorry to raid and dash, I am big hunger. Go, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just working on comic book stuff. Just working on comic book stuff. Go have big feast and enjoy. Enjoy. It's the hungriest time. Jade Zade. My goodness. Jade Zade. My goodness. Thank you, Jade Zade. I do appreciate it. That was very sweet of you. Didn't have to. Very nice of you. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, since Nyx is asleep, I get to listen to my podcast. Where's my podcast? Well, I closed out of the tab of my podcast. No, my podcast. Where's my podcast? What happened to it? Well, Nyx is asleep. There it is.
You know, they can really take their time, really wear down an enemy from afar, which greatly reduce their own casualties. They would also sometimes surround a city or an army and not fire arrows. And just wait.
I choose you. April.
Right? They knew that they were exhausting
you a house full of pink leotards.
They just let them sit there and stew, knowing that the constant stress of anticipating their attack.
Pink leotards? Oh man, I don't even know if they're in my size.
Their enemies. And then there was the Mongol siege warfare. Let's talk about how the Mongols used those siege weapons we mentioned earlier. In the early days of the Mongol conquest, siege warfare was a weakness that Genghis.
But thank you guys so much, and thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it.
Mongolia, fight the Jin.
It really does help out. And thank you to everyone that has followed recently. You guys are incredible for being amazing and stupendous.
Incorporate them into their ranks and get even better at sieging. For the entire
did you get measurements?
Mongol Empire,
did I get
they
measurements?
Were dependent on the
I don't think I did.
Who manned and manufactured artillery.
Going Spartan, I see.
Mongols would often first attack a city's surrounding villages and smaller cities before getting their siege on.
Oh man!
Then they could focus all their energy on sieging the main city without worrying about being attacked by the surrounding armies.
But I mean,
when they came
thank you guys. Thank you, Yame. Thank you, Karam Sarum. Thank you,
the Mongols would use
Jade.
massive amounts of prisoners.
Thank you, Jade. Thank you, Jade Zade.
They'd use these people as human shields.
You guys are awesome. Thank you, Gravy Enthusiast.
Village, the Mongols often divided the population into units of 10. And each Mongol soldier received a unit, and then they would march these units to the next city. When the captives
I just
arrived
gotta
in the next
say,
city to be attacked,
Gravy Enthusiast is
fill up the moat,
gotta be the best name. I'm sorry, it's the best. I apologize, Gravy
the Mongol warriors
Enthusiast.
could then reach the walls.
It's too
Brilliant
good.
And ruthless. Can you
Now I'm picturing 300, but they're all in pink leotards.
Army captured a lot of your country's soldiers and civilians, and then rigged them with suicide bombs, and then marched them back into your nation before attacking. Now you have to risk them blowing you up, or you have to kill your own people. Right? So these people, like, to really paint this picture, you got these captives march in front of the Mongols, and then when they get to the city, they just make them go grab a bunch of wood or stones or whatever, and then the Mongols, they hold back out of range of your weapons.
The tree of bodies is just a bunch of ballet
to the walls of your city or to defensive trenches, outside of your city, and they start filling them up. So the Mongols can then take the horses over the
terrible,
top.
But also that's great.
Crazy. Right, to stop the moats from being filled with these people's wood and rock and debris, ancient defenders would have to execute their own people, men, women, children. And how'd you like to be one of those unlucky fuckers marching towards the walls, right? Some man, woman, or child carrying stones, throwing them in the moat, not knowing if you're going to take an arrow shot by either one of your own people or by the Mongols, knowing that if you stop carrying the rocks, you're going to lose any value to the Mongols and definitely just be shot. Captives also forced to dig trenches, erect defenses, undertake a variety of other tasks that often put the captives in between the Mongols and the army the Mongols were fighting, so they used their captives extensively. During a siege, the Mongols compelled prisoners to build siege engines, presumably under the direction of their Chinese or Persian engineers. With these engines and their own bows, the Mongols maintained a constant barrage on the city they were sieging. Engineers and soldiers working in shifts. In order
hey,
to
how are you? Hey, CJ
Brax. Down their enemies mentally. Boulders never stop
I hope I'm saying
walls.
that correctly, CJ.
Flying over the walls.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being stupendous.
All night.
How are you today? Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope everything's going well. Hope everything's going incredible.
We learned about burning down the cities in the Ivan
What's going on with you, CJ?
The Mongols burned down Moscow. Now back to using these prisoners. Mongolian prisoners forced to do stuff like use battering rams to smash down enemy gates. So messed up, but so smart, right? Give foreign captives the most dangerous assignments. Let them stand under a castle wall or on a drawbridge. Taking a battering ram and smashing it into a gate while your skilled warriors rest out of harm's way and prepare for battle. And if the captives tried to refuse any of these assignments, again, the Mongols, they just killed them. It's not like they had an HR department to complain to. Hey, Ben, what can I do for you? Hello, Mr. Mongol. I just want to file a complaint about how I was treated at the siege the other day. First off, I wasn't given my 15-minute break mid-shift.
I'm doing good so far. It was nice start into the new year. Hell yeah.
Being poured on him.
Hell yeah. A nice start into the new year. A wonderful start. I gotta say,
might have strained my hamstring.
Awesome.
And I'd like some time off.
Nice.
A little bit of compensation.
Awesome
money,
start.
Physical therapy, some massages.
Did you enjoy your new year? Did you have fun? Did you drink a little bit? Did you just chill out with family and stuff like that? Let us know. We love hearing about people.
I'm gonna have some guys rape your wife to death unless you're back out there holding the goddamn battering ram in 2 minutes or less. Take care of yourself. The Mongols would use battering rams, catapults, other siege machinery to break down the walls of the city. They would dig tunnels underneath city walls, use gunpowder to crumble them. None of that worked. They get creative, do stuff like divert nearby rivers to flood the inhabitants of the walled city. Once the city's walls were breached, then the Mongols would put on their armor and attack. They would often do that at night to further reduce the casualties of actual Mongol warriors. Maybe the most effective siege weapon the Mongols had was their reputation.
Mostly chilling out with family. And you? I've just been streaming.
And then, more cities in the region would hear about that and surrender without a fight, hoping to be spared. At their height, the Mongols were feared like no other army.
It's our resident, it's our resident, cheese. It's our resident, wedge of cheese. I gotta say, good to see our wedge of cheese is here.
Conquered people knew all too well what the consequences of revolt would be, having their city erased from the earth. According to anthropologist Thomas Barfield, the Mongols were extremely conscious of their small numbers.
Ask a circle if a non-circle can say merp.
To discourage resistance against them. Cities that surrendered and then revolted were put to the sword. Mongols could not maintain strong garrisons and so preferred to wipe out entire areas that appeared troublesome. Again, so so cold and just pragmatic. They're like, yeah, we don't have time to imprison people. We're not gonna deal with that. So if they're a problem,
fair enough.
we're just gonna kill them all. In addition to everything we've already talked about, the Mongols used propaganda.
You cannot stop me,
to exaggerate the size of their army, stuff like that. In 1258,
I can't stop you now.
Grandson of Genghis, another Khan.
Just working on comic book stuff tonight. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for checking me out, even for a moment. I do appreciate you, CJ, for even giving me a chance to entertain you for a minute.
On the steppes of Western Mongolia, and he commanded each soldier to light 5 campfires. So the enemy would think his army was 5 times as big as it actually was. They also did stuff like stir up dust behind their lines by dragging branches tied to the tails of their horses to create the illusion of approaching reinforcements, or they would do stuff like put dummies on spare horses, make their enemy think that they had many more warriors than they did. Again, they're just so good at war. The Mongols also weakened their opponents by promoting discord or rebellion amongst their people by gaining the support of oppressed minorities, playing rivals off of one another. They would boost the morale of their own army through religion. Like they would ask Tengri for favor on the battlefield in the same way that Muslim and Christian armies asked their gods for favor during battle. Maybe what I found most impressive about the Mongols regarding their warfare abilities was the thoroughness of their preparation. When preparing for war, they would take several steps to make sure they were ready to win. They would conduct a careful census before battle in order to properly identify exactly how many troops they had. They would accumulate intelligence reports
just a creamy feeling.
Find out exactly how large their armies were.
Just looks so snuggly. It doesn't look like cream. It looks like
make a declaration
snuggles.
Of hostilities.
Just some nice snuggles.
The declarations of war varied initially, but by the peak of their empire, when they were kicking everyone's ass, they would give their enemy 2 choices. Plan A was surrender. Recognize the Great Khan as the king of your king. Give the Mongols a yearly tribute, bunch of money, women, etc. Or Plan B. You cannot agree to Plan A and feel the full wrath of the Mongol horde and be obliterated. This is obviously a little simplified for the sake of keeping the info moving, but really this was the deal. The Mongols would send some ambassadors to a city they hadn't encountered yet. These guys would have to try and meet with the king or emperor or queen or whoever's in charge there and be like, hey, first off, I just want to say, please don't shoot the messenger. Now that I've said that, I got some bad news for you. If the foreign leader did not accept Plan A at a Mongol assembly, the strategy for the upcoming war would be, talked about and communicated until it was agreed upon, and then commanders would be chosen, points of rendezvous would be established, troops would be mobilized. According to Dennis Senor, former professor emeritus of Central Asian Studies at the Department of Central Eurasian Studies at Indiana University, that's a long fucking title. So, I'm sorry, what do you do? I'm the professor emeritus of Central Asian Studies at the Department of Central Eurasian Studies at Indiana University. You could have just said history professor. He said Mongol strategy at its best was based on a very careful planning of the military operations to be performed. At the essence of it lay a very rigid timetable to which all Mongol commanders were expected to adhere strictly. They didn't fuck around with any aspect of war. Once mobilization for war began, the Mongol armies would follow usually several different routes of advance instead of just one. During the invasion of Russia, generals Subutai and Batu and Monkey approached from 3 different directions before converging into one big army at the time deemed most strategically advantageous. Because their forces marched in smaller detachments for most of the journey to the battle, they could get there quicker. The advance wasn't slowed down by an enormous column stretching for miles. Another advantage of traveling this way was that their opponents then had a harder time figuring out exactly how big the Mongol army was. Once the Mongols defeated an enemy, part of their overall war strategy was to kill the opponent's leaders to prevent another war from breaking out. They took this very seriously. Hard to lead a revolt if you're dead. They would track people down for days, weeks, if necessary, to find and kill leaders after the battle was already won. Leaders who had fled during the battle. Genghis Khan started doing this after learning the hard way what can happen when you don't in some early unification battles in Mongolia. He had failed to eliminate some opposing leaders a few times, and then they would regroup with their forces, rise up against him again, and he'd have to defeat them all over again. And after that, the merciless pursuit of enemy commanders just became part of the Mongol standard operational procedure. And speaking of commanders, let's talk about Genghis' secret weapon, maybe the best military general of all time, Subutai Ba'atur. Subutai, born in 1175, died in 1248, a general, primary military strategist for Genghis Khan, and also for his son, the subsequent leader of the Mongol Empire, Ogadai Khan. This guy directed more than 20 campaigns,
well, then go to bed,
won
buddy.
at least 65 major battles, during which he conquered or overran more territory than any other commander in history.
I'm gonna stay up for just a little bit longer.
Dude never lost a battle.
I'm gonna stay up for just a little bit longer.
Paul Buell, history professor and long life, by the way. Paul Buell, history professor and Mongol historian, has said of Subutai, no Mongol general played a greater role than Subutai Bautar in establishing and maintaining
he
the
keeps
early
saying
Mongol
that.
Empire.
How much longer
Trusted
you think longer
Genghis,
is?
Later highly
they were
respected
scheduled to be
Ogedai,
scrapped. So why are they going crazy?
Subutai served with great distinction in every phase of Mongolian national development during the first 4 decades of empire. And Gayak was another subsequent Khan. When he first entered the service of Genghis, known then as Temujin, the realm of that minor Mongol chieftain comprised only a few families. This is pretty cool too. Like when he first started working for Genghis, it was just like, a couple hundred soldiers. In his old age, Subutai saw a mighty dominion stretching from the borders of Hungary to the Sea of Japan, from the outskirts of Novgorod to the Persian Gulf and the Yangtze River. He had no small part in creating it.
I understand that it's like everybody needs to go to bed, but I'm like,
spent the last few months of his life
I'm wired, man.
In the vicinity
I'm
of
fucking wired.
Ulaanbaatar, dying peacefully at the age of
but
72.
Like,
not for
this is a very like
after the death of Ogedai
major
Khan,
panel.
Sons,
it's very
to help to decide who the next ruler of the Mongol Empire would be. There's a good chance.
It's pretty nice.
Earlier in his career, Subutai would have conquered all of Europe. Let's talk about that.
Immediately go to hurling a fucking
maybe some
bowl
really bad weather saved
beans
Europe from the Mongols.
at somebody.
Genghis and his hordes swept across Asia after a series of successful exploratory forays into Hungary and Poland. Of course, they were successful in Poland. Everyone conquered Poland. If you get that, you get that. It seemed like the rest of Europe was theirs for the taking, and then they just abruptly returned to Asia. Why? Well, because their leader died. Right? Because Ogedai Khan, son of Genghis, died unexpectedly in December of 1241. Genghis had died years earlier, and now there was a power struggle to decide the new Khan. Ogedai died after a late-night drinking session. Too much of that sweet horse milk. May have actually died from a stroke or organ failure, maybe poisons. We don't know, since coroners didn't exist.
Yeah.
And so this badass general, right, and all the other important Mongols had to head back to Mongolia to help decide who was going to rule the empire. And under new leadership, conquering Europe was no longer a priority. So had Ogedai not died when he died, right, this big kick-ass general, Subutai, he was ready to go fuck Europe up, and he might have done exactly that. All right. Now we know a little bit about the Mongols, enough to give Genghis' life a lot of context. Always context. Can't really understand someone's life until you understand the times they lived in. Time to get to know more about Genghis himself, which of course will lead to learning even more about the Mongols in today's Time Suck timeline. But first, quick word from our sponsors. And big thanks to any of you who use our codes and landing pages to get these deals. It allows us to keep getting sponsors. Now, allow me to say Hail Nimrod and hit my Time Suck timeline button.
Strap on those boots, soldier.
I hope everybody's enjoying their day. I hope Heben's enjoying her day. I hope Ford is enjoying his.
On November 14th, 1162 CE,
I hope Nix is enjoying his.
Probably born in Daelun Boldog.
Even though he is asleep, so he's probably probably enjoying a very enjoyable nap.
Of the past, he wasn't born in some great city or a city at all. He was born in the Mongol Ger, out in the open steppe. Born near the modern-day Mongolian capital of Ulaanbaatar. Legend has it he was born with a blood clot in his fist, a traditional sign of a great future leader. Nice. I was born a skinny baby with jaundice and a big weird-shaped head. Wonder what destiny would have been expected of me.
Probably sitting there with headphones on in his head, like, I'm not asleep. Yeah, right. Why do you keep ignoring
me? We'll name him Retuju, which means he who dies first.
Why does he keep ignoring me? I'm not asleep.
Comes from the Mongol word Timur, meaning of iron. Temujin basically meant blacksmith.
This boy, okay.
Well, I said Genghis was born in 1162. We think his exact birth date unknown. Could be off by as much as 5 years.
Oh my God!
A good place to note that
how many strings is that? I just noticed how many strings.
And they're often contradictory.
He may be asleep and dreaming that.
One Mongol source, only one.
How many strings is that?
By Mongol, the Secret History of the Mongols.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
Mongol Confederation, sometimes considered the predecessor.
That's 28 strings on that goddamn loot.
Loose union of numerous tribes.
You need that many strings?
Genghis was the first son of Holun, second wife of his father. According to that important historical book, The
Do
Secret
you
History of the Mongols,
need that many
Temujin, named
strings?
after a Tatar chief his father had just captured. Temujin had 3 brothers, 1 sister, and 2 half-brothers.
That's the
Like
question.
many of the
Do you
nomads of
need that
Mongolia,
many
Temujin's
strings?
early life was difficult. When he was only 9, Temujin's father took him to live with the tribe of an important rival clan, whose daughter Borte
That's my
he
question.
was arranged to marry. Temujin was to live there until he reached the marriageable age of 12. Yeek! 12? God, my daughter's 12 right now. That's fucking ridiculous to me. Think of her being. My son is 14. It's ridiculous for me to think about him being married. Oh my God. So young.
I mean, he's got fat strings, which are very basic fat strings.
Tribal Mongols. He'd had some skirmishes
so
with in the past.
maybe in
cool
later
now.
comics,
Invited him to share some food with him. He's like, oh,
he'd probably have
nice
tiny strings.
And then Temujin's dad dies because they poisoned him. So apparently he misjudged how good of terms they were actually on. Whoopsies. Genghis would later avenge his father's death by killing all the men of this particular tribe. The exact date of Yasuji's death is unknown. After his father's poison, 9-year-old Temujin returns home to take over his father's role as chieftain of the tribe. In his mind, that's what he's going to do. But the tribe is like, yeah, right. You're 9. Get the fuck out of here. And they kick him out. Tough break. I picture this little 9-year-old, stomping into some big Mongol ger, big tent, planting his feet defiantly, putting his fists against his hips, all, hey, fellas, I'm in charge now. Let's avenge my father's death. And then some big, important Mongol just grabs him and lifts him off the ground by the back of his pants and back of his shirt, walks him back to the tent entrance.
Picture I found was
here, kid.
For your Trent Reznor. Reznor? No, Trent. No, his name is Trent Rosa.
Ox carcasses,
Rosa.
Other small game.
He doesn't get it. No, I do get it.
At some point during the banishment, Genghis murders for the first time. In an argument during a hunting expedition, Temujin and his brother Kasar decided to stalk and kill their older brother Bator. Some records say that Bator liked to take whatever young Temujin killed or caught, and that pissed him off. He was accused of hoarding food, while other family members were near starvation. Other records say that Bator, as the eldest male in the family, planned on exercising his right to claim Olun, Genghis' mom, as his wife. It wasn't Bator's mom. Right? It wasn't his blood mom. Genghis, he didn't care for that, which it is pretty fucked up. It's like, bro, no, come on, seriously? That's your stepmom. It's my mom. Please don't fuck my mom. I don't want a brother daddy. However it went down, legend has it that Temujin fought and killed his older half-brother, beginning his reputation as a great warrior. Things go from bad to worse then for young Temujin. Sometime between 1175 and 1177, he's captured by a rival clan. Once an ally of his father's, he's enslaved. The world's mightiest leader, spending his youth abandoned and enslaved. Finally, one night, a sympathetic guard helps him escape. Years later, that guard's son, a man named Chalan, would become one of Genghis' generals. Around 1183, Temujin marries Borte, honoring the agreement made by his father, making an alliance with her tribe. She waited for him. He's back in business. He worked himself back into a position of power after banishment and enslavement. With permission of her father, he takes Borte and her mother to live in his family ger. Then shortly into their marriage to Borte, in his marriage to Borte, a tribe known as the Merkits attacks Genghis' family's camp at dawn and kidnaps her, takes his wife. Son of a bitch! Things were just starting to go well. Now his wife gets kidnapped. And then she's given to one of this tribe's warriors as a spoil of war. Double son of a bitch. Now his wife is being raped by a rival warrior. As you can imagine, Temujin, he's not thrilled. He said that his bed was made empty and his breast was torn apart. And he probably also said, I'm going to fucking kill this motherfucker. Time to go to war for the first time. In 1184, roughly 22-year-old Temujin turns to powerful clan leader Togrul, also known as Wang Khan, Khan of the Karates, to support him in getting his wife back. Wang Khan offers him 20,000 Karate warriors, suggests that Temujin involve his childhood friend Jamuka in the battle. Jamuka had become a Khan of his own tribe. Both Jamuka and Wang Khan were blood brothers to Temujin's
There we go. That's the content we need.
Together, these men and 20,000 warriors make the trek into enemy territory to fight the Merkits Tribal Confederation. Many scholars describe this event as one of the key crossroads in Temujin's life, moves him along the path towards being a conqueror. Had his wife not been taken from him, he wouldn't have felt the need to amass an army to get her back. Had he not ever amassed an army, there would be no Mongol Empire. The Secret History of the Mongols describes the battle scene where Genghis gets his wife bike. He gets his wife's bike back. Did I mention that? you probably didn't hear that in your history books.
I'm an adult.
Yes, the battle was about his wife, but mostly it was about his wife's bike.
Yes,
He was like,
you are
she's
an
got
adult.
a fucking sweet ass bike, and it's the only bike in the world because bikes hadn't been invented yet, you know. But somehow they had this one bike, and he was like, I want to ride it, and they're like, no, we took it. He's like,
These are the
20,000 soldiers to get that goddamn
queens
bike back.
of dwarves. Such big, so grown, very immature. Wait.
Temujin moved among the people that were hurriedly escaping, calling Borte, Borte. Borte was among those fleeing people. She heard his voice, recognized it, got off her cart, came running towards him. Although it was still night, Lady Borte recognized Temujin's reins and tether and grabbed them. It was moonlight. He looked at her, recognized Lady Borte, and they fell into each other's arms. She'd been held captive for 8 months. She was pregnant with Jochi, heavily pregnant with their first son. She would give birth to him just after being rescued. Because of those circumstances, the question of his lineage always put under a microscope. He'd become an accomplished military commander, but people would always wonder if he was actually Genghis's blood son. That didn't matter to Genghis. He would claim Jochi as his own son, and then Borte would later give him 3 more sons. Since Borte was considered his principal wife, only their sons were considered his heirs. She would remain at Genghis' side for his entire life. Although he took many other wives, we mentioned earlier, she would always be his most important wife. Oh, how romantic. Sure, his dick loved a lot of different ladies, but you know his heart?
Hello.
His heart.
I kind of fallen asleep. It's okay. We're just listening to about our wonderful friend Genghis Khan. You know, the best.
My heart only gets hard.
You know, the bestie of the world.
I don't think that would go well. Right after the successful rescue of Borte and the rout of the Merkits, Genghis and Jamuka, who are also blood brothers.
Yeah, Bord needs to go to bed, but he's just hanging out with me, which is fine.
And what was all this blood brother business, by the way? Just symbolism, tradition. The Mongols would marry their children to members of other tribes to strengthen their relationships with neighbors. Mongol leaders would often take wives from other tribes to strengthen alliances there, and warriors could, pledge allegiance to one another and become blood brothers. Not sure exactly what ceremony, if any, took place when that happened. Might have been as simple as just cutting each other's hands and shaking on it or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, blood brothers Jamuka and Genghis began drifting apart, mostly because Jamuka supported the traditional Mongolian aristocracy when it came to, who got the highest positions in Mongolian society. Well, while Genghis believed in a new system of meritocracy, right? We mentioned that earlier, where men could rise up and become high-ranking generals, have high positions in society, regardless of who their dads were. This philosophical difference meant each group, attracted a different type of follower. The old guard followed Jamuka. Everyone else followed Temujin. Soon there were 2 massive armies, one led by Genghis, the other led by Jamuka. The blood brothers had become rivals. In 1186, when Genghis is around 24, after his decisive defeat and rescue of his wife, an important Mongolian shaman declares that the eternal blue sky has set the world for Temujin to rule. Right now God's on his side. Word spreads, Mongol families begin to quickly join his army. Jamuka doesn't like this. Nobody wants to hear about God anointing their rival as the one true leader. It's never been on anyone's wish list. No one's ever thought, I hope to live a long, happy life. I have enough money to feel secure in my retirement. And I hope God anoints my rival as the one true leader. Threatened by Genghis' rise, Jamuka surprise attacks Genghis with an army of 30,000 warriors. Genghis gathers his followers to defend at the last second, but caught off guard. Doesn't have enough time to prepare, and he's decisively beaten in the Battle of the 13 Sides. Really the only significant battle where he'll ever be beaten. Jamuka must have been pumped, right? Who's destined to lead? The guy whose fucking ass I just kicked? I don't think so. Me! Now bring me my harem and give me some of that horse milk. Wang Khan
I'd be honored if someone slept in a stream I was hosting. That means you feel safe and calm. That is second wife. Well,
when he boils 70 of
I am honored that Nix has found a nap spot
a lot of the Mongols are like,
in my stream. Nix is fast asleep. And many other people are probably fast asleep right now.
Following this defeat, Genghis spent his next
they're not lurking.
Licking his wounds,
they're sleeping.
An army,
There's a
difference. Never to be
difference.
defeated again. And probably also fucking a whole bunch. Sometime in 1187, his second son, Chagatai, is born.
They're
His
just
third son,
they're
Ogadai,
just
born in 1189.
snuggled.
His fourth son, Toyuai,
Nick
born in 1190.
Nix cannot be found.
Genghis makes a new alliance with his old pal, the old exiled Wang Khan. Wang had rebuilt himself into a powerful clan leader again. He plots his return to power. Genghis is like, hey, dude, I know shit went south with us, with the Battle of the 13 Sides. But this time, This time we're not going to lose, okay? This time, pinky swear, no one's getting boiled alive. No one's getting put in a cauldron. He and Wang Khan partner with the Jin dynasty of China, further build up their strength through a few minor battles, and then in 1200 CE, the friendship between Genghis and Wang Khan begins to falter. Hard to keep fellow Mongol leaders as close friends when you desire to be the one who rules them all. Wang Khan's son, Sangum, envied Genghis' growing power and relationship with his dad, and he planned to assassinate him. Records suggest that despite the relationship Wang Khan and Genghis had built, including Genghis reportedly saving Wang's life numerous times in battle, Wang just, he chose to side with his son, betray his longtime friend. Genghis Khan began to realize the tides were shifting against him when Wang refused to marry his daughter to Genghis' son, Jochuai. The insult led to war between the two. To prepare for battle, Wang Khan allied with Genghis' old friend Jamuka. That motherfucker partnered with the guy who boiled his generals alive. Two of his dad's old blood brothers, one of his blood brothers, allied against him.
Nope, he is
not. And then
not.
they fight in the Battle of the Burning Sands. They have so many good
Nix is not.
That's a great battle name. Battle of the Burning Sands.
That's a little bit for someone while they're asleep trying it. Oh, Nick slipped in your arm, so that's really cute. Yes, in my hay arms. My little straw arms. My little straw arms. Shipped it. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
And captured and handed over
what
to
is
Genghis.
love?
According to that secret history book, Genghis Khan then offered his friendship back to his old blood brother Jamuka.
So rise and shine.
Still don't want to kill him. You want to be ruled by Jamuka's side. Right,
rise and shine, Mr. Freeman.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on
yesterday.
The job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until, well, let's just say your hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
Yes.
Love this dude. But Jamuka had no interest in being Genghis' co-leader.
He
refused Genghis' offer, saying there can only be one sun in the sky. And then he asked for a noble
Discord.
death. He was a hard-ass dude.
Loof, I thought you were in the Discord.
To die without spilling
I
blood.
thought you were in the Discord.
Having your back broken.
Yeah, you're in the Discord.
Shit. That sounds way more painful than just having your head cut off or your throat slashed.
And also, your art is great.
I mean,
your art is amazing.
Bleeding and probably take a long
Let me
time.
give it some reactions. Hold up. Hold up. It's too empty. It's too empty.
When they'd become blood brothers.
It's too empty.
Genghis didn't want to fight his brother.
Too empty. Hold up.
The guy refused. And he's
there
torn
you
up
go.
About it, and
there you go,
Floof.
Floof.
Into a psychopath.
I hope I gave you enough reactions.
No one else would ever be offered a chance to rule by his side. After having Jamuka's back broken, giving him his noble death, Genghis Khan had the men who handed Jamuka over
you know what?
to
I'll
him
add a few more.
also killed. Said he didn't want disloyal men in his army. Sucks for those
there
guys.
You go.
Great Khan, we have handed you your enemy. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
That was commissioned yesterday.
These two betrayers. Have them executed.
On a stream.
Over the next 2 years,
they're real
fast. The rest of the Mongolian tribes who wanted to unite
slow
with
as
him.
shit.
He slaughters those who
so
oppose
slow.
him. There's a new sheriff in Mongolia.
Faster.
And he's definitely the you're with me or against me type. By 1205, Genghis had established a nation similar in size to modern Mongolia. And then the next year, in the spring of 1206, at a great Mongol conference of tribal leaders, he's officially proclaimed Genghis Khan at the age of roughly 42. Prior to this, even though I know I was referring to Genghis here and there sometimes, he was still known as Temujin. While Khan is a traditional title meaning leader or ruler, historians unsure about the origins of the word Genghis. May have meant ocean, may have meant just, generally translated as supreme ruler, universal ruler, maybe translated as murderous motherfucker not to be trifled with. For the next 21 years, Genghis goes buck wild in most Asia and parts of Europe. Lays down a lot of blood and mayhem. He would conquer more land in this period than any ruler had ever done in a two-decade stretch.
How long was the stream? That's a question. How long was the stream?
Wonder if Tom Brady would like that comparison. Now that the clans are united, Genghis builds an army that becomes arguably the strongest the world has ever seen. Right, and he launches the Mongol Empire that would rule Central and East Asia.
Oh God, there's a rabbit that I am petting.
He led his soldiers to the first foreign war in 1209. He set forth on a campaign against
the
Tengus, who would establish a Chinese-style dynasty
known as the
Xia dynasty in northwest China, along the old Silk Roads, just below Mongolia. A kingdom of about 5 million Tibetan-speaking people, roughly 5 times as big as the Mongol Empire.
I'll just
population-wise, capital was Xia. The Tengus had become involved in a trade dispute with the Mongols, and Genghis was like, "Hey, I need your people to pay my people more for our goods. Stop taxing us so much. You gotta drop some prices." And they were like, "No."
Is it kick?
He was like, "Okay, well, if
disconnect.
You don't do that, I'll probably just have to slap you around." And to get Xia, the Mongols had to cross the Gobi Desert. The first major battle took place at a mountain pass where the Mongols came to retreat and turned around, routed the enemy when more men joined the fighting. Classic Mongol move
they did
we talked about earlier.
2 pieces in 5 hours. Jesus,
entirely of cavalrymen and their deadly bow and arrows. At this
so
point.
fast. This is what I've gotten done in 5 hours.
Tariffs that Tengus opposed on trade. Returned to Mongolia with some new wives,
which is still pretty good.
Was now a vassal state of Mongolia. This initial victory gave Genghis control of a key Silk Road oasis and the tax revenues that came with that.
Still pretty darn good.
The emperor gave Genghis Khan his daughter in marriage. Yeah, the emperor, of the Xia.
Yes, okay.
Gave Genghis Khan his daughter in marriage and a nice yearly income in the form of a tribute.
It's not too bad.
Some 30,000 Shia craftsmen were brought to Mongolia to help Genghis Khan build his new capital of Karakorum. In 1211, Genghis launched his second foreign war against the rich Jin dynasty of northern China, which controlled China down to the Yangtze River. The dynasty he'd allied himself with in some battles years prior. This kingdom had about 20 million people, way more people than the Mongolians. The Jin were a people from Manchuria who, like the Shia, had become involved in a trade dispute with the Mongols. And the result was an attack by the Mongols, who weren't going to accept not having the access they wanted for the prices they wanted for the products the Jin produced. Before leaving on his 1211 campaign against the Jin with a force of 70,000 warriors, Genghis Khan told his people that heaven has promised me victory. And then his army breached what would become the Great Wall of China by advancing through a 15-mile-long gorge with the help of a turncoat Chinese general, who he did not execute for betraying his initial army. He would back off that policy for the rest of his life. Maybe that's not the best policy. From intelligence sources such as merchants and defecting Jin civil servants, Genghis Khan learned that the Jin Empire was racked with internal problems, vulnerable to attack, and that its huge army of 600,000 troops was pinned down at their southern border, where the Jins were engaged in a long-running war with another massive Chinese empire, the Song dynasty. The perfect time to attack them. From 1211 to 1214, the outnumbered Mongols ravaged the Jin countryside. They focused on attacking small villages and farms. They sent, now homeless Jin peasants pouring into Jin cities by the thousands.
Happy New Year!
Because of this, Jin dynasty suffered from a massive food shortage. Starvations began. Genghis starving their empire.
Forgot about that.
During the food crisis, the Jin ended up killing thousands of their own peasants.
But thank you so much for the Happy New Year.
It was not great for national morale.
For almost 6 hours.
Brutal and brilliance.
That's pretty.
Genghis knew because of how many more soldiers the Jin had that heading into a head-to-head battle, trying to siege their cities would not be wise. Even if their main armies were fighting way down south, they still had more troops up north than the Mongols. And his strategy worked. The food shortage the Mongols created pushed the emperor to surrender. In early 1214, the Jin emperor offered Genghis substantial rewards for the Mongols to withdraw, including enormous quantities of gold, silver, and silk, literally thousands of horses. He gave Genghis a princess as a wife, acknowledged Genghis as his overlord. Genghis traveled back to Mongolia. Shortly after he made it back home, the emperor broke the agreement. Damn it! Now he has to go back. 1215, Genghis marches back down to Zhongdu. The Mongols destroy the city in the Battle of Zhongdu. Before his armies arrived, the emperor had retreated to the southern portion of his kingdom, so he escaped, moved his court to the city of Kaifeng. Now the northern portion of his kingdom would soon belong to Genghis. Those who remained in the city of Zhongdu were slaughtered after being starved to the point of rampant cannibalism. Things got crazy in the city. Towards the end of the fighting, Jin trapped inside the city. They'd ran out of ammo, and they started putting gold and other valuables into their cannons, and shooting that at the Mongols. Right? It's just fucking crazy. They had nothing left. They're just like, put those gold coins in the cannon, shoot that at those sons of bitches. They were all slaughtered. The Mongols breached the 40-foot-high walls of the city, butchered and raped and pillaged. Months after the battle, a passing eyewitness wrote that the bones of the slaughtered formed white mountains.
Fucking gotta take my booster shot today. Ah, damn it.
It's a seriously gory visual. The war in China continued under the leadership of one of the Khan's generals while he advanced to the west.
But does it make a difference? No.
90 different Chinese cities. The Jin would eventually be completely
take that booster shot.
In the southern portion of the kingdom by the Mongols in 1235, several years after Genghis' death. Eventually, they would get them all. After a few more years of fighting in 1218, the Mongol army was exhausted by continuous campaigns against the Jin and against the western Xia kingdom. It also began battling south of Mongolia. Genghis, he's power hungry now. He doesn't feel like taking a break from fighting or slowing down the expansion of his empire. He decides to engage war with a third empire.
Be right back.
The other two.
/bye. If I catch you again, it's understandable.
10,000 warriors.
Go get your booster shot.
Brilliant young general Jebe against Kuklung, or
Kuklu,
excuse me, who ruled over the western Liao dynasty of Central Asia, also known as the Karakatai Empire, to the south and west of Mongolia. A vast empire, 580,000 square miles, 1.5 million square kilometers large. And this goes very, very well. Sends Genghis on a path westward, leads the Mongols all the way to Europe. An eternal revolt is incited by Mongol spies, and then Jebe overruns the country with his 20,000 horsemen, shooting all their poison arrows and halberding dudes to death left and right. Kuklug's forces are defeated. He's captured and executed. The Mongol Empire now extends almost to the Caspian Sea in the west, the Persian Gulf, and the Arabian Sea. Genghis Khan's reputation now spread throughout Asia, as this next story illustrates. It's one of my favorite parts of this suck. Just to make sure they weren't on Genghis's list of places to fuck up next, envoys from Korea traveled to Genghis Khan's Gair to offer to pay him a tribute. I mean, this is some serious shit, right? As a preemptive measure, envoys from a nation thousands of miles away show up out of the blue and are like, hey, we don't even know if you even know we exist yet. We don't know if you want to kick our asses or not, but just in case you're ever thinking about it, please do not. We preemptively surrender. We surrender now. We know we don't even have any, current plans to fight us necessarily, but just we've surrendered already. Take our money. Happy to bring back more every year. I picture Genghis, accepting their offer very seriously. Like, wise decision. I did know about you guys, of course, and we were going to kick your guys' ass in like a year. So good decision for you guys. Thank you very much. And then when they leave, he just turns to an associate. He's like, who the fuck were those guys? Where's Korea? Is that a real country? In 1219, Genghis decides to do some damage to the eastern province of the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia after some fools done fucked up and murdered some of his ambassadors. This dynasty's empire, another big one, right? Stretching all the way to the Caspian Sea, includes parts of present-day Afghanistan and Iran, 1.4 million square miles, 3.6 million kilometers.
I'm loving
the year before,
this.
in 1218,
This is
a caravan of Mongol
really
merchants
good.
have been sent by Genghis Khan to negotiate trade deals with the Khwarezm. I don't know. The merchants were sent. Fucking this word, I couldn't find anything decent. The merchants were sent to give the Shah of Khwarezm gifts of jade, ivory, gold, cloaks of valuable white camel hair. And the Shah, fearing that they were spies, killed the envoys for being insolent enough to request some changes in the conditions of trade between the Mongols and the Central Asians. Big mistake. From the Mongol standpoint, the murder of the merchants and ambassadors, most heinous of crimes. Had these ambassadors not been killed, the Mongols may not have went on to Europe. They may have just stopped where they were. Sometimes it seems like Genghis didn't really want to, or didn't intend to have the kind of empire he ended up with. He wanted tributes. He mostly just wanted people to recognize him as, overlord. He didn't need to rule them directly. Just like, tell me that, you understand that I'm the big boss. Give me a tribute. Give fair deals to my merchants, and I'll leave you alone. And when people didn't accept that, that's when he fucking just annihilated them.
Who is on that I can send you guys to?
They aggressively rejected
Who
it.
can I send you guys to?
His campaign against Central Asia, first and foremost, an act of revenge. Let's get ready to rumble! Sunday. Genghis Khan and the Mongols take on Does It Really Fucking Matter? The Shah of Who Gives a Shit just done did it! Over 200,000 Mongol warriors coming to Central Asia, hoping to collect over 1 million skulls. Who stands in their way? It's gonna be a bloodbath. We'll sell you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. After devoting considerable time to logistical planning, Genghis organizes a major force, more than 200,000 troops.
You know
Huge
what?
for a Mongol army.
I know who
They
I'm
set
gonna
out
send
against
you
Central
guys
Asia.
to.
Gigantic caravan.
I know exactly.
Man, just imagine that in your
Hey,
mind.
heathen!
Tens of thousands of
Damn
camels, hundreds of
I'll
thousands
stay
of
on
horses,
for a little bit
giant
longer.
siege
It's the
weapons,
heathen.
all rolling across
It's
the
a
steppes of
heathen.
Central Asia. Headed
It's a
for
heathen.
war,
I'll stay
right?
on for just a little
200,000
bit
troops. They're
longer.
gathering
For
more and
her?
more locals to use as shields.
Anytime.
And, you know, for,
Happy New
for these prisoners
Year!
of wars for various duties when they get to the next
Happy
city. So
New
we're getting
Year,
tens of
heathen!
thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them as they march
So
through
far,
Central
this is
Asia.
what I got
Can
so
you imagine
far.
seeing that headed for your city? Especially if you knew it was the Mongols, if you knew what they'd done to other cities, the fear you would feel. Genghis vented his fury with a string of massacres beginning in Utrar and Bukhara in 1219. It wasn't easy for Genghis to fully penetrate and conquer the great cities of Central Asia, but he did it. When he leaves Central Asia in 1225,
This is what I got so
30%
far.
of the population had been massacred.
It's
Sacked
pretty.
dozens of cities
It's
and settlements. In
looking
1220,
pretty
Genghis Khan
good.
attacked Samarkand, then a great Silk Road city of 200,000 people, nourished by an aqueduct that brought water to the arid steppe around the city from faraway mountains. Famous for its craftsmen that produced saddles, copper lamps, and silver lame, fabric with silver
I
fiber.
hope you're doing well, heathen. I hope everything's been going
When Genghis Khan's army
good.
appeared, according to one report, the
How's
Shah and
everything been?
110,000 of his
How's the
troops fled
family?
city, and
How's
city
the
noblemen
boy?
opened the gates and begged for mercy. And they were shown little. A 13th century Persian historian, Atta Malik Juvani, wrote that Genghis killed all who took refuge in the citadel and the mosque, pillaged the
It's
city
okay.
completely,
You can
and
go
conscripted
if you want
30,000
to. I
young
just
men,
woke up
along with
after a
30,000
very
craftsmen
late
in
drunk
army.
nap.
The Khan's armies
Night.
then destroyed
It's
other great
okay.
Silk Road trading
No,
centers
I'm
such as
here.
Merv, Ba, Herat,
I'm
Nishapur.
hanging out with
We
you.
devoted an early episode of Time Suck specifically to Nishapur. Kingdoms that resisted risking, having their entire populations massacred. According to Muslim chroniclers, 100,000 defenders were killed in a river diverted to flood the city of Revenge.
That's
One city got hit worse than many was a place called Merv in present-day
and
Turkmenistan.
then
A Muslim holy man and his many helpers
we
allegedly
are
spent
we are
13 days
making
counting the
the
dead of Merv.
12
They
dwarven
counted 1.3
queens up
million
here,
victims.
and then all
Under
the
the
rest of the
Seljuk Turks,
races
Merv became
down
a city full
here.
of palaces, libraries, observatories, canals that nourished parks and lush gardens. It was beautiful. And all that came to an end when messengers of Genghis Khan in 1218 showed up, demanding their tribute, demanding their pick of the city's most beautiful women. And the Seljuks were like, "Who the fuck are you? Get out of here!" They killed them. Then the Mongols arrived 3 years later and like, those guys that you killed a couple years ago, those were our guys, right? They were our buddies. We're pretty pissed off about it, and you guys need to surrender. And then the Seljuks did surrender, and then the Mongols were like, too little, too late. We're still pissed about those guys. And they just killed them all anyway. According to some accounts, each Mongol soldier had to decapitate 300 to 400 civilians and set the city aflame. Right? They would have, and they were so organized. It was so dark. I talked about this in this early Nishapur suck.
How
When
have
they
you
would have to do,
been?
like, if they
I've
were
been
ordered
good.
to kill like 300 dudes, 400 dudes.
Oh,
They
he's
didn't
now
just take their
lost
word for
to
it. They would
to
have
his
to bring
room with
back
his new desk
like
set up and a
300
new
sets
laptop.
of ears. Or I guess 300.
Say
make
love
sure,
you,
I
as
guess, I
they
don't know how you
say.
tell
You
the
know.
right ear from the left ear. I think you
At
have to
least
get a
he's
set. I
enjoying
know it was
himself.
ears. They'd have to bring bags of ears back.
How have I
Like,
been?
we
I've
did it.
been great
There's my
so
the other
far.
ears.
I've been good.
Genghis
It's
Khan's
been a
army then
good
destroyed
day.
other
It's
Silk
been
Road
a
trading
good
centers
new
such as
year.
Spa, Nishapur, Ghazni,
Hanging
Herat,
out,
Said,
was
all in
hanging out with
present-day
the
Afghanistan and Iran.
boy.
They
He's
starved out
still
many populations,
technically
destroying
here.
irrigation systems to help their
He's
siege
just
efforts.
he fell
Damage
asleep.
done to various ancient irrigation systems in these areas.
He
took
fell
centuries
asleep,
to
and there
repair.
was nothing I could do
Irrigation
about
systems
that.
the Mongols destroyed.
I could
Iraq,
not keep him
not repaired
awake.
until just this last century. Also around this time, Genghis' generals Subutai and Jeba encircled the Caspian Sea in 1221 with 20,000 men, annihilated every army that got in their way between 1221 and 1223. That specific Mongol campaign has been referred to by some historians as the most daring military campaign of all time. That's when they briefly invaded Europe. 1221, the Mongols arrived in Herat, present-day Afghanistan. Inhabitants initially spared, but when they rose in revolt, Genghis Khan told one of his generals, "Since the dead have come to life, I command you to strike their heads from their bodies." That's some cold shit, some crazy shit to say.
Hello,
Do they not know that they're
Shy.
dead?
Happy
Do they not know
New
that
Year,
they could kill them at any
Shy.
moment? Well, they'll know
Hope you're
now.
doing well. Hope
Reportedly,
everything's
only somewhere
going good.
between 9 and 40 of the city's original 1.6 million inhabitants survived. How weird to be one of those 9 people. One day your life is living in this big, giant, thriving,
My
beautiful city,
goodness.
and the Mongols show up.
Yes.
A few months later,
He is a
everyone you've
sleepy
ever known,
puppy.
everything you've ever known,
fell asleep.
destroyed or dead, outside of maybe 8 other people. In another trading
He's
center
keeping
visited by
me
the horde
company
called Ba,
while also
the
being
citizens of
asleep.
this fabled mother of cities in present-day Afghanistan are massacred even after surrendering again. One historian said they were divided up according to the usual custom of hundreds and thousands put to the sword. And then there's that other Mongol campaign up north, right? 1222, 1223, Genghis' general Subadai, Jeba, defeat two large armies, present-day Georgia, cross the Caucasus Mountains in winter, defeat an 80,000-man Russian army in 1223.
Happy New Year. Hope you all are doing well. I'm doing good.
Mongol leaders now thought they'd
Nix
accomplished their
is
mission before returning
he's
to Mongolia.
off for a few
However,
days, so hopefully we will get some gaming in if he can stay awake.
They camped near the mouth of the Dnieper River, and their spies
so we can hang out together and stuff like that. That'll be nice.
And then a Russian
That'll be
army
nice
of 80,000
hanging out with the
the
pup.
leadership of a prince of Kiev marches against them. Initially, Jebe and Subidai sought
But
peace.
if I
However,
don't,
when
I'm
their
not going to
envoys were
die.
murdered,
I'm
here we
just
go
going to be
again,
like,
they
oh,
destroyed
okay.
the Russians. Mongols did not let shit slide. If you killed their envoys, if you killed their ambassadors, right, they were never like, I get it. No, those guys were assholes. Shit happens. Nope. They always got pounded. The Mongols defeat the Russians by attacking first with lightly armored archers, then luring the enemy behind a smoke screen set by dung fires. Then cavalrymen armed with lances and swords charge, forcing the Russians to break ranks, run over each other as they flee for their lives. Historian Charles Halpern estimates that by the time of this battle, the destructive power of the Mongol war machine eclipsed anything the Russians had ever seen before. But they wouldn't push farther west into Europe.
Hope you're doing well,
Genghis in
Kai.
his 60s now, seen his health decline.
You're always welcome to the call if you want to hang out, or if you got other stuff to do, that's totally fine.
Both Mongol armies returned to
It's
Mongolia.
all good,
Back in
Shy.
Mongolia, he selects his son Ogadai.
You want to hang out with the Kai?
Establishes the method of succession for
It's all
subsequent
good.
Khans,
But
specifying they must
so
be his direct
far,
descendants.
I'm
Also,
getting this
1225, he finds out that Western
done.
Shia and the Jin have readied a force of 180,000 troops to try and knock him out of their territories. He's got a lot of enemies by this point, a lot of borders to defend. In late 1226, when the rivers are frozen, the Mongols strike south to deal with this new threat. Despite a Western Shia army of more than 300,000 troops, the Mongols annihilate them. Pursuing energetically, the Mongols kill the Western Shia emperor in a mountain fortress. The emperor's son takes refuge in the great walled city of Ningxia, and the Mongols divert a canal that they're going to flood the city. And just before they do flood it, the city surrenders. Leaving a third of his army to hold Ningxia, Genghis sends his boy Ogadai eastward to destroy the Jin. With the remainder of his troops, Genghis marches southeast to the eastern Sichuan province, where the Western Shia, the Jin, and the Song empires meet to prevent Song reinforcements from reaching Ningxia. Just always fighting, always battling, always traveling. Then on August 18th, 1227, in the midst of all this fighting, Genghis, at around the age of 65, dies in a camp
Hello,
in
Shy.
Sichuan,
I'm without
capital of
audio
Western
right
Shia.
now as I'm
He
making
may have died due
food.
to complications from injuries he'd received after falling off his horse the
Hope
previous
you
year.
had a good New Year, Shy. I am indeed
blood,
doing all right. I'm
drinking
just
his milk.
doing some
On his
drawing as
deathbed, he
usual.
outlines
I can
plans
join.
that later would be
Yeah.
used by his successors to complete the destruction of the
You
Jin
can
Empire.
join.
Even as he
You're
lays
more than
dying, his
welcome to
mind is on
join.
conquest. Ogadai Khan then takes over as his successor and continues
Just
to
let me
expand
know.
his father's empire.
You're
As was the
always
practice of his
welcome.
tribe, Genghis Khan buried in an unmarked grave in Mongolia, possibly in the region of his birthplace. When the emperor was finally laid to rest, supposedly his soldiers rode 1,000 horses over his grave to destroy any remaining trace of it. In the 800 years since Genghis Khan's death, no one has found his tomb. There's all kinds of rumors about what happened to it. Supposedly a river was diverted over it, so no one could find his grave. Supposedly everyone who ever knew about his grave, were killed. It's considered taboo in Mongolia to even seek out his grave. Outsiders have used satellite and radar and shit to try and find it, but no luck. There's even a curse legend that says all kinds of horrible things will happen to whoever finds his tomb. In all likelihood, his tomb will never, ever be found. I mean, if he was just buried in like a random grave in the middle of nowhere, it might just be completely obliterated by this point. Now let's hop out of this timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
I wonder what you're drawing. I'm
Genghis
curious.
Khan and the Mongols. They kicked the shit out of a good chunk of the world in the early 13th century. Although not famed for creating any lasting architectural wonders or political institutions, the Mongols made significant contributions to the world of culture by finally connecting the Eastern and Western worlds via expanded trade routes, diplomatic embassies, and the movement of missionaries and travelers from Eurasia to the Far East. And they did this by shedding an unprecedented amount of blood. Let's leave with a few more examples of that because it does fascinate me more than anything else with the Mongols. Just how devastating they were in war. Although Genghis Khan actually did restrict the use of torture in his empire, a lot of people still died torturous deaths.
Trust cannot defeat the power of butter toast with jam for at least 5 minutes.
A powerful courtier named Fatima had poisoned his brother. He had her tortured into confessing before, quote, her upper and lower orifices, were sewn up and she was rolled up into a sheet of felt and thrown into the river. Yee. Had her mouth, butt, and vagina sewn shut, if I'm interpreting that correctly. Possibly her ears, nose, and eyes, too. That is some serial killer shit. This next death, also pretty damn brutal. Mongols had a taboo, as we talked about earlier, against shedding royal blood. Right, with royals, they're supposed to die without shedding blood. So instead of, say, like beheading a royal, they would often crush them. You know, like we talked about Jamuka earlier, dying from a broken back. Well, this next dude's death may have been more painful than that. After Baghdad was sacked by the Mongols, the Caliph of the Abbasid Caliphate, Al-Mustasim.
I hate how with anxiety sometimes you get you get nothing done on something, and then you just finish the shit in one day, and you're just like, oh, right, this is easy. Toast with jam is so powerful. It's powerful. I'm drawing some stuff
maybe not. Maybe it's a big
for
surprise.
one of my million comic ideas that I have. This one is about a ghoul who is very curious of the human race.
Like, oh, that's horrible. Oh, God, those are coming towards me. Right? I wonder how long they made this dude wait out in the heat, in the dark, before he heard that distant rumbling. And then it just gets closer and closer. You don't know exactly when they're going to stomp you, where they're going to stomp you. Oh, man, how do you spend those final moments? Screaming for help, begging for mercy? Just quiet, just like, God, get it over with. 1223, after the Mongolian army kicked that Russian army's ass, right, the Battle of the Kalka River, the Mongolians decided to celebrate. This may be the most ridiculous one. They decided to celebrate by forcing the generals and the nobility of the Russian army to lie down on the ground. Then they put this giant, heavy wooden gate on top of them. Right, so they're smushed, but they're not dead. There's not enough weight, to kill them. It's just very uncomfortable. And then they put chairs and tables, set that up on top of the gate, and then they have their generals have a feast up there. They just have a meal. So they just sit there, and then the weight of the people having the feast crushes the people underneath the gate to death slowly. So they're just drinking and celebrating as these guys are getting smushed beneath them. Why is that funny to me? So fucked up. But how satisfying would that feel to dine on top of your enemies? Man, this steak is delicious. Hey, Prince Vladimir, you still alive down there? Knock twice if you want to bite. Grunt painfully if you'd like a bite of tasty steak. You got any room in your belly? Or has your stomach already been squished out? Or your flat-ass body? Genghis himself once ordered a Persian noble to die an arguably even worse death.
You're making me very hungry, boy.
Wrapped in felt.
Added walnuts to PB&J yesterday on whole grain bread. Rip a heathen.
It's so ridiculous.
I need to improve Mom's catalog of stuff she spouts with regards to cooking.
And again,
what you cooking?
Amusement.
Breakfast sausage. Yeah, breakfast sausage is also delicious.
Weapon may have been just their terrible reputation. Other empire leaders would hear about this shit. People who did not want to be covered in sheep fat and cooked in the sun. People who did not want to be rolled up in a some fabric and trampled to death by horses or put under a gate, squashed while people were eating a meal above them. And, so then when those people are asked to surrender later, that's the kind of shit that's going around in their heads. Like, God, do I really want to be smushed by a gate? Or should I just give these dudes some gold right now? Yeah, a lot of these atrocities, darkly strategic. When Genghis defeated the tribe that killed his father early on, he wanted to make sure that he killed anyone who had anything to do with his father's death. Wanted to make sure that no one from that tribe came for him later on down the road. So with these guys, he lined up every boy, every man, measured them against the linchpin of a wagon, the axle pin in the middle of the wheel. Anyone taller than that pin, so anyone taller than around 3 feet high, beheaded. Slaughtered every male but the little kids and the babies. Here's the craziest example of Mongol devastation. This is the one I did a whole suck on early in Time Suck's catalog, the Battle of Nishapur. According to legend of this battle, one of Genghis Khan's daughters loved her husband very much, a man named Takwar. Genghis loved him too. It's his favorite son-in-law. When Takwar killed by an archer from Nishapur, a city that was not supposed to fight back, why didn't you fucking listen to Plan A? His wife demanded vengeance, and Genghis, did he give it to her? He had his army slaughter every person in Nishapur. By some estimates, 1,748,000 people killed, women, children, babies, even dogs and cats.
We'd love to see your stuff, though, by the way.
Legend, they were beheaded.
We would love to see your stuff, by the way, Fox.
A request made by Genghis
we always love to see your
no
art.
One got away with a simple wound. You wanted to see those heads. You wanted to look at those death pyramids and know that whoever shot her husband was dead. Mongols did a lot of crazy shit. And we know about most of it thanks to one book. Primary source for a lot of this info, old book, a Mongolian book called The Secret History of the Mongols, written in the 13th century. The most important, oldest medieval Mongolian text. The only, Mongolian account of all of this. The book covers the origins of the Mongol people, the rise to power and reign of Genghis Khan, written from a Mongolian perspective, right? It's gives a very different perspective on the Mongols than all the other sources, which were written by their enemies. Gives unique insight into one of the most important leaders in world history. Without it, we wouldn't know half of what we knew and were able to use for this suck. What a wild life Genghis had, man, from an early age, forced to contend with the brutality of life in the Mongolian steppe. Rivals poisoning his dad when he's 9, his own tribe later expelling his family.
I'm kind of fat and add more brown sugar and some maple syrup to that recipe.
As an adolescent, may have
kind
murdered
of
his
fat
half-brother.
Okay,
During his teenage
kind of
years,
fat.
he
Right.
became a slave. Despite all these hardships, by his early 20s, he'd established himself as a formidable warrior and leader, amassed an army of supporters, created the Mongolian Empire for the first time. By 1206, he had successfully consolidated, the steppe confederations under his banner and turned to outside conquest. Due to a lack of contemporary records, estimates of the violence associated with the Mongol conquest varies considerably.
We want to see all the art. We want to see all of the art. Yeah, that is true. We want to see most everybody's art. It's crazy how much art we want to see. We want to be suffocated by art. That's how much art we want.
Worlds right now, but if there's a positive takeaway from this suck, is that they're not nearly as turbulent as they were during the time of the Mongols. Reading a lot of disturbing news reports recently, but none of them talk about pyramids of human heads, thank God. 2020 is rough, but it's not nearly as rough as 1220. Now let's look back at more Mongol facts and learn one new one with today's top 5 takeaways right after one last sponsor. Today's episode of Time Suck brought to you once again by longtime sponsor of the show, Captain Whiskerhorn's Pony Play Emporium, Tack Shop, and Saddle Rig. Howdy, partners. It's your old buddy Tom Anderson, a.k.a. Captain Whiskerhorn again. Owner and proprietor of your most trusted source of sexy bits, bridles, harnesses, halters, hooves, masks, anti-plug tails, and more for the Quad State area for the past 20 years. When I heard that today's topic was Genghis Khan, well, as a pony lover, I was excited to suck me some Mongols. In honor of this week's episode, every customer who buys a Mongol ponytail butt plug or a Genghis Khan double dong colon conquer pony play dildo will get a free 6-pack of some human Kuma's pony play milk. That's real breast milk, taken from a woman dressed up like a sexy mare, fermented and bottled in our warehouse out there. And if you haven't sipped some cold human Kuma's after a long day of training and riding and whipping your sexy
want
pony,
art for years. Art
and it tastes
for
a hell of a lot
years.
better than Don Doberman's nasty-ass puppy play dog cheddar, I'll tell you that. So come on down and say hi to Captain Whiskerhorn and his trusty, sexy steed, Sarsaparilla. Hi-yo, Sarsaparilla! Away! Now it's time for today's top 5 takeaways. Hail, Lucifina!
Time Suck Top 5 Takeaways.
Number 1, Genghis Khan's famous name is actually a title, meaning basically the King of Kings. He was born in Temujin, which translates roughly into blacksmith. From blacksmith to the King of Kings, dude made some shit happen in his life. He conquered far more territory during his reign than Alexander the Great.
Except
any Roman emperor.
I can't
no
knit,
one conquered like Genghis. No one. Number 2, it's estimated
as
that
this
Genghis
is
had roughly
sitting
500
in a
wives,
knitting
more junior wives.
circle, except
Plus
I
countless
can't knit,
concubines and
but
subsequently
spread
responsible
instead.
for millions
Yeah,
of
that's
modern-day
fine.
descendants.
I
Approximately
can't knit
0.5%
either.
of the world's dudes have his Y chromosome. One of the world's most prolific procreators. Number 3, old Genghis didn't only murder and rape. He also opened up the Silk Road, tolerated multiple religions, maybe spared a couple people here and there, didn't allow his own people to be enslaved, and started the first ever international post office. Number 4, horse milk beer. Good luck drinking any kumis and not thinking about how I said it may come from a stallion, not from a mare. And number 5, new info. Part of Genghis Khan's legacy is perhaps the very first usage of biological warfare. In 1345, the city of Kaffa on the northern coast of the Black Sea, razed by a vicious pandemic. After successfully repelling the first Mongol siege in 1343, Kaffa leaders knew that Johnny Beg, Khan of the Golden Horde from 1342 to 1357, great-great-great-grandson of Genghis, was going to strike again. When he did in 1345, he brought more than his standard Mongolian army. He brought the Black Death. We talked about this in the Black Plague episode. When the Mongols laid siege to the city of Kaffa, they were struck by the plague. According to an account of the events, the Mongols were suddenly fallen left and right as though they'd been struck by thunder, with lumps on their joints and dark marks
Neither
on
can
their
I.
faces. They developed a putrid fever.
Well, I guess we can learn
Their army
knitting.
suddenly decimated. Rather than
Guys,
just walk away
is
from the fight, they
is
put
that
the
our
corpses
big
of their dead
next
on
big thing?
catapults and flung
Are
them
we
over
gonna
the
learn
defensive walls
knitting?
of
Come
Canada.
on, guys.
Load the Greg. Aim the Greg. Fire the Greg. Nuts. Just catapulting plague corpses into the city. And it worked. They spread the disease not just to Kaffa, but through people fleeing Kaffa to all of Europe. In doing this, the Mongol horde may have accelerated the spread of the Black Plague that killed 30 to 60% of Europe's population, half of China's population, may have reduced the world population from an estimated 475
I
million
used to love watching my mom or my grandma knit. I do some knitting here at home. I just hate threading the needle so darn much.
I want to be catapulted.
It's always getting started, and when the thread knots itself,
Load the Dan. Aim the Dan. Fire the Dan.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
We did it. We sucked Genghis, a dude who was probably pretty used to getting sucked in his lifetime. I hope that was entertaining. This is the first suck I re-recorded. Damn it, it was hard to figure out what info to leave in, what info to leave out, to say a lot of these words correctly, to make it entertaining. I don't know why this was a tricky one for me. If you didn't like this episode, at least take a little solace.
Sorry, I'm back. I was refreshing my memory on ghouls and stuff. I probably should show what I've been working on today. Yes. Yes, that's what we want. We want the art. Give us the art.
Thank you to the script keeper, Zach Flannery, for putting a lot of info in here.
I asked for hot,
to try and get to put into one show.
Art.
Thanks to all those involved in keeping the Cult of the Curious private Facebook group fun, a growing place for discourse and ridiculous memes. Thanks to the all-seeing eyes of the cult and the
I want to knit, so play instrument.
Thanks to Liz for overseeing the Bojangles
emails. Can you knit?
And check out Discord. The Timesuck Discord channel can be accessed easily via the Timesuck app, available on Apple and Google Play stores. Next week on Timesuck, the Space Lizards voted for a topic that takes us into the darkest, most dense forests of North America to learn about the legend of the Wendigo. It's been a while since we talked about cryptids.
Why did I do that? Oh, God.
Wendigos, evil man-eating giants from several Native American tribes and mythologies. They play the roles of monsters and boogeymen in some legends, while in other stories, members...
Oh, my balls. Damn it, I fucked up a little bit.
So many different gods, so many different monsters, so many rich and imaginative stories.
Damn it.
Like the ancient histories of so many... First time in the desert of New Mexico, we knew the world would not be the same. A few people laughed, a few people cried, most people were silent. I remember the line from the Hindu scripture.
I'm going to stand up for a second.
Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty. And to impress him, takes on his multi-armed form and says, now I to become death, the destroyer of worlds. I suppose we all thought that one way or another. Few events in history have changed the world more than the topic of this week's Suck, the Manhattan Project. Time to go atomic on today's Don't Push That Red Button for fuck's sake edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
I was scratching myself casually down there, and I rubbed my ball the wrong way. Fuck.
Happy Monday, Time Suckers. I hope
casually scratching. Right. Casually, because my fucking house, I can do whatever I want.
Nimrod's Oracle, Lucifina's...
It's not telling you people about it, and I just... I rubbed myself the wrong way,
Harmony, Lindsay,
and my ball immediately was like, hey, don't do that, and it hurt like a bastard.
All here. Had a blast in Columbus. Both Saturday shows completely sold out in the big room.
Why do you do this?
And the other two shows weren't far off, and most importantly, they were all fun. So much fun. Thanks for the laughs. Thanks for some very nice words after the shows from many of you, and a few gifts as well. A few very cool gifts. Talking about that on a Secret Suck there this week. Off to Comedy Works in Denver, Colorado this weekend, November 7th to the 9th. Few of the shows already sold out. Tickets selling fast for the rest. Not many tickets left for the live Anthill Kid Suck on the 10th, Sunday as well. Dr. Grins in Grand Rapids, Michigan, November 21st to 23rd. Another live Time Suck on the 23rd. Tacoma Comedy Club. That's the last. Tacoma Comedy Club. I can't remember at this moment if I'm doing a live suck. You have to look at the. I am. I'm doing the last live Time Suck of the year on the 20th.
I'm fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I believe. 5th through the 7th.
I'll be fine. Just don't touch my balls no more.
Last stand-up shows of the year at the Spokane
right now.
Comedy
Just
Club,
leave
December
them alone.
26 through 20. You can find it all at dancummins.tv. And I'll announce tour dates for 2020 soon.
I know, it's so weird. Like, that's why when I hear about the people that are into ball torture,
the popular
it's like,
Salvita Lucifina.
Like,
Shirt
it's
back
so,
in stock in the Time Suck store. Hail Lucifina.
I'm not shaming you. I just don't know how you
also
do
a
it.
few,
There's a
in the men's
difference.
cut, a few different colors, and in a windbreaker option. Very cool. I'm excited to get mine. It's got some additional access created, kind of culty design features.
So you have it.
And also
you don't
giving
know
it to a new charity this
you
month.
wanted to learn to knit and
more
you
money
didn't.
This time, but went up a little bit more from last month, giving $3,500 this month in honor of Veterans Day to the Patriot Guard Riders. On behalf of the
hope you're
spaces of
doing
Patreon
well.
Contributions, the Patriot
Shy,
Guard Riders,
we're just having some fun. Happy New Year, baby!
Former suck subject of
Hell yeah!
Their mission is to ensure dignity and respect at memorial services, honoring fallen military heroes, first responders, and honorably discharged veterans. So cool. Their main mission is to attend the funeral services of fallen American heroes as invited guests of the family. Each mission they undertake has two basic objectives. Number one, show sincere respect for fallen heroes, their families, and their communities. Number two, shield the mourning family and their friends from interruptions created by fuckface protesters, like the WBC. You can ride with them in the funeral procession, or you can just help stand guard at the funeral itself. It's all legal, all up and up. They don't do any illegal confrontations. They just protect these people's families. You can be active military, veteran, you can be someone who's never served. To learn more, donate more yourself, you can go to www.
I love how the conversation went from knitting to balls.
Go to patriotguard.org.
Sometimes it feels like I'm sitting with an expectation of not crushing my stupid small eggs. Sometimes they're fun. Sometimes they find a way into truffle testicles. It's wide as and nothing ever just sit nicely. But yeah, but yeah, ghouls. I'm planning a comic where a ghoul is very curious with humans and goes some adventures and stuff. Love the fact that the thing I drew is mainly a side character from a main character at the bottom of the canvas getting head pats. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see it. Where is it? Give me.
Using technology to my advantage.
Give me.
Yep, talking about
Papa, give nuclear
weapons
give
on today's
Papa, give
show.
Give baby art.
Maybe I'll push this button to remind
baby need
you how I
art
used to say it.
now.
Because of your many years as a nuclear technician, we're putting you on a nuclear sub.
Nuclear. It's pronounced nuclear.
Whatever.
Nuclear.
Thanks, Homer. Let's get to it. Excited to keep pushing that button today. Excited to learn about a real conspiracy, one with some meat on it. The Manhattan Project is perhaps the most successful and best documented conspiracy of all time. The Manhattan Project was the code name for an American-led, multinational effort to develop a functional atomic weapon during World War II.
Good.
And as you know, it was
job.
very successful. Although I do feel strange calling a weapon,
Beg for art.
upwards of 100,000 people successful.
Baby need art.
But yes, but it's very successful. The U.S. government collected the best chemists, physicists, and engineers it could find. Past never been possible. Taking the universe's smallest particle, dividing it in half. From that fission, a previously unimaginable amount of energy could theoretically be harnessed for a variety of uses, including bombs that could kill the world. Why was the Manhattan Project started? Well, it was launched in response to the fear that Nazi scientists, a real fear, based in reality, were working on a weapon, that could use nuclear technology since the 1930s, and that Adolf Hitler, a man who was obsessed with remaking the world in his horrific image, the image of the Nazi Party's sick ideology, that he was prepared to use it, and the U.S. was right again, yes, to have those fears. Hitler did have scientists dedicated to building a nuclear weapon. Luckily for the rest of the world, it wasn't given the same priority in Germany. It was abandoned, a few years into the war, and they never ended up, getting the chance to drop the bombs first. Thank God. I mean, can you imagine that world where Hitler drops the first atomic bombs, drops maybe one on London, another one on Manchester, maybe one on Dublin, drops one on Moscow, another one on St. Petersburg, is able to push into Russia in the winter? How would that have changed things? That show on Amazon.
I've muted the art into the art channel.
Whether or not the Manhattan Project was
baby
ethical, including the culmination of its actions at the end of the war, something I'll discuss after the timeline. Got to get through a lot of development info first. Understand the project more fully. before, making what might be a
vibes with the
polarizing
supernatural
argument.
thinks humans suck.
Before discussing the argument of, when it's a
He's
good decision
introvert.
to go
Vibes with supernatural and humans don't.
well, first, take a
And
close look at
humans
who most
doesn't
of the major
know
players
what
are
petting
who paved
is.
the road to making it possible to obliterate our planet. We'll also look at all the good
nuclear
technology, has done for modern man. Check out the differences between weapons, and even explain a touch of the science.
Thank you so much.
Of what the hell
I
a
appreciate it.
nuclear explosion is, at least as best I can. U.S. went heavy on nukes. 1942 to 1946, $2 billion was spent on the Manhattan Project, named for the Manhattan District, where the project's initial planning took place. That price tag would be about $30 billion in today's money. Some estimates illustrate that 500,000 people ended up being part of this project in one way or another, and that might not seem like a lot of money when you think about how much the U.S. spends on military now.
Yes,
over $600
it looks
billion
incredible, Shy.
Year. However,
it already looks so good.
Military spending accounts for less than 5%
I
of our
can't
GDP.
wait.
The total monetary value of all final goods and services produced and sold in the market. In 1945,
I can't wait.
40% of America's GDP was being spent on military efforts. The U.S. was spending every dollar it had and a lot of dollars it didn't. Selling tons of war bonds to cover the cost of war. Despite being stretched very thin, it still believed in the possibility of
nuclear
weapons. Enough to dump billions into this one project out of many. One that, if it didn't work in time, would take billions away from other weapon programs that military leaders knew worked: tanks, soldiers, additional military aircrafts, ships, artillery, etc., and produce absolutely nothing. It was that binary game of either it works and it's exactly what we needed to stop the war, or it doesn't work and it gives us absolutely nothing. To house all the science that need to be scienced to make all this possible, 3 giant facilities. And sorry if my little pause today. I got a head cold. I'm all medded up. I cannot stop my sinuses from doing what they're doing with whatever little virus I got. 3 giant facilities, all 3 basically brand new secret cities, would need to be developed to bring the impossible to reality before the fucking Nazis did that. Facility was created about 25 miles west of Knoxville, Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
Now I can start the day having seen Goat and Shy Art. I know you're gonna be you're already just filled to the brim. You're like, that was a good meal. You pat your stomach off. Oh, thank you.
Tri-Cities, home to the B
reactor.
Thank
you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Plutonium production reactor in the world. The site covers an area half the size of the state of Rhode
Island. Now your son needs to make art so that you'll have a full meal.
Wanted those acres because it's a shithole. I know I have fans near the Tri-Cities, and I'm sure you guys are great, but oh fuck, why? Why do you live there? You live so close to so many really beautiful parts of the country. You're a couple hours drive from Mount Hood, Mount St. Helens, Mount Rainier, the Cascades, the Oregon coast, and you live somewhere that is no more scenic than the northern Nevada desert. The Dry Shitties. I've never heard that nickname for Tri-Cities. The Dry Shitties. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, and to be fair, when I say this stuff, I just don't like deserts. Apparently, some people love them. Some people want to be lizards.
What a great New Year's Day! Hell yeah!
Nothing. Each throne.
He probably will when he gets a law.
Or warm, sunny
it's totally fine. It's totally understandable.
Anyways, the third and really main facility that will be the center of this project was built in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Additional work will be done elsewhere around the country, like Chicago, Illinois, where the world's first sustained
nuclear
reaction took place, in Dayton, Ohio, where the polonium trigger for the bomb was designed. And there was a ton of other little labs and little bureaucratic centers sprinkled around the country. We talk about how ridiculous it was to play around with
nuclear
reactions in the heavily populated Chicago area back in Suck 79, Chernobyl. If you want to hear
what do you think, boy?
That specific.
He's like, I'm getting patents. That's what I think.
Machinery was also created.
I think I'm getting patents,
Massachusetts
but you never know.
Of Technology,
but
MIT, on the East Coast, and at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech on the West.
Who we're gonna
incredibly, the U.S. government was really good at keeping this gigantic project a secret, and that is why conspiracy theorists love to point to the Manhattan Project to this day.
Let's see who
when the bombs were dropped in 1945, the public and the Axis powers, they were shocked.
We got somebody that's doing a 24-hour stream.
Such a massive,
and I think we're gonna do that.
A massive project, employing a lot of people.
For
huge,
the money. Yes, give him patents.
3 big facilities.
He always needs the patents.
Well, for starters, it's
he can't get enough patents.
For starters, only men were allowed to work on the project, and their families were given the cover story They'd been drafted and sent overseas.
Shadow Legends.
Pretty smart. No one working on the project was allowed to go home at all until the war was over. Also, to strongly encourage secrecy, recently leaked CIA documents revealed that death row inmates were dressed up. This is pretty intense. Dressed up as if they were Manhattan Project workers. And instead of being given a lethal injection or put in an electric chair, they were brought out in front.
He gets all the pets.
When the project started.
He's already spoiled enough. The man gets, the old man gets pickle chips as a treat. I think he's spoiled enough.
Leaking secret information about the project.
He is the best one. He gets carrots and pickle chips
that will make you think
to
twice
his
about
heart's
talking.
content.
Oh my heck!
He is best boy.
4 years into the project in 1943.
Well, thank you guys so much for being amazing. Thank you guys for being stupendous. I know it's so easy for you.
Made up until that point
Stay awesome. Yes. Thank you guys so much. Any last thoughts? Any last words? Let me know. Come on. You guys are amazing. I looked over at the night at the right time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you did, Board.
Super dramatic. Military police dragged him out.
Love y'all. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Were told he'd gotten a hold of some sensitive Manhattan Project info. Possibly
stay awesome and amazing. All love you.
He refused to give up the worker's name.
Love you. Love you guys. Really mean it. Have a wonderful night, guy. I will. Hopefully, I see you tomorrow, Red. Hopefully, I see you tomorrow, Fox.
Executed by the base
I always say Shy instead.
Seemingly shot in the head with a pistol while on his knees begging for his life.
Shy.
Said that at Hanford.
I hope to see everybody later. Have a good one.
Right before he was fake shot, saying, "Here's wishing I would have kept my mouth shut, kid." And then